But according to Gu, the ancient torch divine had indeed left behind an extremely astounding treasured relic. "You continue your cultivation, I won't disturb you anymore," said Gu, and immediately his phantom dissipated. In the quiet chamber, only Li Yuan remained. First, refine the origin treasure. Li Yuan sat cross-legged on the jade platform, his heart quickly calming down. Before him had already appeared the emerald-green Spirit Abyss jade fruit, its aura restrained. But Li Yuan knew that once activated, it would unleash terrifying might. Refine. With a thought, Li Yuan recalled the refinement method taught by Zhang Yuan, true god, in his mind, quite mysterious. This was a technique created by a heavenly divine of the Juxing ancient city's history, tailored to the properties of the Spirit Abyss jade fruit. Like taming a wild horse, brute force alone was almost impossible, but with some smart tricks and techniques, the effect could be doubled. The treasure itself possessed a spirit. Without absolute powerful strength, one naturally needs a corresponding method to subdue it. Hiss. Hiss. With a thought from Li Yuan, origin power and divine sense intertwined, invoking the mysteries of space, and divided into thousands of origin power threads. These threads, following some special patterns on the surface of the Spirit Abyss jade fruit, began to infiltrate into the fruit. This time, the encountered resistance was indeed much smaller. First step, infiltrate. Li Yuan was very confident internally. Second step, solidify patterns. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Whoosh! The Spirit Abyss jade fruit before Li Yuan suddenly burst into a strong light, followed by a slight aura being continuously restrained until it became ordinary. It had been completely refined by Li Yuan. Refining the origin treasure is somewhat similar to artifact refining. The method created by that heavenly divine is indeed unique, Li Yuan sincerely admired. Without this method, facing the Spirit Abyss jade fruit, he could only watch helplessly. Absorb. With a thought, Li Yuan moved the Spirit Abyss jade fruit into the origin power space. In the origin power space, a nearly perfectly polished origin pill was suspended in the center, surrounded by strands of pure origin power. Sigh. The Spirit Abyss jade fruit suddenly appeared above the origin pill, then strands of mysterious power began to seep out of the fruit, drilling into the origin pill below, merging into it. Buzz. At the moment of merging, Li Yuan felt his soul slightly tremble, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction from within. This feeling was not illusory. The strange power contained in the Spirit Abyss jade fruit would fundamentally enhance the soul origin, making the soul origin stronger and more active. Not only conducive to breakthroughs, but even if the soul suffered trauma, it would also recover more easily. Even without realizing, Li Yuan's comprehension could also see a certain improvement. After all, the Spirit Abyss jade fruit, even for a heavenly divine, had many uses, let alone for a mere flying heaven-level individual like Li Yuan. Therefore, to fully absorb and refine it, to complete the soul transformation, would take a very long time. Looking at the absorption speed, to completely refine it, I estimate it would take 3 to 4 years, Li Yuan roughly judged. Absorbing the Spirit Abyss jade fruit, as long as a thread of thought was divided, it could continue without interruption. Subsequently, in Li Yuan's mind, the cultivation information for the 6 realms of illusion emerged. The 6 realms of illusion: first realm, illusion of joy and anger. Second realm, experience the 5 wills. Third realm, comprehend 7 emotions. Fourth realm, color longevity desire. Fifth mirror. Li Yuan pondered, to truly start practicing, the first step is to build the spiritual realm of illusion, refining the mind within one's own illusory realm. With a thought, Li Yuan's spiritual world began to undergo various changes, attempting to construct a stable illusory realm. Constructing the spiritual realm of illusion is entirely different from casting an illusion technique. Casting an illusion technique is actually based on deceiving the opponent's spiritual consciousness, bewitching the 6 roots of desires, causing the opponent's spiritual world to unknowingly alter itself. The difficulty is very low. Whereas constructing the spiritual realm of illusion is truly creating something from nothing, with extremely high difficulty. In just a moment, Li Yuan gave up. No wonder 9 sounds true God expressed in his insights. Without the heart illusion flower, dream realm stone, and other treasures, one must have a pseudo-god level soul. Only then can one start practicing. Li Yuan frowned. A pseudo-god level soul, powerful enough, can support the initial construct of the spiritual realm of illusion. And Li Yuan? His soul was still very weak. The heart illusion flower, dream realm stone and such treasures naturally possess effects of illusory realm transformation, Li Yuan thought. With just a little induction, one can construct an illusionary world for cultivation. Even 9 sounds true God doesn't have it. Where do I find it? Could it be? Should I temporarily give up cultivating the 6 realms of illusion? Li Yuan felt reluctant. He was well aware of the strength of this method. If he could cultivate it, his willpower would grow faster. No, that's not right. I don't have a dream realm stone or any such treasured relic. Li Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. But I have another method. I must give it a try. Whoosh, with a thought from Li Yuan, his spiritual consciousness had gathered in the mind-spirit divine palace, rapidly descending into that vast starry sky. The great sun still shone. In the cultivation of the visualization method, within the great sun, countless illusory realms evolve, and it equally evokes many desires in me, pointing directly at my true heart. Li Yuan's consciousness body stood in the void, his eyes flickering. I was so foolish to have forgotten. Li Yuan no longer hesitated. His consciousness body emitting a hazy, glazed light, swiftly approached the great sun. Wanting to verify what was in his mind. Rumble, a magma fire serpent suddenly erupted. Li Yuan's consciousness body actively made contact, and at the same time, the method for cultivating the first realm of the 6 realms of illusion emerged in his mind. Sizzle, Li Yuan's consciousness quickly became blurred, already entering into a layer of illusionary realm. Li Yuan, come on, let's take off. A youth in casual attire was holding a 4 or 5-year-old boy over his head, running in circles in the living room. Giggle, giggle. Flying in a plane, the boy laughed joyously. Be careful, don't drop Li Yuan, a young woman shouted from the kitchen while picking vegetables. Don't worry, wife, I'm a martial artist. The youth in casual clothes laughed. Li Yuan, strive to become a flying heaven warrior in the future, okay? Then you can always fly. Okay. The little boy chuckled blissfully, still unaware of what a flying heaven warrior meant. Bro, Hui Chong and I are here. What delicious food has sister-in-law made? It smells so good. Li Chongzhou, in his early 20s, laughed as he walked in through the wide-open front door, carrying big and small bags. Chongzhou is here, come on in, no need to bring anything. The young woman quickly came out from the kitchen. The family was extremely warm. Dad, Mum, Li Yuan's consciousness merged with his younger self, sensing vaguely. Some once vague memories, unnoticeably surfaced in his mind. Gradually, there was a tear in Li Yuan's eyes. It was out of joy, yet this extremely warm scene could never return. During elementary school, after recovering from a serious illness, Li Yuan could finally start living and studying like a normal child. Haha, Li Yuan can run now. Li Chongzhou was extremely excited. Hui Chong, Li Yuan can finally run. Li Yuan also felt immense joy in his heart, scene by scene, continuously embodying realizations. Layer upon layer of illusionary realms endured continuously. A magma fire serpent suddenly erupted. Li Yuan's consciousness body actively made contact, and at the same time, the method for cultivating the first realm of the 6 realms of illusion emerged in his mind. Sizzle, Li Yuan's consciousness quickly became blurred, already entering into a layer of illusionary realm. Li Yuan, come on, let's take off. A youth in casual attire was holding a 4 or 5-year-old boy over his head, running in circles in the living room. Giggle, giggle. Flying in a plane, the boy laughed joyously. Be careful, don't drop Li Yuan, a young woman shouted from the kitchen while picking vegetables. Don't worry, wife, I'm a martial artist. The youth in casual clothes laughed. Li Yuan, strive to become a flying heaven warrior in the future, okay? Then you can always fly. Okay. The little boy chuckled blissfully, still unaware of what a flying heaven warrior meant. Bro, Hui Chong and I are here. What delicious food has sister-in-law made? It smells so good. Li Chongzhou, in his early 20s, laughed as he walked in through the wide-open front door, carrying big and small bags. Chongzhou is here, come on in, no need to bring anything. The young woman quickly came out from the kitchen. The family was extremely warm. Dad, Mum, Li Yuan's consciousness merged with his younger self, sensing vaguely. Some once vague memories, unnoticeably surfaced in his mind. Gradually, there was a tear in Li Yuan's eyes. It was out of joy, yet this extremely warm scene could never return. During elementary school, after recovering from a serious illness, Li Yuan could finally start living and studying like a normal child. Haha, Li Yuan can run now. Li Chongzhou was extremely excited. Hui Chong, Li Yuan can finally run. Li Yuan also felt immense joy in his heart, scene by scene, continuously embodying realizations. Layer upon layer of illusionary realms endured continuously. Li Yuan did not obtain the illusionary realm stone or the heart illusion flower. The 6 realms of illusion has a detailed description of their effects, which led Li Yuan to compare them and feel that the Divine Palace's great day is better and more perfect. Without the 6 realms of illusion, if I tried to temper my heart directly with the Divine Palace's great day with no control, it would provoke many desires in my heart, making the difficulty of the illusionary realm uncontrollable, leading me to the risk of getting lost. But with the 6 realms of illusion, the higher levels of visualization contained in the Divine Palace's great day seemed to be prepared by the 6 realms of illusion. Li Yuan wasn't sure if he should feel fortunate. His luck seemed to have gotten a bit better. Forget it. Continue cultivating. Before it was joy, now maybe I should try the illusionary realm of anger, Li Yuan thought, and had once again entered the mind-spirit Divine Palace. Little Yuan, no mother, can't run, big dummy. Little Yuan, no mother. A group of 7 or 8-year-old children laughed wantonly, surrounding the weak-bodied little boy and shouting incessantly. Li Yuan carried a small backpack, clenched his little fists, eyes brimming with unshed tears, but he strived not to let them fall. But he did not want to cry out. He knew that if he cried, if he screamed, these annoying classmates would be even happier. He also dared not resist because he was weak and could not run. What are you all doing? Suddenly a stern voice sounded, scaring the group of children away instantly. Little Yuan, it's okay. Don't listen to their nonsense. Auntie Chen Wei hurried over and embraced Li Yuan in her arms. Auntie, I'm not stupid. Li Yuan finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Feeling wronged, angry, a surge of emotions swept over him. You're not stupid. Our little Yuan is the smartest. Chen Wei comforted him continuously. These classmates, I will call your teacher he later. In the classroom, after being criticized, a classmate immediately retorted, Li Yuan did it too before, why didn't you criticize him? On the internet forum, watching a favorite martial path practitioner self-reproach for not being able to save more people and being seriously injured, only to be slandered and defamed by a group of keyboard warriors. In the classroom, listening to the teacher talk about the Feixing battle, upon seeing the slaughter footage and videos of the myriad demons civilization invading Feixing, waves of anger surged within him. In the Mingshu Star Realm, watching helplessly as Lu Jing rushed into the Flying Serpent Valley. During the Fish Spirit Tide in Zhang City, fighting side by side with his teacher Xu Bo for the first time, only to witness the teacher's life gradually approaching its end. Numerous past experiences related to anger emerged in Li Yuan's mind at this moment. Anger, indignation, rage, hating that he was not strong enough. The illusionary realm constructed by the mind-spirit Divine Palace was too realistic. Almost perfectly replicating the various experiences Li Yuan had gone through, deeply immersed in the illusion, his emotions fluctuated intensely with each level of the realm. Joy, the many wonderful experiences in my life that make me cherish the world, are the most precious memories deep in the heart. This life is to pursue more joy. Anger drives me to cultivate manically, the force behind life's evolution, simply because I refuse to let the many past regrets reoccur. Li Yuan had an epiphany. The 7 emotions and 6 desires are the sources of life. The aim of cultivating the 6 realms of illusion is not to strip away emotions but for cultivators to confront and control emotions, and then to harness the emotional power contained within the spirit, eventually forging the strongest will. Face joy and anger. Chase after joy without being addicted to it, and not let anger control oneself. Li Yuan's spiritual will also continually progressed and transformed under the sequential realms and cultivation of the 6 realms of illusion. However, it sounds easy to experience joy and anger, but controlling them truly is no overnight feat. Only through sufficient experiences can one achieve control. The 9 Sounds Realms event concluded. But as the core of the vast land and a gathering place of divinities, various events in the Yuan country capital were endless, albeit no longer much related to Li Yuan. First on the Flying Heaven list, with semi-divine peak strength and divine level will. Anyone with a bit of sense understood that the highest echelons of Yuan country would definitely value him highly, even more so than Zhang Shan. Li Yuan was always quietly cultivating. When tired of cultivating his spiritual will, he would deduce spear technique to unravel the mysteries of the law. When he reached a bottleneck with spear technique, he continued to attempt awakening his life star. His will breakthrough also allowed Li Yuan to use more Zhu Xing divine pills, accumulating over 210 in total, increasing the number of unowned life stars in his life starry sky, yet he was still unable to awaken the 9th star meridian. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed, and the date ahead to the starry sky ancient city was getting closer. Zhu Xing continent, East Sea, where countless islands are scattered, along with many floating cities and small worlds that have been developed. The majority of the East Sea is controlled by one of the 6 great holy lands, the East Nether Sacred Land. Black Blade Island. Though called an island, it spans nearly 10 million miles, an immensely vast area, inhabited by trillions of beings, and the entire island is ruled by the Black Blade Divine Kingdom. In the eastern part of the island, amidst the rolling clouds and mists, lies a city spanning thousands of kilometers, and above the clouds, the palatial imperial palace of the Divine Kingdom is filled with beautiful women, opulence beyond measure. Suddenly, the central palace burst forth with layers of light. The king. The king has arrived. All the servants and beautiful maidens in the imperial palace understood. All those who come to the imperial palace are at least of semi-divine level. Among them, there are thousands of demigod beauties serving as the king's concubines, and an astonishing number of male favorites. Greetings to the king. Respectful voices echoed throughout the entire imperial palace, especially within the central palace. King. That group of pseudo-god level women, each incredibly seductive, possessing astounding enchantment abilities, now all respected him as humbly as servants. I have been focusing on my cultivation recently, so I will spare you all. Dismissed. A sinister youth, casually draped in a black robe, sat on a lofty throne, exuding quite a fierce aura. Yes. The pseudo-god level serving concubines sighed in relief in their hearts. They were all clear on how cruel their king was. Every time they served in his bed, even though they were all pseudo-gods, they would be ravaged to near death. As for those semi-divine outside the palace, more than 90% would end up dead. Over the long years, within the territory of the Divine Kingdom, the number of demigod women who had died at the hands of the king had long exceeded 10,000. Yet no one could resist, because the king was among the most powerful in the ranks of true gods, an influential figure throughout the entire Holy Land. What was the killing of a few demigods to him? Soon after, the palace full of pseudo-god concubines left. Whoosh, 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 several figures flew into the palace. They were all pseudo-gods, but none dared to look around. They were well aware of their king's temperament. King. 4 pseudo-gods respectfully saluted. I have secluded myself for over a year this time. The Black Blade true god looked down at his subordinates, casually enjoying a cup of immortal brew, and said indifferently, report to me about the tasks I've given you. Yes. King, about your order to acquire a variety of treasures, I have relayed the message to thousands of true gods and tens of thousands of pseudo-gods in the Holy Land. Quite a few have come to trade, and a portion has already. The first pseudo-god reported his tasks. Not bad, speed up the process, complete it within 5 years, Black Blade true god replied indifferently. He was purchasing treasures on such a large scale because it related to his own cultivation. Soon, the first 3 true gods completed their report. King, these are some of the important pieces of intelligence that have occurred on Juxing continent in the past year or so. A black-robed pseudo-god reported respectfully, Chongqing Ancient City is conducting large-scale selections for great talents, likely in preparation for the next Ancestral Realm War. Western region of the continent, Ghost Shuttle True God N. In Heavenly Snake Ancient City, a new flying heaven-level individual with the Heavenly Serpent bloodline has emerged, reputedly entering Heavenly Snake Holy Realm for cultivation. Exact details are unknown, reported the black-robed pseudo-god. Heavenly Serpent bloodline disappeared for so many millennia, and now another one has surfaced? Black Blade True God was stunned briefly before shaking his head. Never mind, that's for the Saint Lord to consider. That's another ancient city's worry, not ours. Next piece of intelligence. Each piece of important intelligence could slightly influence the situation across the entire Juxing continent. But after all, it had only been just over a year, King.
The Eastern Abyss Kingdom, which you instructed us to observe closely, has recently produced a peerless genius, probably of Saint Air level, said the black-robed pseudo-god. We have collected detailed intelligence on him. He should be no more than 50 years old, a local of the Abyss country, of flying heaven level, yet already possesses semi-divine peak strength.
This individual is called Shu Yuan and is currently the number 1 on the Divine Fire Palace's flying heaven list in the Abyss country. The black-robed pseudo-god swiftly relayed information about Li Yuan. A Saint Air level genius? Under Zhang Yuan's command? Bullshit. Murderous intent flickered in Black Blade True God's eyes. He has ruled over Abyss country for tens of thousands of years, and it's the first time such a level of genius has emerged. On Juxing continent, so-called Saint Air level geniuses were those who would definitely become true gods as long as they did not die. After all, most geniuses, like Zhang Shan, Wu Beihong and others, no one could guarantee they would become true gods when they were of flying heaven semi-divine. Yes, replied the black-robed pseudo-god, in Juxing Ancient City, the number of semi-divine Saint Airs has always varied between 5 and 20. On average, only about 30 Saint Airs emerge every 1,000 years. And judging from various intelligence, this Shu Yuan is among the stronger Saint Air level geniuses. As per the intelligence assessment from the Holy Land, there's a more than 90% chance he will reach True God Peak. A very small chance to ascend to Heavenly God, said the black-robed pseudo-god. Each Holy Land has its own intelligence agency. As a core figure of East Nether Sacred Land, Black Blade True God naturally obtained a lot of free intel directly from the Holy Land. Such good fortune. Such a monstrous talent has emerged in his territory. Black Blade True God's gaze was icy. This Shu Yuan, has he joined Juxing Ancient City? Not yet, replied the black-robed pseudo-god. There is still over a month left until Juxing Ancient City opens its next round of recruitment for reserve members. Good, Black Blade True God's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. It's better that he hasn't joined yet. He had a life and death feud with Zhang Yuan True God, and each yearned to kill the other. Yet, since both were exceptionally powerful and belonged to different major powers, they had been unable to harm one another. This Shu Yuan, originating from Abyss country and highly regarded, he will definitely support that bastard Zhang Yuan to the fullest should he rise to power, and he will eventually become my enemy. Black Blade True God mused with murderous intent. Why not take action before he joins Starry Sky Ancient City and strike first? If Shu Yuan had already joined Starry Sky Ancient City, then Black Blade True God would hesitate. Because making a move would be a provocation of Starry Sky Ancient City. But if he hasn't joined yet, even if he made a covert move, the Heavenly Divine of Starry Sky Ancient City would not go so far as to deal with him. Should I go in person? No, if my presence is detected within Yuan country capital, I might not live to get out. Black Blade True God contemplated. His strength was already significantly weaker than Zhang Yuan True God. Entering the latter's stronghold would be extremely dangerous. Seek help from other true gods? Various thoughts flashed through the mind of Black Blade True God. When a true god makes a move, theoretically they could kill Shu Yuan with one strike. However, any foreign true god entering the Yuan country capital would immediately attract attention, making it difficult to make a move. The key issue is, not many true gods are willing to provoke Zhang Yuan true god, and those who dare to make a move would demand an extremely high price. Perhaps I should rely on pseudo-gods instead. Black Blade true god made his decision, as he had many pseudo-gods under his command. A pseudo-god, as long as they find the opportunity, can easily eliminate a miner of flying heaven level. Just an hour later, the pseudo-gods who had reported the information had left, but an old man shrouded in a gray robe, exuding a dense aura of dusk, arrived at the palace in the center of the imperial palace. Xing Chan pays respects to the king. The gray-robed elder bowed respectfully. Xing Chan, you have lived for over 4,000 years, haven't you? Black Blade true god looked down at the gray-robed elder. Reporting to the king, I have cultivated for over 4,900 years, and my lifespan limit is not far away. The gray-robed elder said, the king has shown great kindness to me and helped me a lot, but to ascend from pseudo-god to true god is indeed extremely difficult. I have disappointed you. The path of cultivation gets harder the further one advances. For a pseudo-god to break through to true god, they need to meet various requirements concerning the law comprehension, star meridian, soul will. Among thousands of pseudo-gods, hardly one can break through to become a true god. You want to break through to become a true god, but I can no longer help you more, Black Blade true god slowly said. However, I recall there's a youngster called Xing Yi among your descendants, who has pretty good talent. The king knows of Xing Yi. Xing Chan pseudo-god was astonished, numerous thoughts flashing through his mind. He was well aware that if the king suddenly summoned him, there must be a reason. I can help Xing Yi, help her secure a spot from the Holy Land in the Dragon realm, Black Blade true god slowly stated. Xing Chan pseudo-god was startled. Dragon realm was a highly important treasure land in the East Nether Sacred Land, where ordinary demigods cannot enter. Although Xing Yi demigod was the best among his descendants, compared to countless demigods in the entire East Nether Sacred Land, she was quite inconspicuous. I wonder what the king wants me to do. Xing Chan pseudo-god calmed down. As a man near his death, what he most worried about was his descendants. But for his family, it was too difficult to produce another pseudo-god in a short time. Once he died, the entire family's status would rapidly decline. I want you to go to the Yuan country capital in the East Domain and kill a person named Shu Yuan, Black Blade true god slowly said. Shu Yuan? Xing Chan pseudo-god was confused, he hadn't heard of him. This is the information about him. Black Blade true god waved his hand, a surge of invisible fluctuations swept by, and a large amount of information had entered Xing Chan pseudo-god's mind. Quickly, Xing Chan pseudo-god completely understood. In Zhang Yuan true god's stronghold, to kill his most extraordinary genius? Xing Chan pseudo-god's expression grew grave. That was the lair of a true god limit expert, known as an unmatched existence below the heavenly divine. In the royal capital, there were several true gods. This mission was definitely a suicidal one. As long as he dared to make a move in Yuan country capital, his death would be certain. If unlucky, he might even be captured alive, which would be worse than death. The choice is yours. If you are willing, even if you fail and die, I will protect your descendants. If you succeed in killing Shu Yuan, I can promise to help Xing Yi become pseudo-god, Black Blade true god said indifferently, but if you are unwilling, then let's forget about it. I will only give you 1 month. Xing Chan pseudo-god's expression changed. From the East Sea to the Yuan country, even if he could use the transmission array, he would have to leave immediately. Black Blade true god did not press him, since persuading a pseudo-god peak to willingly face death was extremely difficult. But he knew Xing Chan pseudo-god very well and was highly confident. After a moment, all right. Xing Chan pseudo-god spoke lowly. King, I am willing, and will do my best to kill Shu Yuan. I just hope the king won't forget your promise. He dared not make Black Blade true god swear by law. He could only rely on the other's reputation. Fortunately, although Black Blade Divine acted domineering and oddly, he was quite trustworthy overall. Rest assured. Black Blade true god said. Then proceed as quickly as possible. Remember one thing, if Shu Yuan joins the Starry Sky Ancient City, our agreement will be voided, and you don't have to act anymore. Yes. Xing Chan Pseudo-God respectfully said and quickly left. He still had some preparations to make. That day, Xing Chan Pseudo-God left Black Blade Island. Juxing Continent, it's too vast, including the East Nether Sacred Land. Juxing Ancient City territory didn't have a direct transmission array. After a full half-month, Yuan Country Capital. A white-robed youth passed through the normal gates and entered the inner part of Yuan Country Capital. A demigod. A demigod, looking unfamiliar, the life breath is not recorded in the monitoring system, must be his first visit. The two pseudo-gods of the monitoring formation directly sensed the aura of the white-robed youth but didn't pay much attention. After all, Yuan Country Capital is an important convergence point on Juxing Continent, with many strong beings arriving year-round. Not to mention unfamiliar demigods, even unfamiliar pseudo-gods were quite normal. The white-robed youth smoothly entered the city. Go to the outside of Divine Fire Palace, rent a cave dwelling. A cold voice echoed in the mind of the white-robed youth. Xing Chan Pseudo-God was hiding inside a cave heaven treasure carried by the white-robed youth. He was very cautious, even though he had not appeared in the East Domain for over 1,000 years and had not clashed with the gods of Yuan Country, he still dared not directly enter Yuan Country Capital. If he were recognized as coming from Black Blade Divine Kingdom and killed on the spot, that would be truly unjust. Xing Chan Pseudo-God, before entering the Jinyuan Kingdom's capital, had already purchased intelligence through other channels, knowing that Li Yuan mostly stayed in the Divine Fire Palace. He would only occasionally go out, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. At first, Xing Chan Pseudo-God was patient, but as days passed, he grew anxious. According to the intelligence, doesn't Shu Yuan often go to the Nine Sound Building? Why is it that he is about to leave Juxing Ancient City, but still keeps staying in the residence inside the Divine Fire Palace? I surely can't just barge into the Divine Fire Palace. Xing Chan Pseudo-God was well aware that the Yuan Country Capital was enveloped by a grand formation, so the moment he took action, he would be detected. There would only be 1 or 2 seconds of time. Therefore, only outside the Divine Fire Palace would there be an opportunity to assassinate. Wait. I refuse to believe that in these last 10 days, he will keep staying inside the Divine Fire Palace. Xing Chan Pseudo-God thought to himself. If there's really no opportunity, I might as well give up. Not assassinating, although it meant missing the chance to see another pseudo-god born in his clan, he could also live for several more decades. In the Divine Fire Palace, inside Li Yuan's residence, on an open ground, whirl, Li Yuan held an ordinary demigod-level long spear, silently cultivating his spear technique. Reaching a realm like Li Yuan's, what the weapon was, didn't matter as much. What was important was law comprehension and application. Thus, continually meditating and sensing the mysteries of the world could keep enhancing his cultivation. However, Li Yuan was used to practicing with a spear, hence, from time to time, he would practice his spear technique. Practicing spearmanship was Li Yuan's habit, and also helped him find more peace within. Not far away, Ren Qing stood there reverently, watching. Li Yuan never minded this. The master's spear technique is truly profound. Even though I can't feel intense law fluctuations or origin power fluctuations. As the long spear moves, it feels like my soul is trembling. Ren Qing quietly muttered to herself. She too had entered the threshold of the law. But compared to Li Yuan's spear technique, she knew what being a peerless genius meant. Yet, she didn't know that Li Yuan's spear technique now primarily involved the space law, and space itself is formless. Ordinary demigods found it extremely hard to sense spatial fluctuations. Unless Li Yuan used strong origin power to induce spatial fluctuations, otherwise, demigods wouldn't notice them and would only feel that Li Yuan's spear technique was incredibly sharp and inscrutably profound. Gradually, Li Yuan's spear technique changed slightly. The fierce moves subtly carried a thick essence, followed by an invisible law fluctuation enveloping him, then dispersing. The law of Earth finally advanced from the initial to intermediate rank of the 7th stage. Li Yuan's lips curled into a smile. His own spear technique was a fusion of 3 great Taos, and now centered around the mysteries of space. However, with the breakthrough in the law of Earth, if this comprehension could be perfectly integrated into his spear technique, it could also enhance the might of his spear further. Wind, earth, space. The comprehension of these three great Tao's break through respectively and then continuously merge into the spear technique. This makes the might of the spear technique stronger and stronger, and will ultimately let me comprehend the fifth style of the boundary cloud spear, Li Yuan thought to himself. The fourth style of the boundary cloud spear, in terms of the profundity of moves, is only at the initial rank of pseudo-god standard. If he could realize the fifth style, divine soldier's intent, with this move, even among countless pseudo-gods, in terms of moves, he would not be considered weak. Time passed, Li Yuan constantly perfected his spear technique. Suddenly, Thousand Illusions pseudo-god sends a message. Li Yuan sensed a message from the magical treasure used for communication. Shu Yuan, the many treasures you ordered have been delivered more than 90%. The void illusory rare stone has also been acquired. Come quickly to the 9 Sound building. The goods have arrived. Finally, I can cultivate the myriad shadows void. Li Yuan's eyes brightened. Without much hesitation, he put away the long spear and instructed Ren Qing. Followed by a soaring leap, he left the divine fire palace. Since meeting with the 9 Sounds true god, Li Yuan has established a connection with the 9 Sounds building and has even had some exchanges with the 9 Sounds building's master, Thousand Illusions pseudo-god. During these past 2 months in the royal capital, besides daily cultivation, Li Yuan has been asking the Thousand Illusions pseudo-god to purchase some treasures, all of which are necessary for his next star technique cultivation. Li Yuan thinks clearly about the future. Once he awakens the 9-star pulse and breaks through to become semi-divine, as the wielder of the 9-star pulse, his origin power will rapidly cultivate to level 42 or even 43. Furthermore, with some origin power entering his body, he will swiftly meet the requirements to cultivate the 4th rank 9-layer star technique. So, rather than seeking at the last moment, it is better to prepare now. The 9 Sounds building, besides offering pleasure, also conducts various business transactions of buying and selling treasures, possessing astounding energy which far exceeds that of common shops. The most important point is that with Li Yuan's identity, the Thousand Illusions pseudo-god dares not swindle him. I never expected that it would take the 9 Sounds building more than a month to obtain the void illusory rare stone, Li Yuan pondered internally. Of the 5 9-layer star techniques he cultivated, only 9 Shadows clone is a 7th-layer star technique. Although its might is decent, it's far from comparable to the 9-layer star technique, Myriad Shadows Void. And the key treasure needed to cultivate Myriad Shadows Void is none other than the void illusory rare stone. In the 7-star civilization era, Li Yuan had once inquired with Dongfang Ji, who couldn't produce it. Until today. Finally, through the 9 Sounds building, Li Yuan obtained it. It's also fortunate. Zhu Xing continent was once a part of the divine realm, and many inheritances remain intact. Li Yuan smiled. The vast majority of treasure names are the same as in the divine realm, saving me much trouble. If the names of the treasures were different, even if such treasures existed on Zhu Xing continent, Li Yuan might not have been able to purchase them. Whoosh! Li Yuan flew out of the divine fire palace. Following the streets, he directly headed towards the 9 Sounds building. Young Master Li Yuan, going out again? The 2 semi-divine commanders at the door were still greeting Li Yuan. Li Yuan nodded indifferently. Li Yuan had just flown tens of kilometers away from the divine fire palace. A semi-divine in a white robe seemed to have just flown out from a certain cave dwelling. Looking down in thought, he flew straight towards the direction of Li Yuan. Semi-divine? Level 46? Li Yuan scanned him briefly without paying much attention. During the previous times, Li Yuan was accustomed to shuttling through the city like this and had never encountered any danger, so his vigilance was naturally not strong, nor did he pay much attention to the occasional flying heaven semi-divines passing by on the streets. Like now, within a range of 10 or more kilometers around Li Yuan, there were quite a few flying heaven semi-divines. Li Yuan simply thought that the white-robed semi-divine's destination just happened to overlap with his flight path. After all, According to the Shashi pseudo-god in Zhongshan, as long as Li Yuan did not leave the Yuan country capital, there would basically be no danger. Whoosh! Whoosh! The distance between the two rapidly closed. From the original 5 to 6 kilometers, in the blink of an eye, it shrank to 1 kilometer. 1 kilometer is incredibly close for someone at the pseudo-god level. Even for a semi-divine expert, this is a very dangerous signal. Li Yuan subconsciously took another look at the other party. Something's wrong. A hint of caution flashed in Li Yuan's heart. I was clearly preparing to turn, slightly deviating from the direction, but his flight trajectory also instantly changed. Is he coming for me? But this reaction seemed to be too late. Boom! The white-robed semi-divine's speed suddenly burst. Like lightning, he charged towards Li Yuan. Before bursting his speed, in his palm, a nearly transparent crystal stone and a fiery red crystal sphere had already materialized. Snap, snap, both crystal stones shattered almost instantly. The first nearly transparent crystal stone dispersed a strange force as it broke, directly causing the surrounding void to start layering and condensing. And the moment the fiery red sphere shattered, it emitted terrifying crimson flames from within. Rumble. The violent force of the flames gathered and unified in an instant as the space condensed, turning into a fire dragon madly attacking Li Yuan. The power was terrifying. Not good, there's an issue. It's a law treasure. Whether it was the two semi-divine guards of the Divine Fire Palace or some other passing semi-divine experts in the vicinity, they all sensed it instantly, their faces changing color. With their discerning eyes, they almost instantly judged that this was the power of a law treasure. That belongs to the terrifying force at the pseudo-god level.
It's an assassination, targeting Shu Yuan. Law treasure. Any one of them has the might that can reach the pseudo-god level. Killing a flying heaven level like Shu Yuan would probably only take a moment. The two semi-divine commanders shivered with fear even tens of kilometers away, also feeling frantic. It can't be blocked. Even a semi-divine limit expert facing such a level of attack also has a high chance of falling.
Too fast. Not to mention that the two semi-divines had no time to save. Even if they were strong enough, they wouldn't be quick enough to save. The two of them could only instinctively cry out for help frantically. Rumble. The high-level prohibitions in the void had detected the rapid changes in the heaven and earth origin power below, immediately starting to act, but it always takes time. Most crucially, this layered condensation of the void was causing the operations of the origin power array in that area to feel sluggish. Perhaps it was just a split second off, but this split second is the difference between life and death. It could be said. In this split second, the protective strength of the formation in Yuan country capital could not save Li Yuan. It was all up to Li Yuan himself. It's an assassination. It's an explosive space category secret treasure, causing a stasis in spatial fluctuations. Jiuyu's voice, in an instant, sounded anxiously. Li Yuan. Run quickly. Affected by this space treasure, whether it's me trying to move you into the ancient divine palace, or you trying to take anything out from your storage magical treasure, it will take some time. Two parties communicated via divine thought, speed extremely fast. I understand. Li Yuan had already understood his own situation, whether it was taking out the pseudo-god puppet or escaping into the ancient divine palace. He was a bit too late. Even taking out those two law treasures would slow things down. Because the opponent had used a spatial-type law treasure, extremely rare, the abilities it contained were usually incredibly tricky. The ability of this space treasure was to make the space stagnate. If I could condense the true intention of space, I could instantly restore this area to normal, but my comprehension is not sufficient enough. Many thoughts flashed through Li Yuan's mind. I can only fight desperately now. I must block it. Boom! In fact, Li Yuan, who noticed the anomaly, had already burst out when the opponent's two secret treasures were just deployed. The measures to preserve his life had to be taken, and he himself also had to fight desperately. Li Yuan's body instantaneously became 10 meters tall, becoming incredibly burly, and his body's life breath surged dramatically, followed by being fully enveloped in a thick earth-yellow combat armor. 9 layers star technique. Body of all things. Roar, roar, roar. 9 yellow dragons roared. Under the pouring surge of origin power, they immediately burst forth violently, followed by a hazy earth-yellow airflow centered on Li Yuan, striking towards all sides. Divine Artifact 9 Dragons Zon Armor, 9 Layers Star Technique, Heaven and Earth River. 9 Shadows Clone. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the vast domain, 9 Li Yuans appeared simultaneously, each holding a dark red divine spear in their hands. Dark Star Divine Spear. It is known that on normal days, the several divine artifacts that Li Yuan used were all shrunk and carried closely on his person, just to prevent the critical moment, not having enough time to take them out from the storage magical treasure. Li Yuan, bursting out in full force, created 9 figures, each one as real as the next, their momentum overwhelming as the endless surging air currents converged, making the center of the street seem like a miniature star was formed, with 9 dragons surging. Kill. 9 long spears, 1 real and 8 fake, the 9 Li Yuans erupted simultaneously, displaying their strongest spear techniques, already colliding with that destructive firepower. Whoosh! The young man in the white robe closely deployed 2 secret treasures simultaneously while also trying hard to bring the Xing Chan pseudo-god out of the cave heaven treasure. However, the space treasure affected Li Yuan and made it so that Li Yuan didn't even have time to take out the pseudo-god puppet and could only face the attack. Similarly, it also affected the Xing Chan pseudo-god, who also needed some time to break free from the cave heaven treasure. This Shu Yuan is a highly valued genius of Yuan country, definitely highly treasured by them, absolutely possessing life-saving items. If I reveal myself directly, maybe in that instant, he will hide inside the cave heaven treasure or instantly take out some life-saving items, like pseudo-god puppets. Then it would be troublesome, as I don't have enough time. Xing Chan pseudo-god thought through many plans. No matter how many treasures he has, or how high his talent, there is one thing he can't change: he is just at the flying heaven level, his strength is limited. The first target is to prevent him from taking out his life-saving items. This is the function of the space treasure. This space treasure, bestowed by a true god, is of astonishing value. Then order the semi-divine to deploy fire system law treasures simultaneously, its might reaching the pseudo-god level. Killing a flying heaven is easy. 2 great secret treasures, in theory, should be enough to kill him. Myself, as usual for assassination. If the first 2 fail, it's the last resort for me to perform a soul attack. Xing Chan pseudo-god had considered many possibilities. In reality, his tactics also worked, making Li Yuan unable to escape nor retrieve his life-saving items in time, only able to forcefully resist. But what the Xing Chan pseudo-god overlooked was Li Yuan's strength. What is that? Xing Chan pseudo-god sensed the outside world through divine sense. The moment before bursting out of the cave heaven treasure, he sensed Li Yuan's sudden burst, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. How is that possible? On the streets of the royal capital. Boom! Heaven and Earth River paired with the 9 great yellow dragons. After Li Yuan's law of earth comprehension breakthrough, its power was stronger than before, but facing the violently raging divine fire dragon, it was still directly shattered. Then, deploying several star techniques and divine artifacts, Li Yuan erupted with his full power, confronting the violently charging divine fire dragon. Boom! 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 8 clones almost instantly shattered. They each only had a small part of Li Yuan's strength, and this confusing effect was utterly useless against the divine fire dragon. The opponent directly pounced towards Li Yuan. However, after being weakened slightly by the domain and shadow clone methods, the might of the divine fire dragon had diminished. Rumble! The incredibly hot power of the divine fire dragon, containing unbelievable might, causing even space to ripple slightly, directly charged towards Li Yuan. The impact of the pseudo-god level secret treasure, usually a semi-divine peak expert would directly fall. Boom! 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 Almost like lightning, the flame divine dragon collided with Li Yuan 3 times. The first collision almost knocked the long spear out of Li Yuan's hand, making him vomit fresh blood wildly, and his body flew backward. During the second collision, Li Yuan's bones and muscles were already shattering layer by layer, and his whole body was almost becoming a bloody figure. By the third collision, both of Li Yuan's arms had explosively shattered, and under the terrifying impact, His internal organs were splitting layer by layer. He was nearly left half crippled. He was completely outmatched. It should be noted, after realizing the fourth form of the Boundary Cloud Spear, along with many powerful star techniques and divine artifacts, Li Yuan's head-on combat power had thoroughly surpassed the semi-divine peak, stepping into the semi-divine limit level. All things divine body, 9 dragons Zon armor, both extremely adept at defense, yet still incapable of withstanding the wild assault of a law treasure. Roar. Even though the power of the flame divine dragon had greatly diminished, it still contained fearsome might and once again roared as it charged. Am I going to die? Li Yuan's heart filled with reluctance. He no longer had much strength to resist. At that moment, swoosh, in the void between Li Yuan and the flame divine dragon, an almost transparent divine sword appeared out of nowhere. This, Li Yuan's pupils constricted. He felt a terrifying threat emanating from the divine sword. It seemed as if the opponent only needed to exert a little force, and he would undoubtedly be dead. Whoosh! The divine sword suddenly moved. The space was cleaved as if it was a mirror, instantly splitting the wildly raging flame divine dragon in half, followed by its complete annihilation. The flame divine dragon, which previously had an imposing momentum, perished in an instant. This? I survived? Who is this? Li Yuan saw clearly. The owner of the divine sword was an extremely blurred figure, as if hidden in another space.
Divine. At least a peak of pseudo-god. From the moment I was attacked to burst out resistance against the assault of the law treasure, it wasn't even 0.3 seconds. Even if a pseudo-god sensed something, they couldn't have arrived so quickly, Li Yuan thought rapidly, unless, he has always been guarding by my side, only then could he arrive so swiftly.
It should be noted, up till now, under the influence of the space treasure, even the guardian array of the royal capital had not yet descended. Divine? Arrived so quickly? Xing Chan pseudo-god finally rushed out from the grotto heaven treasure, his eyes filled with shock. Damn it! Damn it! A flying heaven level, how could it withstand half of the assault from a law treasure? This must definitely have the strength of semi-divine limit. Flying heaven level, bursting out with the strength of semi-divine limit. What kind of monstrous genius is this? But Xing Chan pseudo-god had no time to ponder further. Because, whoosh, that blurrily figured divine, already holding the nearly transparent divine sword, came striking over hazily. As if placed in another space, his movements were unpredictably strange. Before the sword arrived, the invisible fluctuations emitted by the sword alone caused the white-robed semi-divine to disintegrate into ash. Attacking directly at Xing Chan pseudo-god. Annihilate. Soul attack. Xing Chan pseudo-god gritted his teeth. Knowing that physically killing Li Yuan was difficult, his gaze directly fell upon Li Yuan. An invisible wave of soul fluctuation descended. A peak pseudo-god expert skilled in soul attacks, premeditated a full-powered strike. This kind of close-range soul attack, not even a true god could block. Li Yuan had to endure it by himself. In the same instant, a flying heaven level, even if his soul will is strong, his soul can't possibly be at pseudo-god level, it should just be very strong-willed. I'm not hoping to kill him, just to make him be caught off guard for a moment. That would be enough. Enough to kill him. Xing Chan pseudo-god looked up, sensing that descending divine sword, his eyes showing a trace of madness. All of you go die. Explode. Explode. Explode for me. Boom. The heaven and earth shook, and the gray-robed Xing Chan pseudo-god's body instantly erupted with boundless flames, turning into a huge fireball, followed by an explosion like that of a miniature sun. Sacrificial god fire. Self-destruction. This was the last resort of a divine, using life as the cost, generally the mightiest move. Xing Chan pseudo-god, from the moment he entered the Yuan country capital, never intended to leave alive. In the Xing Chan pseudo-god's plan, if Li Yuan had a pseudo-god puppet by his side, or a pseudo-god bodyguard for protection, then, he would view the guard force and give up the assassination, or directly self-destruct to gamble with his life. If Li Yuan was alone, the plan was to first try to directly kill Li Yuan with 2 secret treasures, and if the secret treasure assault failed, then attempt to kill him with his own strength. However, Xing Chan's pseudo-god overlooked two things. First, Li Yuan's personal strength was far greater than he had imagined. Second, in addition to bestowing Li Yuan with a pseudo-god puppet, Zhang Yuan True God had also arranged for another extremely powerful pseudo-god, Shadow Demon Pseudo-God, to secretly protect Li Yuan, as a double layer of protection. And the Shadow Demon Pseudo-God had been hiding in the dark all along, even unbeknownst to Xing Chan's pseudo-god. Flying heaven level, yet capable of unleashing such terrifying power, what an astonishing, peerless genius. No wonder such a formidable pseudo-god would secretly protect him. No matter what, I've done my best. I hope, this death-defying strike, can kill Shu Yuan.
I hope, Black Blade True God will do his best to take care of my family. In the instant of self-destruction, the powerful soul of a pseudo-god level allowed Xing Chan's pseudo-god's thoughts to momentarily pause, shining with many thoughts in the last moment of his life.
It's just a pity that he was doomed not to see the outcome. Boom. That terrifying soul fluctuation instantly invaded Li Yuan's spiritual world. This soul fluctuation, like a sharp spike, brutally collided with Li Yuan's soul core. Xing Chan's pseudo-god knew that Li Yuan had overcome the Nine Sounds realm, his spiritual will much stronger than the vast majority of semi-divines. However, he judged based on Li Yuan merely being at flying heaven level, and the exceedingly long time it took to traverse through the Nine Sounds realm, that Li Yuan's spiritual will should be equivalent to the threshold of a pseudo-god. Normally speaking, Xing Chan's pseudo-god's judgment wasn't wrong. But in the past 2 months, Li Yuan had been cultivating the Heart Illusion 6 realms, and although he had not yet reached perfection in the first realm, his will had improved and reached level 55. In terms of the strength of will, Li Yuan was already close to many peak of pseudo-god powerhouses. Coupled with an almost pseudo-god soul, Li Yuan's spiritual will was on par with a regular pseudo-god. Moreover, Li Yuan also possessed the Thousand-Heart Lotus platform, guarding his soul, a supreme pseudo-god artifact, prepared specifically for Li Yuan's flying heaven semi-divine staged by Ancient Flame True God. Soul attack. A soul attack from a peak of pseudo-god, trying to shake me? What a joke. Li Yuan instantly sensed it. It could be said that facing pseudo-god powerhouses, what Li Yuan feared least was the other party launching a soul attack. Whoosh, inside Li Yuan's spiritual world, the Thousand-Heart Lotus platform rotated, its layers of lotus leaves spinning, easily weakening the strength of this soul attack by more than 70%. The remaining small portion of might that struck against Li Yuan's spiritual will did cause his soul to tremble, but still, it was resisted. It could be said, most peak of pseudo-god soul attacks, let alone annihilating Li Yuan, would find it very difficult to even affect him. But for Li Yuan, the biggest impact was not from the soul attack, but instead, the self-destruction. A self-destruction of a divine being unleashed might unrelated to law comprehension but related to the remaining origin power within the body, effectively letting one's lifetime of cultivated origin power explode completely in an instant. The might was boundless. Speaking slowly, in the instant Li Yuan blocked the soul attack, that overwhelming energy flood had already impacted in all directions. The first to bear the brunt was the Shadow Demon Pseudo-God.
Self-destruction. Not good. I can withstand it, but Shu Yuan is already severely injured, even just the aftermath could likely be unbearable for him. A thought flashed through the mind of Shadow Demon Pseudo-God, whose mission was to protect Shu Yuan.
His hand turned the divine sword fiercely toward the fiery energy flood, unleashing a terrifying collision instantly, obliterating a great deal of the impact's might. Boom! Following that, the body of Shadow Demon Pseudo-God rapidly grew larger, becoming like a giant, with large amounts of black mist crazily spreading in all directions, instantly engulfing a vast area, including Li Yuan. Attempting to protect Li Yuan, the self-destructive impact was simply too fast. In a rush, the first approach was to use the weapon to consume as much might as possible, followed by unfolding a large domain, which was the method Shadow Demon Pseudo-God could think of to protect Li Yuan. Boom! But the impact of a peak of pseudo-god self-destruction was so terrifying, and although Shadow Demon Pseudo-God was only impacted in one of the directions and he was trying his utmost to block it, The layers of black mist were still instantly starting to dissipate and dissolve in the face of the terrifying fiery flood. That surging fiery flood finally swept in all directions, also impacting towards Li Yuan. Pseudo-god puppet. Block it for me. Li Yuan gritted his teeth, knowing all too well that just before, he had continuously been enduring the assault of law treasures, unable to channel them into the ancient divine palace, and now this impact had come extremely quickly. Fortunately, just as Xing Chan's pseudo-god's attack tried to forcefully push outward, Li Yuan was also desperately trying to move his pseudo-god puppet outside. In the instant Xing Chan's pseudo-god self-destructed, the pseudo-god puppet finally appeared. Roar, like a giant spider, the huge pseudo-god puppet instantly spread its 8 limbs, 2 limbs firmly on the ground, like a mountain standing in front of Li Yuan. The other 6 limbs, however, swung dazzling blades of light in an instant, trying their best to resist the fiery impact. Boom! That terrifying shockwave finally arrived, firstly hitting the pseudo-god puppet's blades of light, which weakened it layer by layer, and then again striking the colossal body of the pseudo-god puppet. The self-destructive might of Xing Chan's pseudo-god was almost at the pseudo-god limit, and even after being weakened multiple times, it remained close to the level of might of a peak of pseudo-god. Boom! Despite its best efforts to resist, the pseudo-god puppet still struggled to keep its stance, its massive body toppling backwards in disarray, striking fiercely against Li Yuan's figure. Boom! Li Yuan's body was jarred by the impact from the pseudo-god puppet, his body shivering violently. The parts that had just recovered were once again deeply cracked. Blood cascaded, bones snapped, and an abundance of fresh blood oozed from the ears, nose, mouth, and other organs, a truly horrifying sight. Fortunately, the self-destructive impact of the pseudo-god puppet had already weakened most of its might, leaving only a small part of it. Li Yuan, with difficulty, blocked the last of the impact's aftermath. He and the pseudo-god puppet finally both steadied themselves. Terrifying. Did I survive? A tinge of excitement surged in Li Yuan's heart as he had survived such a dreadful assassination attempt. Had his strength been slightly weaker, had the pseudo-god puppet emerged from the storage magical treasure a bit later, had that mysterious pseudo-god not arrived in time, in any case, had any aspect been just a bit off, he likely would have fallen today. Boom! Flames from other directions continued to spread in all directions, causing the earth to tremble wildly, enormous pavilions collapsing. Even the ground's incredibly tough rocks were shattered, countless pebbles scattering. A scene of utter devastation. Normally, the self-destruction of a peak of pseudo-god could envelope a range of over 1,000 kilometers. However, this place was Yuan country capital. Origin power arrays spanned every area, and every building had formations and restrictions to greatly reduce the aftershock of the energy impact. At the same time, the capital array in the void was fully activated, strands of fiery red light descending, gushing from all around, striving to diminish the impact of the shockwaves. Eventually, the self-destruction merely affected an area of barely more than 10 kilometers and gradually returned to tranquility. Whoosh! With a single thought from Li Yuan, he retracted the huge pseudo-god puppet in front of him back into the storage magical treasure. The pseudo-god puppet was not easy to refine and its value was incredibly astonishing. Many civilizations and clans relied on it to endure for millions of years. Such an item was indispensable. To flaunt it so carelessly? Such a treasured relic was far too eye-catching, likely to attract the covetous glances of some pseudo-god powerhouses. Moreover, such trump card measures, if constantly revealed, would lose their effectiveness as a trump card. An enemy would easily be able to take countermeasures the moment they decide to take action. The unknown is the most terrifying. Thank you, Senior, for saving me. Li Yuan bowed in gratitude, as without that pseudo-god powerhouse's rescue, he would have definitely died. Li Yuan also felt full of gratitude in his heart. It wasn't me who saved you. It was you who saved yourself. The voice of the demon shadow pseudo-god was harsh and hoarse. To think a flying heaven level could unleash semi-divine limit strength, this is truly unheard of. In regards to the strength Li Yuan revealed, the demon shadow pseudo-god was quite astonished in his heart. Moreover, if you truly wish to give thanks, then thank the king. The demon shadow pseudo-god spoke in a low voice. I am here to protect you by the king's command. Not wishing to reveal the truth to you prematurely, to prevent complacency, I haven't shown myself until now. Therefore, I was far from you, and when I came to save you, I couldn't arrive instantly. The demon shadow pseudo-god explained patiently. Li Yuan nodded slightly, understanding that no protective measure was absolutely foolproof. Most were reactive in approach. I will report to the king and swiftly clarify who is behind the assassination attempt. Presumably, there will be an explanation for you, and possibly compensation, given that the assassination is likely related to your identity. The demon shadow pseudo-god spoke. Now, I shall leave first. Whoosh, the form of the demon shadow pseudo-god became increasingly indistinct, disappearing swiftly like flowing water from Li Yuan's senses. Has he gone into hiding again? He even kept it from Sister Ji Yu? Li Yuan inwardly sighed, his gaze sweeping in all directions. Then, Li Yuan turned into a streak of light, rapidly flying towards the Nine Sound building. After a while, bystanders from all around in the streets started to whisper about the great battle. Such a scene was rare for many flying heaven and even pseudo-gods. Some passers-by even perished from the blast, so strong. The end must have been a fierce battle between two divines, but how could Shu Yuan, a mere flying heaven level, survive such a terrifying aftermath of the explosion? Can a flying heaven level be this strong? To withstand a law treasure without perishing? These onlookers, for the most part, had their own measure. Quickly, the news of Li Yuan being targeted for assassination by a divine, along with the terrifying power he unleashed, spread at a startling speed throughout the Yuan country capital. In the confrontation with Xing Chan, the pseudo-god, Li Yuan suffered severe injuries, with even both arms being blown apart. But under the state of deploying the all things divine body, his origin power was comparable to that of a demigod, and his vitality was incredibly strong. As time passed, the damage to his limbs quickly healed. By the time he reached the Nine Sound building, he had already recovered to his original state. Only that the consumption of origin power was immense, and he needed a long time to refine heaven and earth origin power for his own use. Above the clouds of the Nine Sound building, there lied another structure, Shen Yin building, and under normal circumstances, only divines were qualified to be there. Like Zhang Shan, despite having the combat power of a pseudo-god, he could not come here. But the Nine Sound's true god had specially ordered that Li Yuan could come here, just not bring anyone else. Outside the Shen Yin building, Master Shu Yuan, a lady in purple, the Qian Huan pseudo-god, came forward with a slight smile. As a follower of the Nine Sound's true god, she knew from the order that Li Yuan held a high status in the heart of Nine Sound's true god, and naturally did not dare to neglect him. Qian Huan pseudo-god. Li Yuan also nodded slightly. Please, this way. Qian Huan pseudo-god smiled and said, the treasures you need, I have mostly prepared them. Li Yuan nodded. At this moment, Luzhu, a streak of light cut through the clouds, and a burly man came rushing over. He was about to speak when he saw Li Yuan beside him, his eyes widened. Shu Yuan? You're here? Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. How should you address him? Call him Master Shu Yuan. Qian Huan pseudo-god frowned. Yes. The burly man quickly complied, then said respectfully, Master Shu Yuan, this humble one pays his respects. No matter. Li Yuan said indifferently. What's the matter? Qian Huan pseudo-god frowned, knowing that if it were not an urgent matter, nobody would suddenly come to disturb her. The burly man glanced at Li Yuan before turning to Qian Huan pseudo-god and seemed to communicate telepathically. In just a second, Qian Huan pseudo-god's expression had changed, and with a wave of her hand, the burly man quickly retreated. Master Shu Yuan, you just encountered an assassination by a divine? Qian Huan pseudo-god couldn't help but ask. My subordinate said, someone saw with their own eyes you blocking the attack of a law treasure, revealing tremendous power. Just now I indeed encountered an assassination. Li Yuan nodded, not surprised that the news had spread so quickly. The Nine Sound building, able to expand its business to such magnitude, naturally had astonishing channels for information. Flying heaven level, being able to withstand an attack by a law treasure with one's own power is terrifying. A law treasure, in the face of most demigods, can achieve absolute annihilation, Qian Huan pseudo-god remarked with emotion. Many semi-divine limit experts might not be able to withstand it, yet you could block it. Qian Huan pseudo-god was indeed somewhat shaken by the news. On the other hand, she also guessed that the relationship with Nine Sound's true god must be good. The more exceptional Li Yuan was, the better it would naturally be for the entire Nine Sound building in the future. I'm flattered. Li Yuan shook his head. I only blocked part of the might, and then a pseudo-god came to obliterate the law treasure. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have perished. Li Yuan knew his limits. After entering Juxing continent for a few months, although his spear technique had broken through, his foundation was significantly inferior to other semi-divine limit experts. In terms of direct combat strength, he was on par with most semi-divine limit experts. However, his greatest advantage was his soul will. In this aspect, he was far superior to other demigods. In today's battle, if it were another semi-divine limit expert, they might have been directly killed at the soul level. Haha, don't be modest. A pseudo-god's assassination, even employing a law treasure. Just surviving while being only at flying heaven level is enough to be proud of, Qian Huan pseudo-god said with a smile. If I hadn't witnessed your feat in the Nine Sounds realm, from afar, I am afraid I wouldn't believe it. Li Yuan smiled and didn't argue further. Soon, Qian Huan pseudo-god led Li Yuan into a quiet chamber within the Shen Yin building. Master Shu Yuan. These are the many treasures you entrusted me to purchase. Most of them have been acquired, but there are still a few treasures for which there is no news yet, Qian Huan pseudo-god said. You may check them now. Qian Huan pseudo-god waved her hand, handing several storage treasures to Li Yuan. Li Yuan did not take it lightly. With a thought, he had already taken several storage treasures into the ancient divine palace. Sister, please check them carefully, Li Yuan transmitted. Although Li Yuan knew the information about the treasures he needed, he had never actually seen them. In terms of appraising treasures, naturally, Gu was more impressive. After a while, brother, it's mostly correct, Gu transmitted. All things divine body, true solution of the Earth Star vein. Required to cultivate to the 4th rank, all the treasures have been collected. But for Heaven and Earth River, and True Wind Star Meridian solution, required to cultivate to the 4th rank, we have gathered most of it but still lack about 20%. For Myriad Shadows Void, required to cultivate to the 3rd rank, there's enough. To cultivate to the 4th rank, we still lack about 30%. Here are the details. Gu directly transmitted a list to Li Yuan, marking what was lacking among the various types of treasures, as well as the general prices of the acquired treasures in the divine realm. So that Li Yuan had a clear idea in his mind. It's fine. Qian Huan pseudo-god, these treasures are indeed what I need, Li Yuan said with a smile. Please give me a total price, I will take them all. Previously, Li Yuan had left a deposit of 3000 Fangshan crystals. Haha, of course. Master Shu Yuan is truly generous, Qian Huan pseudo-god said with a laugh. I definitely won't ask for a high price. Just give another 1000 Fangshan crystals, and that will be enough. 4000 Fangshan crystals. Li Yuan paused, shaking his head. Qian Huan pseudo-god, please charge the normal price. There's no need to deliberately offer me a favor. If it's like this, how could you continue running the Nine Sound building? Li Yuan was well aware that for a 9-layer star technique, to cultivate from the 3rd rank to the ultimate 4th rank, if one uses all the required types of treasures to expedite, it ranged from several hundred Fangshan crystals to several thousand Fangshan crystals. Auxiliary star techniques like the true solution of the Earth Star vein require fewer treasures. And for abilities like the all things divine body, Li Yuan estimated that he would need nearly 2000 Fangshan crystals to cultivate from the 3rd rank to the peak of the 4th rank. 5 schools with 9-layer star technique. Even if 3 of the star techniques are lacking some treasures, adding them all together, it definitely exceeds 4000 Fangshan crystals. Let's settle it this way. A pseudo-god of illusions, for 5000 Fangshan crystals, Li Yuan pondered for a moment and then said, I'll remember this favor in my heart. But you also have costs in acquiring so many treasures. I can't let you make a loss. Otherwise, next time I won't feel comfortable asking you to help me purchase treasures again. Whoosh! Li Yuan flipped his hand and passed a storage treasure, containing 2,000 Fangshan crystals, to the pseudo-god of illusions. Seeing Li Yuan's seriousness, the pseudo-god of illusions could not help but give a wry smile and nodded, accepting the 2,000 Fangshan crystals. After chatting for a while, Li Yuan bid farewell. Standing on the pavilion, the pseudo-god of illusions watched Li Yuan vanish into the clouds with a sigh in his heart. Trying to owe a favor from this Mr. Xu Yuan is indeed difficult. As a peak pseudo-god, she didn't care about 1 or 2,000 crystals. If possible, she would even gladly give them all to Li Yuan for free. But clearly, Li Yuan did not want to owe her too much. Flying heaven level, yet capable of unleashing the power of a demigod at its limit. The pseudo-god of illusions pondered internally. Could it be that Xu Yuan's law comprehension has reached the standard of the Laowul at the 8th stage? No matter what, our abyss country has indeed produced an incredible genius, the pseudo-god of illusions thought quietly. But it's unknown which true god is behind the assassination attempt on Li Yuan that even the divine deities are willing to risk their lives. It's probably an enemy of the king, without a doubt. To employ a mighty pseudo-god for an assassination, the one behind it must be extraordinary. Above the Yuan country capital, within the imperial palace. Demigod at its limit. Zhang Yuan true god, looking at the information and the combat image delivered by the shadow pseudo-god, thought. And to be unaffected by a soul attack from a peak pseudo-god. My little junior brother is even more powerful than I imagined, thought Zhang Yuan true god to himself. He is quite the entity. Looking across the entire Zhuxing continent, there is no true god who dares to claim to be stronger than him. Even the heavenly divines are quite polite to him. Almost all have acknowledged that he is the most likely candidate from the Zhuxing continent to ascend to heavenly god. His vision is extremely high, and his ambition is equally vast, unwilling to be confined to this world. Every strength has its reasons. Although Xu Yuan is of 8-star veins, after all, he's at the flying heaven level, and his spear technique is at the initial rank of pseudo-god level. True divine instrument? No, at most, he uses top-grade virtual divine artifact. Zhang Yuan true god analyzed quickly. Either he has an exceptionally special secret treasure for protection, or his star technique is particularly powerful, and he should have cultivated more than one 9-layer star technique. Zhang Yuan true god speculated a little and then became certain of his conjecture in his heart. 9-layer star techniques, it's not easy to find ones that fit him, and yet, he could practice several, indeed not unworthy of being an unparalleled genius from the Chaos Divine Court, Zhang Yuan true god thought. Instantly, a trace of murderous intent flickered in the eyes of Zhang Yuan true god. HMPH, you dare to come to my lair and attempt an assassination? Truly audacious. Whoosh! With a thought, Zhang Yuan true god left the temple and arrived in seconds at the location where the battle had occurred. A mess. A massive crater tens of kilometers in diameter, the previously tidy streets, bustling with many shops, have all turned to nothingness. If not for the formation that envelops the royal capital, the scope of destruction would have been far greater. Halt. Reverse. Sense. Zhang Yuan true god stood in the void, with even a significant number of the Yuan country's forbidden army around, none could detect his presence. As if he were in a different layer of space. Whoosh, an invisible fluctuation enveloped the area, and Zhang Yuan true god's gaze became misty as his vision completely changed. In his eyes, the surrounding scenes were rapidly shifting. As if time was reversing. The flow of time was retracing. Of course, this scene was only visible to Zhang Yuan true god. Those demigods nearby had no clue whatsoever. This spell, extremely difficult to cast, requires a true god with a high comprehension of space law, or to be a heavenly god to perform, and can only trace back a period of time at most. The longer one wants to trace back, the harder it becomes. For someone like Zhang Yuan true god, he can at most trace back a local area within a couple of days. And that's without interference from other powerful beings distorting the space. If some powerful beings intentionally disrupt the spatial waves, tracing back becomes even more challenging. However, Li Yuan, Shadow Pseudo-God, Xing Chan Pseudo-God, in their battle, though appearing fierce, only caused slight ripples in the space, naturally not affecting Zhang Yuan True God's ability to cast this spell. Whoosh, 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 along with the casting of the spell, Zhang Yuan True God's understanding of the cause and consequence of this battle became increasingly clear. Much clearer than a mere combat image. This pseudo-god, his strength should be at the peak of pseudo-god. Zhang Yuan True God's gaze turned icy. The law he is proficient in is. Whoosh, 10 small, fist-sized red crystal stone orbs materialized before Zhang Yuan True God, followed by the orbs changing aura continuously, eventually stabilizing. If Li Yuan and Shadow Pseudo-God were here, they would be shocked to discover that the soul aura of the pseudo-god they encountered was identical to the aura emitted by these 10 orbs. Simulating soul aura. Appearance can change, attire can change, even combat weapons and moves can change. But the soul aura is almost immutable. To trace the conspirator behind the scenes, Zhang Yuan True God's first step is to figure out who the assassin is. Before long, a woman dressed in a light and soft purple gauze dress, seemingly like mist, appeared. "My king. 9 sound, I need you to do something for me." Zhang Yuan True God pointed to 10 crystal spheres and said, "Find out who the owner of this soul aura is. First check the pseudo-gods under the command of True God's Black Blade, Yu Kai. Follow the order and investigate the 8 True Gods pseudo-gods." Zhang Yuan True God had many enemies, but hatred varied in degree. Logically, if it wasn't a vendetta unto death, there would be no direct assassination attempt on Li Yuan. This is the soul aura of an assassin sent to kill Shu Yuan. Isn't the assassin dead? 9 Sounds True God was surprised. She was aware that Li Yuan was assassinated. No need to ask further, just track it. Use the intelligence network of the ancient city, the faster the better. Zhang Yuan True God ordered. Yes. 9 Sounds True God nodded. She was very aware of the importance Zhang Yuan True God placed on Li Yuan. Now that Li Yuan had narrowly escaped death, Zhang Yuan True God must be extremely angry. East Sea, Black Blade Island. At the highest point of the imperial city, within that grand palace, the Black Blade True God sat on his towering throne. Around his throne, countless black mists were diffusing, which upon closer look were not mist at all, but numerous tiny black blades, densely packed and fluttering like mist. Suddenly, Black Blade True God opened his eyes, a hint of seriousness flashing through them. The soul lamp of Xing Chan has been extinguished? The pseudo-gods under his command had all ignited their soul lamps, which, barring very exceptional circumstances, there could only be one possibility for its extinguishment: death. Xing Chan was sent to assassinate Shu Yuan. Based on the timing, he should have taken action. Black Blade True God had a sliver of expectation. I had specially bestowed upon him a space treasure. As a flying heaven level, he should be able to assassinate the target, I suppose. If the assassination is successful, it would be the elimination of a great threat. Thinking so, Black Blade True God immediately sent a message, using the intelligence network of the Holy Land, to find out the outcome of the assassination. While the news of Li Yuan being targeted for assassination spread extremely quickly, from the East Domain to the East Sea was very distant, the analysis and transmission of intelligence naturally took time. After half a day, Black Blade True God received a message from the intelligence network of the Holy Land. The unparalleled genius of Abyss Country, Li Yuan, faced an assassination attempt by a pseudo-god. It is suspected he unleashed semi-divine limit strength to survive. The assassin died on the spot, and the identity of the perpetrator is yet to be determined. Inside the palace. Useless. Black Blade True God was instantly furious. Utterly useless. A pseudo-god peak yet failed to kill a flying heaven level, a complete waste. His roar echoed within the grand temple, causing a few pseudo-gods present to shiver in fear. This piece of news significantly worsened Black Blade True God's mood. It was bad enough the assassination failed, but the strength Li Yuan displayed was all the more irritating to him. According to whatever records are available within Abyss Country about Shu Yuan's life, he's only cultivated for less than 40 years. And he is already so formidable? Black Blade True God found this troublesome, his eyes flickering. If he were to cultivate normally, I fear that in 1 or 2,000 years, he could reach the True God peak. Perhaps another Zhang Yuan, he couldn't be killed. Such a monstrous talent, now that he has experienced this assassination, he will be heavily protected from now on, till he joins Starry Sky Ancient City. Black Blade True God shook his head, giving up any further thoughts of assassination. It was too difficult, and if it were just the first wave of assassination, it would be one thing, but if there were another attempt, probably even the Starry Sky Ancient City would not let it go. HMPH. Zhang Yuan, that fool, must be going mad tracking it down now. Black Blade True God sneered with disdain. Let him search. It's been nearly 1,000 years since Xing Chan has made a move. I do not believe you can trace back to him. Even if you somehow manage to find out, what can you do? Yes, Shu Yuan was a threat, but as long as he doesn't become a heavenly god, he is no threat to me. Black Blade True God couldn't care less. Even if he finally becomes heavenly god, worst case I'll just hide in the endless starry sky, it would be hard for him to find me. As time passed, the news about this battle was rapidly spreading, even quickly going beyond Abyss country's borders, with other major powers also collecting this intelligence. After all, a pseudo-god peak powerhouse had died because of it. The one targeted was the newly famous Shu Yuan. Most importantly, the strength shown by Li Yuan was extremely rare among flying heaven level across the entire Zhuxing continent. Being flying heaven level, to possess such strength, and still so young, his future is bound to be terrifying. And no wonder he was targeted for assassination. At least a true god peak, and there's even a slight chance to ascend to heavenly divine. Many major forces truly began paying attention to Li Yuan, continuously collecting intelligence on him. Illusionary True Marquis Mansion. So powerful. The palace-dressed lady, illusionary True Marquis, was shocked. Then a trace of relief emerged. Ha ha, it was wise to back down back then. My son was decisive and smart enough. Sometimes, capitulating quickly isn't necessarily bad. Some intelligence on Li Yuan had even been directly delivered to Zhuxing Ancient City, sparking quite a bit of debate. But none of these affected Li Yuan. Or rather, it was Zhang Yuan True God who was secretly protecting him, preventing those with ulterior motives from reaching Li Yuan. Within the quiet chamber of his mansion, Li Yuan let out a long breath, revealing a slight smile. In 6 days, I finally cultivated the Myriad Shadows Void to the 3rd rank limit. Indeed, the higher the cultivation level, the faster one can train in star techniques. On the first day upon returning to the mansion from the 9 Sound Building, Li Yuan used some treasures he had prepared early on to cleanse away all the 3rd rank star marks of the 9 Shadows clone from his star meridian. Then, he began to cultivate Myriad Shadows Void. Had it been when he had just reached the flying heaven level, this whole process would probably have cost Li Yuan several months. But now his realm was terrifyingly high, his soul will was stronger, and he sensed life star much more clearly. In the end, cleansing the star technique star marks and cultivating new star techniques took about 8 days in total. With that, the 5 star techniques Li Yuan cultivated were all 9-layer star techniques. There were no longer any weaknesses. Normally, a 7-star veins powerhouse would awaken 2 to 3 9-layer star veins, capable of cultivating 3 9-layer star techniques. Li Yuan pondered. Among these 3 star techniques, there's usually one auxiliary cultivation star technique to grasp the mysteries of the law faster. The remainder can be used to cultivate battle 9-layer star techniques. For an entity like Ancient Torch Divine, the only battle 9-layer star technique was the All Things Divine Body. And for an 8-star veins powerhouse, usually, they could awaken 3 to 4 9-layer star veins. This is also the reason why domain type 9-layer star techniques and escape skill 9-layer star techniques are rare. Li Yuan pondered. Fewer practitioners meant fewer powerful star techniques could be researched. The super powerhouse's first choice in cultivating 9-layer star techniques was divine body type star techniques, followed by auxiliary cultivation star techniques. In the likes of domain, escape skills, and other areas, They usually cultivate 7th-layer star techniques in combination with magical treasures, which naturally pales in comparison to 9-layer star techniques. Shua. 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 With a thought from Li Yuan, dozens of shadow clones appeared silently within the quiet chamber. Each clone emitted a genuine aura. Ordinary demigods might not even be able to distinguish real from fake. Myriad Shadows Void is indeed much stronger than 9 Shadows clone, Li Yuan reflected inwardly. In the future, if I can cultivate it to the 4th rank limit, the gap will only widen. Now, I have mastered 3 battle 9-layer star techniques, and once I step into demigod, I will be able to cultivate another star technique. Li Yuan revealed a smile. Then, I can further narrow the fundamental gap with pseudo-gods. The benefits of having powerful star meridians were continually becoming evident. Continue training then. Li Yuan gently closed his eyes, pondering over spear technique. Only 2 days left before he heads to the Starry Sky ancient city. The 2 days whizzed by. Shu Yuan, come quickly to the Divine Fire Palace's main hall, get ready to set out. Li Yuan received Sha Shi pseudo-god's transmission. Finally heading to the Starry Sky ancient city, Li Yuan stood up, a trace of anticipation in his eyes. Starry Sky ancient city, the cultivation holy land of this world, with each generation having a heavenly divine sitting in, even if it couldn't keep up with the top major forces in the divine realm, it was comparable to powerful forces like the heavenly serpent clan. Li Yuan was naturally filled with anticipation. After instructing Ren Qing with a few words, Li Yuan soared to the heavens and left the mansion, swiftly arriving at a palace in the center of the Divine Fire Palace. By the time he arrived, more than a dozen figures had already gathered in the hall. Some were flying heaven level, some were demigods. Shu Yuan has arrived. That's Shu Yuan, doesn't look like much. Shu Yuan. The dozen or so people in the hall couldn't help but look towards Li Yuan. Sha Shi pseudo-god flew out of the palace first, followed by 15 flying heaven level and 10 semi-divine figures one after another. Li Yuan and Zhang Shan were in the lead. Shu Yuan, when you encountered the divine assassination, Zhang Zan and I were really sweating for you. Zhang Shan communicated through psychic means. It's fortunate that you were safe in the end. The main reason is that the king's rescue was timely, secretly dispatching a pseudo-god for protection. Li Yuan replied through psychic communication. Otherwise, how could I alone withstand the assassination of a pseudo-god? This was the truth. Even with a pseudo-god puppet, it could only delay the inevitable slightly. That's true, Zhang Shan nodded. Your law comprehension is extremely high, reaching pseudo-god level. But your foundation of strength is too weak. If you were to break through to semi-divine, your power should rapidly surpass mine, and your self-preservation capabilities would be much stronger, with more means to deal with threats. Origin power cultivation is the foundation. Speaking of which, you should have already awakened the 8-star veins, right? Zhang Shan communicated. Aren't you breaking through to semi-divine? There's no rush for the moment. I want to stay at flying heaven level a bit longer, awakening my life star to its limit, Li Yuan spoke vaguely. Zhang Shan guessed that he had awakened the 8-star veins, and Li Yuan did not find it strange. In fact, according to the information transmitted by Qian Huan pseudo-god, many major power information networks on the Zhu Xing continent now speculate that he has awakened the 8-star veins. Otherwise, how could he burst forth with semi-divine limit strength? That's right, since you can't catch up with this ancestral realm battle, and you're still young, it won't matter if you break through late, 10 or 20 years from now, it's better to solidify your star meridian foundation, Zhang Shan said. After all, your soul will is strong, and your law comprehension speed won't be too slow. By the way, have you found out who is behind the assassination? Zhang Shan asked curiously. Not yet, Li Yuan shook his head. After the assassination, Zhang Yuan True God only communicated with him that they were investigating. However, 10 days had passed, and there was still no conclusion. Li Yuan did not have much expectation to begin with. First, the assassin pseudo-god was clearly a dead soldier, likely having assumed a false identity. With his body destroyed, it was extremely difficult to find out amongst the many divines on the Zhu Xing continent. Second, even if they found out, what then? If the other party dared to make a move, they would not fear being discovered. With Li Yuan's current strength, he didn't have the capability to kill in retaliation. In this way, Li Yuan and Zhang Shan continued to exchange psychic messages as they followed in flight. Before long, the group of several dozen people had arrived at a northern district of Yuan country capital. There, an astonishingly expansive series of towering tower-like transmission arrays were erected. There were no less than 18 transmission arrays. 17 of those transmission arrays led to the royal capitals of the other core divine kingdoms in the East Domain. The tallest and most imposing transmission array, however, led to one of the continent's holy lands for cultivation, the Zhuxing ancient city. It could be said, the Yuan country capital is a core locus of the East Domain, where a large number of flying heaven semi-divine beings and even divines teleport daily from other divine kingdoms to the Yuan country capital. There was a constant stream of arrivals and departures. Just the fees collected for teleportation were astonishing indeed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Above the 18 transmission arrays, large numbers of soldiers clothed in black armor patrolled. They were the Black Abyss Guard, one of the mightiest military forces of Yuan country. Formal members of the Black Abyss Guard were at least at semi-divine middle rank, and those guarding here amounted to over 1,000. Furthermore, there were many divines secretly guarding the transmission arrays. Transmission arrays? A hint of curiosity flitted through Li Yuan's eyes. Space transmission arrays could only be laid down by heavenly divines with extreme comprehension of space law. Li Yuan had read about them before, but this was the first time he was seeing one in person. They followed Shashi pseudo-god directly towards the deep end where the towering transmission array was located. Who are these people? There was also a team before this. They are going to ride the ancient city transmission array? Many Black Abyss guards watched curiously at this scene. Teleportation between different divine kingdoms was frequent. But the transmission array leading to Zhuxing ancient city was activated far less often, sometimes not even once a day. Yet in recent days, there had been quite a few teams like this. Stupid. Are you new here? The one in silver armor is Zhang Shan, and the other in black clothes is Xu Yuan. Another of the Black Abyss Guard glanced over, have some discernment. They're likely going to Zhuxing ancient city for special training and cultivation. The Zhuxing ancient city is comprised of divines, isn't it? Some more well-informed Black Abyss Guards mentioned, reportedly, the top 10 flying heaven semi-divine geniuses from Divine Fire Palace are qualified to go to Zhuxing ancient city. These days, it's not just our divine kingdom, but some top talents from other weaker divine kingdoms have also been sending teams to our Yuan country capital, taking transmission arrays to the Zhuxing ancient city. Top 10 in Divine Fire Palace. What freaks of nature. The ones in the top 10 of the semi-divine list likely boast power comparably to pseudo-gods, these Black Abyss Guards muttered to themselves. In terms of power and status, they were superior to many semi-divines outside. But compared to the Divine Fire Palace's geniuses, they were nothing. At that moment, Shashi pseudo-god had led Li Yuan and the others into the space transmission array. Soon the transmission array flashed with a sky-piercing radiance. Whoosh! The inside of the transmission array became empty, clearly indicating that Li Yuan and the others had reached a distant land. The Zhuxing ancient city is the true core of Zhuxing continent, ranked number 1 among the 3 great starry sky ancient cities, gathering the continent's most top-notch powerhouses, the largest number of treasures, and the best external cultivation environments. Even though Yuan country was already formidable, with thousands of divines year-round, it was still far from comparable to Zhuxing ancient city. The most important point. Zhuxing ancient city is a holy land for cultivation. Those who can come here are either talented individuals or powerhouses. Within a vast canyon stood tower-shaped transmission arrays, one after another. Suddenly, one transmission array flickered with light, and immediately afterward, dozens of people flew out of the transmission array. This is Zhuxing ancient city. Why is it a canyon? There's hardly anyone around. In the sky, there are divine guards. It's not quite what I imagined. Zhang Zan, Li Yuan, and other flying heaven-level cultivators all looked around curiously. Suspended in the void was a black warship with more than a dozen figures wearing black armor, resembling soldiers, all with rather indifferent expressions. At first glance, they seemed like ordinary soldiers, but the aura they emitted made Zhang Zan and the others at the flying heaven level feel a chill in their spines. Divine. Warship. Soldiers. Pseudo-god. Li Yuan's heart skipped a beat because he immediately thought of the first time he received the martial god inheritance on Martial Divine Mountain. In that divine mark, a similar scene existed, divine as soldiers. Juxing Ancient City, worthy of being the biggest force on the Juxing continent. Li Yuan thought of many things. The martial god inheritance is the all gods inheritance cave dwelling, which was obtained by Dongfang Alliance leader from 9 Leaves 9 Mountains. Dongfang Alliance leader and the principal are unlikely from the Juxing continent. But their experiences should have something in common with mine. Those at the flying heaven level were all visiting for the first time and were quite curious. However, Baili Teng, Zhang Shan, and about 10 other semi-divine level cultivators appeared much more composed. Most of them had already visited Juxing Ancient City during their time at the flying heaven level. So many transmission arrays? Li Yuan looked towards the back and was secretly shocked. Over 60 transmission arrays? The number was too many. Shu Yuan brother, don't be surprised. Zhang Shan whispered. These transmission arrays, 18 are through the core divine kingdoms. The other arrays lead to treasures controlled by Juxing Ancient City, all containing great opportunities. Li Yuan nodded slightly. In the East Domain, out of 800 divine kingdoms, most have not established transmission arrays, but they have built them towards certain treasured lands instead. It is enough to show that in the eyes of Juxing Ancient City, the importance of many treasured lands is even greater than those of ordinary divine kingdoms. All these are just what is apparent. It is said that there are secret places that only core members can access. Zhang Shan said with a smile. Baili and I only stayed outside the city for 5 years when we were younger. We never entered the city, all is what we heard from others. Shu Yuan brother, you have the potential to become a reserve member as a Saint Heir. Saint Heirs are also core members. Maybe you will get to know them, Zhang Shan said. I'll do my best. Li Yuan laughed softly, but his mind was pondering. Outside the city? Inside the city? Very soon, you will see the most magnificent city in the world. Zhang Shan smiled mysteriously again. At this time, Sha Shi pseudo-god had flown towards the black warship in the void. It seemed that he had finished communicating with the pseudo-god soldiers guarding the ship and now returned to the front of the group. We have already arrived at the Juxing world. Sha Shi pseudo-god's gaze was sharp, seemingly giving a remarkable pressure, sweeping over everyone present. We are about to reach the trial land, so I will remind you once again. Aside from Li Yuan and Zhang Shan whose soul wills are strong, the others all felt a bit intimidated. 10 semi-divine. Most of you have been to Juxing Ancient City before. You know the rules. Sha Shi pseudo-god's voice stated. The divine kingdoms can give you up to 3 chances, and some of you are on your 3rd chance. If you fail the trial again, you can only wait to become pseudo-god before you have the chance to become Juxing guard. Only upon becoming a true god can you become a formal member of Juxing Ancient City. But as Juxing guards, you are the bottom layer of Juxing Ancient City, with much fewer opportunities. Your chances of becoming true god will be very, very low. Among the 10 of you, only Zhang Shan and Wu Beihong are absolutely confident they can pass the trial, but you must not be complacent. Everyone, do your best, Sha Shi pseudo-god said solemnly. Yes. The 10 semi-divine all felt the pressure. Li Yuan, Zhang Zan, and the other flying heaven-level cultivators also stood quietly on the side and listened. According to what Li Yuan heard from Zhang Shan, within Juxing Ancient City, below the divine, there are 3 major levels: outer members, reserve members, core Saint Heir. The divine ones are categorized into Juxing guard, official members, core members, and generally only true gods are core members. Among them, reserve members have a slightly higher status than Juxing guards. Saint Heirs have a status equivalent to true god level core members. As for the 15 of you, Sha Shi pseudo-god then looked at Li Yuan and the group of flying heaven level cultivators, indifferently saying. Aside from Shu Yuan, the 14 of you have not the slightest chance of becoming reserve members. Instantly, the group of flying heaven-level cultivators felt their morale drop. But they also understood that it was much harder for flying heaven level to become reserve members than it was for semi-divine level. Shu Yuan. The king has high hopes for you, and the divine kingdom is also full of expectations for you. Sha Shi Pseudo-God's voice became much gentler. Today, for the first battle, you do your utmost. Whether you can break into the top 10, or even become a Saint Heir, is up to your determination and performance. Yes. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Among the semi-divine reserve members, the very top can be granted the title of Saint Heir. It is the same for flying heaven-level reserve members. Listening to Sha Shi Pseudo-God, there must be flying heaven-level cultivators within Juxing Ancient City with strength comparable to mine? The thought flashed across Li Yuan's mind. Regardless, I'll do my utmost. Top 10. Saint Heir. I want to see for myself. What kind of flying heaven-level cultivators could be stronger than me? Li Yuan thought silently. Perhaps, in the divine realm's chaos divine court, over the long years, some terrifyingly exceptional monstrosities that could erupt with pseudo-god level strength while at flying heaven level could be born. But Li Yuan didn't think it was likely that the Juxing continent had such monstrous talents at this moment. Who? With a wave of Sha Shi Pseudo-God's hand, an invisible force whisked them, dozens of people, out of the canyon. Once they flew out of the canyon. What is that? Including Li Yuan, the flying heaven semi-divine who came to Juxing realm for the first time, were all stunned at this moment. At the end of the land within their view was an endlessly majestic city. The city seemed like a screen between heaven and earth, spanning thousands of kilometers in height. It was too high. Much larger than normal stars, surpassing any man-made structure Li Yuan had ever seen. Even the god-level mothership brought by Chu Bingzhen could not match it. It seemed minuscule compared to this city. The city walls stretched continuously to both sides, and space faintly twisted, making it impossible for them to see the end of the city. Magnificent. At this moment, Li Yuan finally understood Zhang Shan's words. This truly hailed as the most magnificent city in Juxing continent. It's Starry Sky Ancient City, brother. It indeed is Starry Sky Ancient City, no doubt. Ji Yuyu's voice suddenly arose with a hint of excitement. This Starry Sky Ancient City, identical to the one in the divine realm. It has endured for hundreds of millions of years, and not even battles among heavenly divines could damage it. It was specially forged by the Starry Sky Divine Court. Its might is boundless. One Starry Sky Ancient City represents tremendous might, sighed Ji Yuyu. Li Yuan nodded slightly. He had heard about it from Ji Yuyu before. Many dwellings of heavenly divines, in terms of defense, cannot compare to Starry Sky Ancient City. Except for that endless and majestic Juxing Ancient City. On the boundless land outside the city, there were also quite a few floating cities. These cities were also thousands of kilometers in size, also qualifying as mega-cities, but they appeared inconspicuous next to Starry Sky Ancient City. Stop looking. If you can become reserve members, you can enter Juxing Ancient City. Sha Shi Pseudo-God spoke indifferently. Otherwise, just look from the outside. Yes. Many flying heaven semi-divine respectfully replied, their hearts filled with fighting spirit. They all knew. Juxing Ancient City was the supreme place for cultivation between heaven and earth. Let's go. Sha Shi Pseudo-God led dozens of people, swiftly flying towards a floating city in the void. Actually, in the depths of Sha Shi Pseudo-God's eyes, a faint hint of envy flashed. Juxing Ancient City, what a pity. He, back then, had not been able to become a reserve member of Juxing Ancient City. Nor did he wish to become a guard of Juxing, constantly ordered around. Where would be as pleasant as holding a high position in a divine kingdom? Sha Shi Pseudo-God led the team, capable of flying tens of kilometers in a second, and within a few minutes, they had arrived inside that floating city. At the center of the city was a super-large plaza, where there were already up to thousands of flying heaven level, semi-divine level, divided into waiting teams. These thousands of people all had very distinct symbols on their chests, with each team's symbol being the same. Clearly grouped by Divine Kingdom as a unit, You go down first and patiently wait, said Sha Shi pseudo-god. Swoosh. 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 Zhang Shan. Li Yuan immediately flew towards the plaza, randomly selected a spot and landed. The moment they landed, hum, a wave of invisible force swept past, and in front of the chests of Zhang Shan, Li Yuan, badges condensed and formed. Engraved on them was an ancient character, Yuan. Swoosh. Sha Shi pseudo-god soared into the sky, entering the clouds aloft. So many divine beings. Li Yuan couldn't help but look upwards. There seemed to be a viewing platform in the clouds, many partially visible figures, probably the pseudo-gods leading the teams. It's the Abyss Country team. One of the 18 core divine kingdoms. No wonder there are so many people. Our divine kingdom, a total of only 10 people allowed. Abyss Country. Who is Shu Yuan? It seems to be that young man in black garment. It is said he can unleash semi-divine limit strength, likely to vie for the Saint Heir position, at least entering the top 10. Really? He hasn't even commenced cultivation in Zhuxing Ancient City, and he can vie for the Saint Heir position? Uncertain. The teams around Abyss Country immediately started discussing, and their topic of discussion was mostly about Li Yuan. Even Zhang Shan wasn't mentioned. Clearly, looking at the many divine kingdoms, Zhang Shan, although also extremely strong among semi-divines, he wasn't one of the strongest. But Li Yuan, even among a gathering place of geniuses from hundreds of divine kingdoms, remained at the top among the flying heaven level. Zhang Shan, look. Wu Beihong's voice carried a hint of mockery. So what if you're number 1 on the semi-divine list within our divine kingdom? Here, doesn't someone even recognize you? It's as if they recognize you. Zhang Shan glanced at him. My brother Shu Yuan is so famous, I can only be happy for him, naturally not jealous like you. HMPH. Irony. Scoffed Wu Beihong. In the high skies of the plaza, on that small viewing platform, hundreds of pseudo-gods had also gathered, chatting casually. Swoosh. Sha Shi pseudo-god flew into the viewing platform, immediately attracting the attention of many pseudo-gods. Sha Shi is here. Sha Shi. Long time no see. Many pseudo-gods greeted Sha Shi pseudo-god warmly, all extremely enthusiastic. Instantly, Sha Shi pseudo-god became a prominent figure among hundreds of pseudo-gods. Firstly, as Sha Shi pseudo-god represented Zhang Yuan true god, his status was naturally not something ordinary pseudo-god leaders could compete with.
Secondly, it was also because in the Abyss Country team, there was Li Yuan, an exceptional rarity.
Sha Shi. I heard that Shu Yuan has semi-divine limit strength. Isn't he capable of directly challenging for the Saint Heir position? Flying heaven level, only 3 Saint Heir spots. If he successfully challenges, that would be legendary. I heard that Shu Yuan has been cultivating for less than 40 years. What a monster. He's probably going to be admitted under the heavenly divine gate. These pseudo-gods were chatting freely. Most of them were responsible for nurturing the young talents in their respective divine kingdoms, naturally very well informed about such matters. Haha. Your praises are too much. Sha Shi pseudo-god chuckled. Shu Yuan is indeed a genius carefully nurtured by the king, but after all, he's still young. It would be a success if he could break into the top 10 this time. To become a flying heaven Saint Heir, he probably needs to wait a few more years. Don't be modest. Tell Shu Yuan that he must challenge the Saint Heir. Haha. Otherwise, this trial assessment would be too boring. For this group of pseudo-gods, they would lead a team to Zhuxing Ancient City every 20 years. This kind of talent selection is very important to flying heaven semi-divine, but it's just a job for them. Naturally, they'd hope for something different. That depends on Shu Yuan. Sha Shi pseudo-god's response was vague. He was not sure how Li Yuan would act. After all, for a top-tier talent like Li Yuan who was destined to become a true god, a pseudo-god like him did not dare to offer much guidance. Time passed. One divine kingdom team after another arrived, and several hours later, the square had already gathered over 10,000 flying heavens semi-divine. More than 1,200 teams? Li Yuan was slightly surprised. His divine sense could easily inquire into the entire scene. The East Domain boasts 800 divine kingdoms, Even if there are some discrepancies, the difference should not be this big. Don't be surprised. Besides the 800 divine kingdoms of the East Domain, Juxing Ancient City also has some territories in other areas. Zhang Shan smiled. Like the starry sky outside, there are millions of life stars. Although each life star births few strong individuals, the cumulative number is still quite astonishing, and naturally, some talents will be born. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Finally, when the number of teams exceeded 1,300. Whoosh, a wave of invisible fluctuations suddenly swept over the entire square, and the bustling square instantly quietened down. A moment of silence. Boom! An invisible pressure enveloped the heaven and earth. The faces of the tens of thousands of flying heaven semi-divine in the square changed involuntarily, with many at the flying heaven level trembling, clearly struggling to bear this terrifying pressure. Who? Silently, a tall figure in red combat armor appeared in the void, and the destructive aura he exuded caused even a powerful semi-divine like Zhang Shan to gasp. A true god. Li Yuan's face also changed slightly, feeling that the aura of this red-armored divine being seemed even more terrifying than that of Zhang Yuan, true god. Of course, Li Yuan also knew that it was because Zhang Yuan, true god, had fully concealed his aura when facing him. The Hall Master of Divine Fire Hall, in Juxing Ancient City. The towering figure in red armor said in a thunderous voice. You may call me Kai Yang. Kai Yan, true god. I am very pleased. Today, the total number of flying heaven and semi-divine that have come to the Juxing realm has exceeded 15,000. Kai Yang, true god, spoke slowly. Among them, there are about 9,000 at the flying heaven level, and about 6,000 at the semi-divine level. First, we will carry out the assessment for the flying heaven level. You have two choices. First, to participate in the trial pathway, and as long as the evaluation points reach 80, you can become a flying heaven level reserve member. Kai Yang, true god, continued slowly. If you fail, then you'll train in the trial camp for 5 years. If you still cannot pass through the trial pathway after 5 years, return to the divine kingdom. Everyone listened quietly. These rules, almost everyone knew about them. Like why Lang Yan desperately wanted to stay in the top 10 of the flying heaven list. It was because even if the assessment failed, he could still train in the Juxing realm for 5 years. Rumble. Suddenly, dozens of spatial passageways appeared in the void. The passageways were dark and it was impossible to see the scenes within.
The second choice is to challenge the top 100 flying heaven level reserve members. Kai Yang, true god, continued. If the challenge is successful, you can take over the original ranking of these reserve members, and you can continue to challenge, up to 2 times.
Also, the rewards obtained will be 10 times higher than that of the ranking rewards. For example, challenging the 100th place, the normal reward is 1,000 Fangshan crystals, but if the challenge is successful, it is 10,000 Fangshan crystals. However, if you fail in the challenge, you will also lose the opportunity to enter the trial camp. Kai Yan, true god, said. Think carefully on how to choose. Silence. Everyone understood. 2 paths. One path is to go through the trial pathway. There are no extra rewards, but you are guaranteed to train in the trial camp for 5 years. The other path is the challenge, with extremely high rewards but also high risks. How to make a choice is in some ways a test for all the trialists. After a full 10 seconds, is there anyone who chooses to challenge the reserve members? Kai Yan, true saint, asked in a deep voice. If so, fly up into the sky. Immediately. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. From over 1,000 teams, dozens of figures flew out. Obviously, there were flying heaven-level geniuses who were full of confidence in their own strength. Li Yuan was naturally among them. The rewards were tempting. Challenging the lowest, 100th place, once successful, would gain 10,000 divine crystals. Good, there are not a few courageous people. Kai Yang, true god, nodded slightly. Directly state the rank you wish to challenge. 100th place. 100th place. 100th place. ...
100th place. ... The 30 or so flying heaven level talents who chose to challenge almost unanimously chose the 100th place.
After all, They must first strive for a safety net to avoid being directly eliminated and sent back to their divine kingdom. That would be too unjust. Rank 10. A voice suddenly rang out. This voice wasn't loud, but mixed in with the chorus of 100th place, it stood out starkly. In a moment, whether it was the tens of thousands of flying heaven semi-divine talents below or the thousands of pseudo-gods on the observation platform, their gazes all converged on that figure, Li Yuan. The one who shouted out the challenge for the 10th place was Li Yuan. Directly challenge the first, too risky, if I fail it would be too unjust. The 100th place? Too conservative, the 10th place as a baseline, should be more appropriate. Li Yuan thought it through thoroughly. When it's time to fight, you have to fight, can't be too conservative. The 100th place would reward 10,000 divine crystals, so how much for the 10th place? It should reward tens of thousands of divine crystals. The voice was not too loud, but mixed in with the many 100th place calls it was still strikingly conspicuous. In an instant, whether it was the tens of thousands of flying heaven semi-divine talents below, or the thousands of pseudo-gods on the observation stand, all eyes converged on that figure, Li Yuan. The one who shouted out the challenge for the 10th place was Li Yuan. Directly challenge the first? Too risky, if I fail it would be too unjust. The 100th? Too conservative, challenging the 10th place as a safety net, should be more appropriate. Li Yuan was thinking very clearly. You have to fight when you need to fight, can't be too conservative. The 100th place would be rewarded with 10,000 divine crystals, so what about the 10th place? It should also award tens of thousands of divine crystals. On the Void Arena, those 100+ Flying Heaven Reserve members had already heard the words of Kai Yang, true God. Challenge the 10th? Ji Yan, someone is challenging you. So it's Shu Yuan. I had heard about it before, saying that this session has a fierce one, but I didn't expect him to be this formidable. Directly challenging the 10th, leaving no room for himself, does he not fear an accident? Could he truly possess semi-divine limit strength? These 100+ Flying Heaven Reserve members were quietly discussing among themselves. It must be noted, being able to become a reserve member of the ancient city at the Flying Heaven level, each of them could be called a favored child of heaven, with quite a few having awakened 7-star veins. Their law comprehension is extremely high.
One could say, each of these Juxing Ancient City Reserve members could burst forth with semi-divine strength. Those ranked within the top 10 are geniuses among geniuses.
HMPH. Challenge me? The reserve member named Ji Yan did not look very pleased. Normally speaking, in such challenge matches, these older generation reserve members, mostly between the 50th to 100th ranks, would be challenged. Those ranked higher are mostly just going through the motions. But Ji Yan did not expect to be the first to be challenged, so naturally, he was annoyed.
Ji Yan, don't be careless. The woman in a purple gauze dress said softly, rumors say he has semi-divine limit strength, but that battle was very short, and there's only this one fight.
But, even if the rumor is false, if he managed to survive an assassination by a pseudo-god, he shouldn't be a fool. Daring to challenge the 10th, he must not be weak. Chi Sha, don't worry. Ji Yan's gaze was cold. He murmured lowly. I don't believe it, a youngster who has practiced for just over 30 years, never having cultivated in the ancient city. How could he possibly burst forth with semi-divine limit strength? Who? Ji Yan's figure moved, already floating down into the Void Arena. Actually, Ji Yan's thought represented the views of quite a number of reserve members. Many had gotten information about Shu Yuan, at least acknowledging the person. But regarding semi-divine limit strength, many Flying Heaven Reserve members were skeptical. Just surviving a divine assassination does not prove one's strength conclusively. Moreover, most of them were brilliant talents from their respective divine kingdoms, having been nurtured for decades in Juxing Ancient City. What kind of strength could they have? Drawing from oneself and others, without showcasing real combat achievements, it's hard to completely convince them. Shu. Li Yuan's figure moved, likewise transforming into a stream of light, rushing into the Void Arena. The two were tens of kilometers apart, facing each other from afar. At this moment, whether it was those 1,000 pseudo-gods, or the tens of thousands of Flying Heaven semi-divines in the square, Their gaze fell upon the two. Big brother, can Brother Shu win? Zhang Zan was incredibly nervous. This is one of the top geniuses, ranked in the top 10 amongst flying heaven in Zhuxing ancient city. Hard to say. If Brother Shu Yuan really has the strength rumored, but I'm worried. Back when he resisted the law treasure, it was with the help of external objects. Zhang Shan communicated through voice transmission. After all, you know as well, a flying heaven level attempting to erupt with semi-divine limit strength is unimaginable. Zhang Zan nodded slightly, her anxious heart somewhat relieved. Because, back then, in the Abyss Demon Blood Den, she had witnessed Li Yuan defeating 2 blood demons. Within the internal part of the Void Arena, Li Yuan and Ji Yan faced each other distantly. Along with the operation of the arena's formation, an invisible force enveloped heaven and earth, already covering both of them with a layer of hazy azure light. This was a protection, similar to the duels in the 9 Sound building. Once the injuries one suffered surpassed the protective azure light's limit, they would be judged as defeated. After all, it's merely a sparring match, not a battle to the death. Zhuxing ancient city did not wish for its talents to die this way. Unexpectedly. One day, I would actually be challenged in a trial battle. Ji Yan was also clad in black, his eyes cold. I will let you understand, in Zhuxing ancient city, relying on treasures is useless. The top 10 of Zhuxing ancient city's flying heaven list are not something you can shake. Till now, Ji Yan still believed that Li Yuan blocking the law treasure was not due to his own strength. Oh, you're called Ji Yan, right? Li Yuan smiled lightly. Are you always this brave? More confident than me? Bring out all your strength. I hope you're stronger than what the intelligence mentioned, otherwise, once I make a move, you won't have a chance, Li Yuan said.
Ji Yan was surprised. Those 100+ Flying Heaven Reserve members watching from the edge of the Void Arena heard their conversation clearly and were suddenly a bit confused.
Is this Shu Yuan really so confident? You must know, even those Saint Heirs ranked 2nd or 3rd, with strength clearly stronger than Ji Yan's, wouldn't have such an attitude.
Good. Very good. Ji Yan laughed in extreme anger. Just let me see how capable you, Shu Yuan, truly are.
Boom. With one step, Ji Yan instantly transformed into a 10-meter tall figure, already having executed the 9-layer body refining star technique. Life breath soared to an astonishing level, nearly reaching the semi-divine middle rank, and in his hand emerged a divine artifact combat saber. Not bursting forth before, but now having burst forth, Ji Yan gave it his all. As a 3rd-rank 7-star Veins powerhouse, he had his capital of pride. Kill. Ji Yan transformed into a streak of light, closed the distance to Li Yuan in mere seconds, followed by a saber light like thunder splitting the vast sky, containing a conception of destruction, instantly striking towards Li Yuan.
In terms of strength and skill, Ji Yan was much more terrifying than Fang Hai at the flying heaven level. After all, his cultivation environment was much better, and his cultivation time was longer.
Semi-divine limit level technique and moves? Reaching this step at the flying heaven level is indeed impressive. In terms of strength should be close to the semi-divine peak. Through that furiously chopped saber, Li Yuan easily deduced the opponent's strength. This strength is quite impressive. Sadly, he is facing Li Yuan. Whoosh! Li Yuan did not even take out the Darkstar Divine Spear. He simply took a step and transformed into a 10-meter tall figure, his entire body covered with 9 Dragon's Zon armor as he horizontally chopped forward with one hand. This move was Li Yuan subconsciously imitating the scene in the Mirror of Laws, where Enchi Heavenly God slashed down with both palms unified. Using the palm as a saber, slicing through the void, Li Yuan's palm, fully covered with metallic scales, immediately triggered the vibrations of the law origin from the universe, executing the 4th form of the Boundary Cloud Spear. At his level, no matter what weapon he used, he could nearly perfectly execute the might of the moves. Boom! The palm blade instantly collided with the combat saber. You lose. Huh? No way. How is this possible? The originally imposing Ji Yan's complexion changed instantly, feeling an unbelievable and powerful force transmitted through his combat saber the moment they touched. The terrifying force of the impact almost made him lose grip of his own combat saber. Strong. Too strong. Bang! The combat saber almost slipped from Ji Yan's hands, the base of his thumb cracked, his thick arms instantly tore, and blood spilled. His entire body violently blasted backwards. Whoosh! But Li Yuan was faster, swiftly closing the distance like a gust of wind, and chopped with his palm blade again, directly sweeping over Ji Yan's body. Buzz! The protective azure light covering Ji Yan burst into a frightful glow, resisting the invasion of Li Yuan's blade momentum. The winner is determined. Xu Yuan wins. A deep voice echoed in the void arena. Li Yuan successfully challenges and ranks 10th on the Starry Sky Ancient City Flying Heaven list. Hush! Li Yuan moved and gracefully retreated backward, while Ji Yan was still in shock. In one encounter, he was defeated. Moreover, Li Yuan did not even use his weapon, showcasing a fearsome strength. Inside and outside the arena, silence prevailed. Before the match, many guessed that Li Yuan had a great chance of winning, but no one expected such a clear and swift victory. Ji Yan lost just like that. Palm blade? Isn't Xu Yuan best at spear technique? How strong must he be to use a weapon? The intelligence was actually true. Xu Yuan indeed possesses semi-divine limit strength. How short has he been practicing? No doubt about it. After a moment of silence, the entire square erupted in intense discussions. 1. Zhang Zan smiled. Big brother Xu has won. Yes, I saw it. Zhang Shan sighed deeply. My previous guess was indeed true. It was a pseudo-god level move. Our brother Xu Yuan is truly ferocious. Does he really have such strong capabilities? Sha Shi pseudo-god's eyes brightened, showing a smile. Good, good. There's really hope for challenging the Saint Heir. Among discussions, Heavenly Divine Kai Yong speaking in the void with a hint of a smile in his tone. Xu Yuan, congratulations on your success in challenging the 10th rank. Do you wish to continue challenging? You have one more attempt. Reporting to the true God, I would like to continue challenging, Li Yuan said. Having won the 10th spot, he already earned a guaranteed reward. The next match, even if lost, doesn't matter anymore. Good. Kai Yong True God wasn't surprised and asked, which rank do you want to challenge? First, said Li Yuan directly. Although the top 3 were all Saint Heirs, in Li Yuan's view, since the outcome didn't matter, he naturally wanted to experience the best. Li Yuan's words also spread instantly, making countless people turn their eyes towards the waiting platform next to the void arena. Challenge the first. Contesting for Saint Heir. Can Xu Yuan win? He will definitely win, defeating the 10th without even using a weapon. Once he uses a weapon, how strong he must be. In a very short time, many people's thoughts flipped 180 degrees, believing Li Yuan could take down the first place. Swoosh. 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 And on the waiting platform, more than 100 Flying Heaven Reserve members all turned their eyes towards that purple-robed woman, Qi Sha. She is the current first-ranked Flying Heaven of Zhuxing Ancient City. Xu Yuan is really confident, dared to actually challenge Qi Sha. Humph, if I had semi-divine limit strength, I too would have the confidence to challenge the Saint Heir. But that is Qi Sha. These Flying Heaven Reserve members conversed with each other. Perhaps the tens of thousands of Flying Heaven semi-divine on the square didn't know. Even the pseudo-gods were unclear. But these Flying Heaven Reserve members, over many years, had already deeply understood how formidable Qi Sha was. With her strength, she was absolutely qualified to contend for the title of strongest Flying Heaven in the entire Zhuxing continent. Hush! The purple-robed woman stood up, under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, gracefully entered the arena. She and Li Yuan were tens of kilometers apart, facing each other. Qi Sha, huh? Li Yuan internally recited, sensing from Qi Sha's emitted aura, her composure. Having witnessed his own moves yet remaining so composed, she must have substantial capabilities. Troublesome. This Xu Yuan actually possesses semi-divine limit strength. Although Qi Sha appeared composed on the surface, her heart was somewhat panicked. Since this piece of information is true, then the estimation of his soul will reaching pseudo-god level should also be true. How shall I win? Qi Sha felt an aura difficult to deal with. From Li Yuan, Qi Sha could feel a terrifying determination and sharpness. Just like a divine spear that splits the vast sky, possessing a terror that could break through heaven and earth. And Qi Sha also knew, Xu Yuan had only practiced for little over 30 years to achieve such power. Such a monster, reaching extremely high levels in every aspect, almost without any weaknesses. I can only fight with all I've got. Qi Sha internally recited, she had faced many semi-divines, but never such a terrifying semi-divine. Boom. Qi Sha's eyes firmly fixed on Li Yuan. First an invisible fluctuation swept past, followed by her figure transforming into a murky, mysterious purple light, striking like lightning. The purple light split into two, fiercely slashing towards Li Yuan like a tidal wave. Such speed of the light attack was far more fierce than Ji Yan's blade light. Whoosh! That invisible soul attack, taking the lead, instantly invaded Li Yuan's spiritual world, but like a clay ox entering the sea, there was no response thereafter. Qi Sha's soul attack was incredibly fierce, but it didn't affect Li Yuan in the slightest. Soul attack me? Too naive, Li Yuan said calmly. The moment he bore the brunt of Qi Sha's soul attack, he had already launched a full counterattack. Boom! A wave of soul fluctuation had, in turn, invaded Qi Sha's body, causing a moment of confusion in her eyes. Previously, fighting against Ji Yan, the opponent wasn't even worth Li Yuan's effort to use real soul attacks. Based on the 6 realms of illusion, the might of the soul secret technique, Mind Soul, deployed by Li Yuan had skyrocketed terrifyingly. Even Qi Sha, whose soul was nearly at the level of a pseudo-god, couldn't avoid being momentarily affected. And this was the moment Li Yuan had been waiting for. Even at the peak of pseudo-god, it's hard to shake my soul, thoughts emerged in Li Yuan's mind. Similarly, my soul attack is also terrifying. This level of soul attack, even most demigods cannot withstand it, let alone against the flying heaven level, and even if the opponent is a flying heaven Saint Air, it seems somewhat unfair, Li Yuan thought silently. Whoosh! 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 Li Yuan's palms moved consecutively. Without the divine spear, still his palms were like heavenly knives, perfectly carrying the profound conception of 4th style of boundary cloud spear, and fiercely struck on Qi Sha's body. Boom! 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 The terrifying palm knife attack, 6 consecutive hits. Just as Qi Sha regained consciousness, she felt the terrifying attack contained in the palm strikes, sending her flying backwards.
The protective azure light on the surface of her body was also torn apart instantaneously. Qi Sha, defeated. Silence ensued. As the strongest flying heaven Saint Air, Qi Sha had little resistance against Li Yuan, and did not perform much better than Ji Yan, who ranked 10th.
With respect, Li Yuan said, cupping his hands. Such a powerful soul attack, unheard of among the flying heaven level. Qi Sha regained clarity, her eyes unusually calm. Even without deploying soul attacks, my chances of losing were already very high, but unfortunately, my soul attack is the strongest. In the strongest aspect, you easily defeated me. I have no words in my defeat. Xu Yuan, congratulations, from today onwards, you are the first flying heaven of Juxing Ancient City, Qi Sha said softly, transforming into a streak of flowing light and entering the distant waiting platform. All eyes were centered on Li Yuan. They all knew that Juxing Ancient City had finally welcomed another incredibly monstrous flying heaven Saint Air. The first trial of battle, and he had captured the title of First Saint. Flying heaven Saint Air. Xu Yuan, in the strongest aspect, you easily defeated me. I have no words in my defeat. Xu Yuan, congratulations, from today onwards, you are the first flying heaven of Juxing Ancient City, Qi Sha said softly, transforming into a streak of flowing light and entering the distant waiting platform. All eyes were centered on Li Yuan. They all knew that Juxing Ancient City had finally welcomed another incredibly monstrous flying heaven Saint Air. The first trial of battle, and he had captured the title of First Saint. Qi Sha lost just like that. Ji Yan, who had hoped Qi Sha would avenge him, wore a look of disbelief on his face. How could the defeat be so miserable? Earlier, did Qi Sha's soul attack not work at all? Other Flying Heaven Reserve members were also shocked. Li Yuan had effortlessly defeated Ji Yan earlier, letting them know this newcomer was not to be provoked. But they never imagined it would be to this extent. Qi Sha, who previously secured the position of first Saint Heir with her powerful soul attack, was now unmovable. But now, she was utterly defeated. Looking around the whole heaven and earth, Shu Yuan must be the strongest Flying Heaven by now, many reserve Flying Heaven members thought to themselves. Shu Yuan won. A miracle. First time participating in a trial battle, and he rose to the first rank of Flying Heaven, impressive. So amazing, he won so easily. It was utterly effortless. Across the entire square, the over 1,000 teams of tens of thousands of Flying Heaven semi-divine talents all erupted in uproarious voices, finding it incredible. It was one thing to win. But key of all, the ease of victory was shocking. Qi Sha's instant defeat was clear for all to see. The two were simply not on the same level. This is a powerhouse from our Abyss country. Good. The 20 or so talents from Abyss country, some of whom were not even familiar with Li Yuan, also felt a sense of pride. Number 1. The first Saint Heir, Zhang Zan was excitedly exclaiming, "Brother Shu is now the first Saint Heir." Impressive. Bai Li Teng remarked, "A few months ago, when I first met Brother Shu Yuan, I knew he would shine in Zhuxing Ancient City, but I didn't expect him to take the title of first Saint Heir in one go." There was also an uncontrollable smile on Zhang Shan's face. The first Saint Heir. A thought rose in Zhang Shan's heart. Perhaps, in the future I could ask Brother Shu Yuan for help, but that will have to wait until after he becomes a true god. Up high in the observation platform, those thousands of pseudo-gods were similarly noisy. The rumors were indeed true. There were doubts before, but Shu Yuan's confrontation with Qi Sha not only easily blocked her soul attack but even turned it back on her. Qi Sha's soul attack, even among countless semi-divine limit experts, is among the very top tier, a pseudo-god slowly said, strong in soul attack, naturally strong in soul defense. Shu Yuan's soul attack is probably at the pseudo-god level, other pseudo-gods acknowledged. Yes. Regarding material attacks, Shu Yuan doesn't seem too extraordinary. Even if he were to take out weapons and burst with full power, he would probably be at the semi-divine limit standard. But with soul attack, he is likely among the most terrifying in the semi-divine limits, few can withstand it. Flying Heaven level, such strong soul will, once he breaks through to become semi-divine. It's unimaginable. The leading pseudo-gods, mostly at the pseudo-god peak, had quite discerning eyes. They couldn't see it when Li Yuan confronted Ji Yan. But when Li Yuan fought with Qi Sha, they could see the clues and felt increasingly the extraordinariness of Li Yuan. Good. The first Saint Heir. Sha Shi pseudo-god could not hide the smile on his face. This is the first case in the history of our Abyss country. Once the king knows about it, he will probably be happy too. The Flying Heaven level, challenging for the first time to become the first Saint Heir, is rare even in the billion years history of Zhuxing Ancient City, let alone in our Abyss country, which only has a history of over 10,000 years. Look, Sha Shi is not pretending anymore. Just now he was saying to us, it would be good if Shu Yuan could make it into the top 10, now he's not even hiding it. Indeed, being low-key is all an act. The other pseudo-gods all laughed. I truly didn't expect Li Yuan to be so formidable, Sha Shi pseudo-god said with a laugh. This guy, still pretending, he must be absolutely thrilled inside, it's just a pity that our divine kingdom can't produce such a genius. Whoosh! After Li Yuan's victorious challenge, guided by an invisible force, he also flew towards the waiting platform beside the void arena, directly finding an empty jade platform to sit down. The surrounding group of Flying Heaven Reserve members looked at each other. No one came forward to greet him, but no one came to mock either. Ji Yan was even turning his head away, not looking at Li Yuan. These reserve members all knew, this newly ascended top, Shu Yuan, his future achievements were beyond their imagination. Time passed. After Li Yuan, the other 30 or so Flying Heaven level participants successively began their challenges. Failed. Failed. Win. Those daring to challenge at the Flying Heaven level, naturally had the confidence, and eventually, most managed to successfully challenge 100 members, but going further was difficult. In the end, except for Li Yuan, the strongest newcomer among the Flying Heaven level, Jin Zhen, challenged and succeeded against 60 reserve members. If it were the past, such a record would have been quite dazzling, and if he practiced for a few more decades in Juxing Ancient City, he would have a chance to challenge for Saint Air. But with Li Yuan setting a precedent, it no longer stirred much debate. Very good. This generation of the Flying Heaven level has seen many elite talents emerge, and even courageously challenging, Kai Yang True God said with a faint smile. All right, all Flying Heaven levels, semi-divine levels will enter the trial passageway now, to see how many can pass the basic trials to become official members of Juxing Ancient City. Whoosh! A majestic force suddenly enveloped the whole square, swiftly entering thousands of talents into various spatial passageways. This Juxing Ancient City truly excels in the application of space, Li Yuan secretly marveled. The strength of having heavenly divine abilities versus not having them is starkly different. Just about half an hour. The assessment of over 10,000 Flying Heaven semi-divine candidates had all ended. At the Flying Heaven level, only about 20 passed the assessment to become Flying Heaven reserve members, plus the successful 20-something challengers like Li Yuan, making a total of just 50. Out of 9,000, only 50 passed the trial assessment. The probability was indeed very low.
Among the other 14 geniuses from Abyss Country, including Zhang Zan, as Shashi Pseudo-God had predicted, all failed.
However, these 9,000 unsuccessful Flying Heaven level candidates still had 5 years. In the next 5 years, they could continue to cultivate within the Juxing realm, and after 5 years, they could take the trial assessment again. If they could pass at that time, they would have another chance to become reserve members. The Flying Heaven level candidates still had opportunities, but it was much more cruel for demigods. Once they failed, there were no second chances. Of course, the requirements for demigod reserve members at Juxing Ancient City seemed to be somewhat lower. Of the 6,000 demigods who took the trial, eventually, over 1,000 passed the assessment. Among the 10 demigods from Abyss Country, 4 succeeded, including Zhang Shan, Baili Teng, and Wu Beihong, which could be said to have an extremely high pass rate. It was apparent. At the demigod stage, the internal training conditions and the genius selection mechanism within Abyss Country were evidently much higher than those of ordinary divine kingdoms. I announce, the selection of this session's reserve members for Juxing Ancient City is now officially concluded, declared Kai Yang True God, looking down upon the thousands of trialists who had passed, including Li Yuan and Jin Zhen. Kai Yan True God slowly said, "For those who passed the assessment and became reserve members, congratulations. You have joined Juxing Ancient City, and I hope that one day, the Ancient City can take pride in you." Yes. Thousands of demigods and dozens of Flying Heaven candidates bowed respectfully, many of them feeling a trace of excitement in their hearts.
Starry Sky Ancient City. It is the strongest cultivation holy land between heaven and earth.
It could be said, whoever joins Juxing Ancient City would see their hopes of becoming a true god skyrocket. Kai Yang True God then looked towards the several thousand demigods who did not pass the assessment. You need not be discouraged. Go back and cultivate in your own divine kingdoms. In the future, you may still have the hope of becoming pseudo-gods or even true gods. If you become pseudo-gods, you will have the qualifications to join the defenses of Juxing. If you become a true god, you can also join Juxing Ancient City and possibly rise to its core ranks. In short, always harbor hope, Kai Yang True God said. Our Juxing Ancient City will always open its doors to the strong. For Juxing Ancient City, resources were limited, naturally restricting the number of Flying Heaven and demigods that could be extensively nurtured. But if one could cultivate into a pseudo-god or even a true god within a subordinate divine kingdom, they're also valued. Especially true gods. Each is a vital force, and they must be attracted and kept as much as possible. Those who failed the Flying Heaven level assessment, stay where you are. For the next 5 years, you will cultivate here in this floating city, striving hard to seize the opportunity, Kai Yang True God declared. Now, reserve members follow the Juxing guards, Enter Ju Xing Ancient City, and from today onwards, you will be cultivating in the Divine Fire Hall. Shu Yuan, come with me, Kai Yang True God said once everything was finished, and then soared into the sky. Li Yuan, momentarily stunned, quickly exchanged a few words through telepathy with Zhang Shan, Zhang Zan, and others, before hastening to follow. The two disappeared into the void and clouds at a rapid pace. Let's go. Entering the Starry Sky Ancient City now. In the years to come, we will be spending a lot of time in Ju Xing Ancient City. Those thousands of reserve members also followed the dozens of Ju Xing guards, flying towards the Starry Sky Ancient City. According to the rules of Ju Xing Ancient City, both flying heaven and demigods are to cultivate long-term within the Ju Xing realm, leaving only for some trials. In a sense, this is a form of protection. Once ascended to godhood, one becomes a formal member, with much more freedom. And should one become a true god, there's even the possibility of being dispatched to govern a divine kingdom, commanding immense prestige. Little sister, Zhang Shan telepathically said to Zhang Zan while taking off. You must not slack off in your cultivation over these 5 years, seize the opportunity. I will come to see you again when there's a chance, and if you pass the trial after 5 years, you can also see Shu Yuan again. Big brother, I will definitely try hard. Zhang Zan stood still, replying telepathically. With Big Brother Shu ascending to Saint Air, and Big Brother successfully becoming reserve member, Zhang Zan thought to herself, I too need to strive. She was filled with fighting spirit. She had cultivated for less than 60 years, making her quite young among the flying heaven level, and both her law talent and star vein talent were not bad. But reaching the requirements of reserve member within 5 years was indeed a challenge. Time passed, and the tens of thousands gradually parted ways. Just a short time ago, they all shared the same status, but now they had been separated into several levels. The worst off lost the direct chance to join Ju Xing Ancient City, only to return to their divine kingdom for cultivation. The ones in the middle still had chances and hope. And the strongest and most dazzling naturally was Li Yuan, ascending to the skies as the first saint of flying heaven, being personally led into the city by Kai Yang True God. Li Yuan was enveloped by the force wielded by Kai Yang True God, and they both flew at an extremely fast speed. In just a little over 10 seconds, they had broken through the layers of clouds and arrived above Ju Xing Ancient City. From here, they could overlook the entire Ju Xing Ancient City. It's huge. Li Yuan looked down upon the sprawling city below, possibly stretching for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, with most areas shrouded in clouds. But he could also see many towering and endless palaces, many buildings that even by eye estimation, were probably several hundred kilometers tall. It truly deserves the name of a divine city. The most dazzling of all was the spherical building at the edge of heaven and earth, standing above Ju Xing Ancient City like a star above. That spherical building emitted a rainbow-colored radiance, illuminating the entire world. That is... Li Yuan held his breath. That is the Heavenly God Temple. Only heavenly divine beings are qualified to enter. Kai Yang True God slowly spoke, his eyes also showing a hint of reverence. It is also the inheritance divine artifact of Ju Xing Ancient City, the first divine artifact in this realm, Heavenly Star. Inheritance divine artifact? Heavenly Star? Li Yuan gazed into the distance.
As far as he knew, in the divine realm, the reason why each starry sky ancient city could wield such might and inherit through millions of years.
First, it's because Starry Sky Ancient City itself is extremely strong. Even true gods at their peak could withstand attacks from heavenly divine beings if they control the ancient city. Second, it's due to the inheritance divine artifacts. Once a heavenly divine seizes the inheritance divine artifact, their strength would soar immensely. Third, is teleportation. Inside Starry Sky Ancient City, vast voids are embedded which even have the capability to breach realms, hardly ever sealed. Even when besieged, the internal mechanisms of Starry Sky Ancient City could operate autonomously. Numerous reasons render the Starry Sky Ancient City's reputation vastly prestigious. Shu Yuan, your talent is extremely high. Kai Yang True God smiled at Li Yuan. Perhaps one day, if you comprehend the great Tao and achieve heavenly divine, maybe you could also become the next city lord, wielding the heavenly star. You flatter me too much. Li Yuan shook his head repeatedly. Haha, don't be modest, at least your talent is the highest I've seen in 10,000 years. Kai Yong True God boomed. Young man, you should have the boldness of youth, it's not just me who favors you, the heavenly divine also highly regards you.
Heavenly divine. Li Yuan was stunned. Yes, who I am taking you to meet now, is the current city lord of Juxing Ancient City, Tai Yu Heavenly God. Kai Yong True God smiled. Otherwise, why would I bring you here alone? Normally speaking, although you are a Saint Heir, you are still a reserve member, just going to the Divine Fire Hall would suffice.
Li Yuan suddenly understood. The news of your acquisition of the Flying Heaven Saint Heir title, I reported immediately, and Tai Yu Heavenly God ordered me to bring you for an audience after the trial battle is over. Kai Yong True God explained. Of course, perhaps Zhang Yuan True God had already conveyed a message to Tai Yu Heavenly God. Anyway, being summoned by a heavenly divine is extremely rare. Even Flying Heaven Saint Heirs and demigod sons, most do not receive summons. Kai Yong True God said. After all, most Saint Heirs also end up as regular true gods in the end. But your potential is clearly different, you have a promising chance to ascend as a heavenly divine. Li Yuan was astonished. Summoned by a heavenly divine? And the current city lord of Juxing Ancient City? This was something Li Yuan had never imagined. Let's go. Ordinary reserve members must traverse the city gates, streets on foot, with no privilege to fly high in the sky. Once you receive the Saint Sun token, you will have the privilege. Kai Yong True God said. With the Saint Sun token, when you go to the core divine kingdom controlled by Juxing Ancient City, you can utilize the might of the guardian arrays at multiple stations through the token. This is a special privilege. Saint Heirs, slightly below true gods in status, but much higher in protection. Kai Yong True God said. As the commander of the Divine Fire Hall, though Kai Yong True God's strength is not as supreme as Zhang Yuan True God's, it is still tremendously formidable. He usually does not care about ordinary Saint Heirs. But for Li Yuan, he was very patient, continuously explaining to Li Yuan, giving him a deeper understanding of the entire Juxing Ancient City. When meeting Heavenly Divine, be neither overbearing nor servile, just be respectful. Kai Yong True God said. Tai Yu Heavenly God is very protective of the younger generation. Thank you for the guidance, Senior, Li Yuan respectfully said. After a while, the two finally traversed a significant portion of Juxing Ancient City and arrived in front of a majestic palace. They were not far from the Heavenly God Temple now. The guards outside the palace were all Juxing guards at the pseudo-god level, each emanating an exceptionally strong aura. Kai Yong True God, the leading Juxing guard commander smiled. This must be Shu Yuan. The heavenly divine just sent a message, ordering you to enter. Thank you. Kai Yong True God said, although these Juxing guards were just pseudo-gods. But as attendants to a heavenly divine, he certainly did not wish to offend. Leading Li Yuan, the two passed through many corridors and several side halls. The palace interior was also divided into many halls, eventually reaching a huge hall in the deep interior. The hall was not very large, quite empty. Only a thin figure in a large azure robe, sitting cross-legged on a jade platform. The robe seemed somewhat ill-fitting on him. However, the azure-clad figure exuded an immensely vast aura of fire law, at first glance, seeming almost like an incarnation of the great Tao's origin. Heavenly Divine. Kai Yong True God respectfully greeted. Shu Yuan brought here. Shu Yuan. Greetings to the Heavenly Divine. Li Yuan also bowed respectfully, not daring to look up directly. The pressure emitted by Tai Yu Heavenly God was not strong, yet it gave Li Yuan a sense of invincibility, as if an ant looking up at a divine dragon. Your first trial battle, acquiring the title of Flying Heaven Saint Heir, and so young. By rights, you are qualified to be apprenticed under me or another heavenly divine. Tai Yu Heavenly God's voice was gentle. Li Yuan listened quietly. By rights? That means there might be exceptions. But since you have already apprenticed under another heavenly divine, and are a disciple of Zhang Yuan True God, we would find it inappropriate to take in disciples. Tai Yu Heavenly God continued. Li Yuan remained calm, but Kai Yang True God beside him looked somewhat surprised at Li Yuan. Already a disciple of a heavenly divine? And a disciple of Zhang Yuan? If this news were known, it would certainly be a big sensation. However, since you have joined my Zhu Xing ancient city, and are from Zhang Yuan's lineage, naturally you are also core to our Zhu Xing ancient city. Tai Yu Heavenly God said. We will naturally cultivate you wholeheartedly, and also hope you meet our expectations. Whoa! Tai Yu Heavenly God waved his hand, flying out a storage magical treasure and a token. You won the first saint title. Normally the reward is 10,000 divine crystals, but since it's your first participation, the reward is increased tenfold. Here are 100,000 divine crystals, all in the storage treasure. Tai Yu Heavenly God said. This is the Saint Sun token. I've added some extra privileges to it. From now on, in my Zhu Xing ancient city, you will be equivalent to a true god. Apart from you, among the dozens of saint heirs in Zhu Xing ancient city, only Jing Kui can match your status. You should have met Jing Kui. Jing Kui? Li Yuan was inwardly shocked, now fully aware of Jing Kui's status. Within Zhu Xing ancient city, he must be the most valued demigod. All your expenses and privileges are the same as those of the flying heaven saint heir. But I will bestow upon you another treasure. Tai Yu Heavenly God said. You may go to the Wanfa Palace and choose a mirror of laws for your own cultivation. Decide for yourself which type you want. Yes. Li Yuan was inwardly delighted. A mirror of laws? He had used one before, naturally aware of the great opportunity it represented. Mirror of laws? Even Kai Yang True God beside him felt some envy, for he had never received such a cultivation treasure. In Zhu Xing ancient city, generation after generation, there have been heavenly divine presiding. Before each heavenly divine passes away, most would condense out a true river of laws, mirror of laws. Over the long years, such treasures have accumulated in Zhu Xing ancient city. But they are limited in number. The vast majority of flying heaven saint heirs and demigod saint heirs do not qualify to come in contact with these treasures. Furthermore, if you can ascend to the semi-divine realm sooner, with your speed of cultivation, you may gain something in the battle of the ancestral realm. Tai Yu Heavenly God said. However, the decision on how to proceed, you make on your own. Kai Yang, take Shu Yuan to the divine fire hall. Yes. Kai Yang True God nodded, leading Li Yuan out of the hall. Inside the hall, Tai Yu Heavenly God still sat quietly on the jade platform, whispering. Heavenly Star, how goes the observation? Tai Yu, he is not a native being of our world. A deep voice replied. The origin of heaven and earth slightly rejects him, though the resistance is very mild due to his weak strength, but it does not escape my senses. Evidently, this deep voice belonged to the artifact spirit of the Zhu Xing ancient city's inheritance, divine artifact, Heavenly Star. Tai Yu Heavenly God nodded slightly, as if he had already known. Additionally, I sensed a familiar aura from him, related to another inheritance divine artifact. Heavenly Star artifact spirit spoke somberly. It is neither from Chongqing ancient city nor Heavenly Snake ancient city. I cannot determine precisely, as I am not the original artifact spirit. Involvement with other inheritance divine artifacts? Tai Yu Heavenly God's eyes flashed with rare surprise. Perhaps. He must also be part of a starry sky ancient city in his own homeland world, and as a core member. Tai Yu Heavenly God spoke slowly. It's not too surprising, after all. Tai Yu, with this in mind, why then cultivate him? The Heavenly Star artifact spirit asked in a deep voice.
This world is more mystical than you imagine. At that time, when our world's space and time were isolated. The three starry sky ancient cities, the ancestral realm. Tai Yu Heavenly God spoke softly. Can such a situation last forever? There have already been changes in the ancestral realm. Millions of years ago, extraterritorial talents descended one after another. Heavenly Divine began to leave following the ancestral realm. What will the future hold?
Do you remember Ji Yu Yun Heavenly God? The Heavenly Star artifact spirit was startled. How could it forget? Millions of years ago, That grand figure traversed heaven and earth, stirred endless storms, and forced it and the other two inheritance divine artifacts into constant retreat. The incident with Ji Yun Heavenly God was a mistake. I, as the current city lord, cannot allow such errors to be repeated. Shu Yuan, although not a native life form of our world, poses no threat to Juxing ancient city, nor is he our enemy. If cultivated with care, perhaps, we may reap unexpected rewards in the future. Tai Yu Heavenly God continued slowly. Besides, if Zhang Yuan assumes this causality, we can pretend to be unaware. I understand, said the Heavenly Star Artifact Spirit. If cultivated with care, perhaps, we may reap unexpected rewards in the future. Tai Yu Heavenly God repeated slowly. Besides, if Zhang Yuan assumes this causality, we can pretend to be unaware. I understand, said the Heavenly Star Artifact Spirit. Huff. Huff. Li Yuan followed Kai Yang True God, leaving the residence of the Tai Yu True God. Just as they entered the high sky, Li Yuan had successfully refined the Saint Sun token, and immediately felt a surge of information flood into his mind. It was all about the various privileges of the Flying Heaven Saint Sun, and a detailed introduction to the entire Juxing ancient city. Buzz. An invisible fluctuation swept across the space and instantly enveloped Li Yuan, making the fluctuations of the aura emitted by Li Yuan distinct. Refined the Saint Sun token? Kai Yang True God revealed a smile, noticing the subtle changes in Li Yuan's aura. This was not a change in the soul's aura, but rather, hierarchical privileges. Li Yuan couldn't help but nod and blurted out, Hallmaster, are you the 9th rank? According to the information Li Yuan received, the members of the Starry Sky Ancient City have a total of 11 hierarchical ranks, with the 1st rank being the lowest and the 10th rank being the highest. The 1st rank is the lowest, encompassing all semi-divine level servants of Juxing Ancient City. Juxing guards generally belong to the 2nd or 3rd ranks, and those serving as commanders hold the 4th rank. Pseudo-god level ordinary members are generally the 4th, 5th, or 6th rank depending on their strength and contributions. Reserve members below the divine level all belong to the 4th rank, Saint Sons belong to the 6th rank. True god level members are at least 7th rank. Although Li Yuan is only a Flying Heaven level Saint Sun, the privileges transmitted by the Saint Sun token belong to the 7th rank. Inside Juxing Ancient City, if you encounter lower ranked powers, you will sense their rank levels. If you encounter higher ranked powers, you can only sense that their rank is higher than yours. Whether their rank is revealed depends on their willingness. Like me, I am one whose rank is public, Kai Yang True God said with a smile. Rank, in some sense, also reflects strength. Like you, coming from Abyss Country, Zhang Yuan True God is of the 10th rank, which is rare when you look at the entire Juxing Ancient City. Heavenly Divines are all at the 11th rank, the highest. You've just reached the Flying Heaven level and have already obtained the 7th rank, which will make many envious. Kai Yang True God smiled. At least, you now have the privilege to freely enter most areas of Juxing Ancient City. Li Yuan listened attentively. He knew now that Juxing Ancient City was divided into 2 main areas, the outer and inner cities. One must be at least 6th rank to enter the inner city areas, and some secretive forbidden areas required even higher, at least 7th rank. Like Divine Fire Hall, as a gathering place for numerous reserve members, it belonged to the outer city. While places like the Wan Fa Hall were in the inner domain. By the rules, you can be allocated a set of Saint Sun's residences in the Divine Fire Hall and can cultivate in the Divine Fire Palace, Kai Yang True God said. Also, you can apply for a separate palace in the outer city. Or cultivate alone on the side, it's up to you. Hallmaster, let's go to the Divine Fire Hall first, Li Yuan said. There is no need to rush to apply for an independent palace now, it can still be applied for later. Okay. Kai Yang True God said, let's head to the Divine Fire Hall first. I'll give you a detailed introduction. Whoosh. Whoosh. The two traveled through the clouds, and with Li Yuan's current privileges, he could also freely traverse above the skies of Juxing Ancient City. Before long, Kai Yang True God and Li Yuan reached a mountain range that stretched for 1,000 kilometers, containing some large-scale palaces and some small courtyards. The entire mountain range was unimaginably beautiful, with dense mists and a rich aura of origin power. This is the Divine Fire Hall, Kai Yong True God said. It's actually a mountain range, Li Yuan muttered to himself, but didn't find it too strange. The entire Juxing ancient city spans hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and after gaining high-level privileges, as Li Yuan perceived and inquired, many residences in the outer city contained mountains. The entire ancient city can be understood as a piece of land. Divine Fire Palace, including the newly joined members like you, presently has fewer than 200 flying heaven-level individuals, Kai Yong True God said, but the semi-divine level has many more, nearly 10,000 living throughout the mountain range. This mountain range is also known as the Divine Fire Mountain Range. Nearly 10,000? Li Yuan was initially stunned. Every trial battle recruits thousands of semi-divine reserve members, plus those promoted from flying heaven level, and a few directly recommended by true gods. Kai Yong True God laughed. After several centuries of accumulation, continuously adding members while others fall or break through to pseudo-god. Ultimately, keeping the number of semi-divines in Divine Fire Hall at 8 to 9,000, occasionally exceeding 10,000. Li Yuan suddenly realized. Every 20 years, thousands are recruited, hence theoretically reaching 10,000 over 2 centuries. Those who can enter the Divine Fire Hall, like Zhang Shan and others, have almost all reached the initial rank of pseudo-god. Li Yuan silently marveled. This means, nearly 10,000 semi-divines in Divine Fire Hall, each with a strength comparable to a principal? Just thinking about it, Li Yuan felt rather emotional. Too powerful. Of course, Li Yuan wasn't too surprised. After all, considering the position of Juxing ancient city within the divine realm, it was already a major force comparable to the Heavenly Serpent clan. Huff. Huff. Li Yuan followed Kai Yong True God and reached a palace at the center of the mountain range. Today, the palace had gathered thousands of Dao bodies, most of which were semi-divines, with a few being at flying heaven level. On a high platform at the end of the palace, there were 6 figures emitting terrifying auras, all of whom were true gods. 6 Vice Hall Masters. Li Yuan thought silently. With so many reserve members in Divine Fire Hall, it was naturally impossible for Kai Yong True God to manage them all. The Hall Master has arrived. The Hall Master is back. As soon as Kai Yong True God entered the palace, everyone immediately looked towards him. Following closely, almost everyone saw Li Yuan standing behind Kai Yong True God. It's Shu Yuan. Is he the first flying heaven Shu Yuan? The thousands of semi-divines inside the hall, most of whom were curiously looking at Li Yuan. They are all long-standing members of the Divine Fire Hall, yet in this brief span of time, they had all come to know the name and deeds of Li Yuan. Huff. Li Yuan swiftly flew down, landing at the very forefront of the group of hundreds of flying heaven rank members, prompting those who were originally at the front, such as Qi Sha and Ji Yan, to subconsciously step back. Today, we, the Divine Fire Hall, have welcomed over 1,000 new members. Kai Yong True God was already standing on the high platform, his terrifying aura dispersing, like a sun filled with destructive power, overwhelming everyone present. Even the 6 true gods standing by his side seemed somewhat dim in comparison to his aura. There are less than 12 years left until the War of the Ancestral Realm. Kai Yong True God spoke slowly. I hope you all seize the time, strive hard in your cultivation. In the last War of the Ancestral Realm, our Juxing ancient city only secured 3 spots in the top 10, and a mere 36 people in the top 100. I hope this generation can surpass the last. Li Yuan listened on, inwardly astonished. Securing about 1/3 yet still unsatisfied? One should know that the entire world has 3 major starry sky ancient cities, the 6 great holy lands. Even the continents and realms beyond have some powerful forces. From this, one could gauge the might of Juxing ancient city. Following the old tradition, today we announce the new rankings. With a wave of Kai Yong True God's hand, a large and a small projection screens suddenly appeared in the void of the temple. On the smaller screen were only a few hundred names. Flying Heaven List. First, Shu Yuan, Semi-Divine Limit Strength, Saint Air. Second, Qi Sha, Semi-Divine Limit Strength, Saint Air. Third, 11th. Ji Yan, peak of semi-divine strength. 61st. Jin Zhen, semi-divine middle rank strength. 192nd. Yu Kong, semi-divine middle rank strength. The reserve members of the Flying Heaven level amounted to fewer than 200 people, with Li Yuan uncontroversially ranking first. On the larger screen, however, there were close to 10,000 names, alongside extremely detailed rankings. Semi-divine list. First, Jing Kui, pseudo-god middle rank strength, Saint Air. Second, He Feng, pseudo-god middle rank strength, Saint Air. Third, Dong Pan, pseudo-god middle rank strength, Saint Air. 8th, Yu Shan, pseudo-god middle rank strength, Saint Air. 16th, Yan Dong, pseudo-god middle rank strength, Saint Air. 17th, Wu Zhang, pseudo-god middle rank strength. 367th, Yang Di, pseudo-god middle rank strength. 368th, Jin Bai, initial rank of pseudo-god strength. 9000th, Zhang Shan, initial rank of pseudo-god strength. 9320th, Chu Qian, initial rank of pseudo-god strength. Through the semi-divine list of the Divine Fire Hall, Li Yuan quickly understood the strength of the top echelon of the semi-divines of the entire Zhuxing continent.
16 semi-divine Saint Airs. Jing Kui ranked first. Li Yuan murmured. Although seemingly marked with the same pseudo-god middle rank strength as the other 300-plus individuals, the actual difference in a true battle would probably be significant.
Li Yuan knew very well. Levels 50 and 51 belong to the initial rank of pseudo-god.
Levels 52 to 54 all belong to the pseudo-god middle rank.
Levels 55 to 56 are all considered at the peak of pseudo-god. Level 57 can only be achieved by awakening the 7-star veins. Only when origin power reaches this level, combined with extremely high law comprehension and powerful divine artifacts, can one generally be qualified to be called the pseudo-god limit among pseudo-gods. Pseudo-god middle rank spans the largest range of strength. Someone like Jing Kui likely approaches the peak of pseudo-god, while those ranked around the 300 might just have entered the pseudo-god middle rank. Li Yuan silently pondered. A true pseudo-god middle rank powerhouse, compared to an initial rank of pseudo-god, would surpass in all aspects like origin power cultivation, law comprehension, star techniques, and more. Yet, the half-gods, being fundamentally weaker than pseudo-gods and unable to enhance their origin power cultivation or star techniques, find it increasingly difficult to improve their strength beyond a certain point. They could mainly rely on the mystery of their techniques for improvement. A 7-star vein half-god like Zhang Shan, with a law comprehension reaching the 7 stages of perfection, initial rank of pseudo-god, could possess combat strength comparable to an initial rank of pseudo-god. Li Yuan pondered. If his law comprehension reaches the intermediate rank of the 8th stage, pseudo-god high rank standard, his strength might just reach the baseline of pseudo-god middle rank. Advancing in law comprehension gets progressively slower as one progresses. For many pseudo-gods, cultivating for thousands of years, it's difficult to progress a law from the 7th stages of perfection to the intermediate rank of the 8th stage, reflecting the difficulty involved. Therefore, even for a 7-star vein half-god, achieving pseudo-god middle rank strength in just a few hundred years is extremely challenging. If Zhang Shan wants his combat strength to reach the pseudo-god peak, his law comprehension must achieve the 9th stage. Li Yuan couldn't help but think of the Dongfang Alliance leader. With less than 200 years of cultivation, he, with his 8-star veins, has unleashed peak of pseudo-god strength. Although having the origin divine artifact played a part, it still sufficed to prove Dongfang Ji's terrifying power and talent.
If the principal were growing up in the Zhuxing continent, he would probably have the hope to become the top talent of his generation. A thought passed through Li Yuan's mind. Currently, if I push my origin power cultivation to level 48.9 in one breath, and all my star techniques to the 4th rank limit, with powerful star techniques, my strength is estimated to match a level 52 pseudo-god, reaching the baseline of pseudo-god middle rank.
With such strength, aiming to seize the Ancestor Realm Order? There's no hope. Next, on the one hand, is to strive to awaken the life star. Li Yuan considered, on the other hand, is to make diligent efforts to comprehend the law, to achieve even higher law comprehension. Although he has yet to awaken the 9-star pulse and does not know when he will make his breakthrough to semi-divine. But one must have a long-term plan for the path of cultivation. Kai Yang True God did not speak for too long before he ordered the 10,000 flying heavens semi-divines to disperse on their own. But before Li Yuan could leave, he was quickly surrounded by a group of demigods. Zhang Shan, Bai Li Teng, and Wu Beihong were all conspicuously present. Seeing this, many demigods who were interested in befriending Li Yuan also tactfully left. Li Yuan, allow me to introduce you, Zhang Shan said with a smile. This is Yu Shan, and this is Yang Di. You should recognize them, as they are both formidable figures from our Abyss country. A flash of surprise appeared in Li Yuan's eyes. Yu Shan, ranked 8th on the recently announced semi-divine list, he is a saint heir. Yang Di, though ranked 300 or so, also possessed the strength of a pseudo-god middle rank. Brother Li Yuan, I am Yu Shan, said the demigod Yu Shan, a burly man with a forthright smile. I've already heard from Sha Shi pseudo-god and brother Zhang Shan about you. It's quite impressive that our Abyss country has seen the rise of an extraordinary talent like you. I am Yang Di. The demigod Yang Di was not very loquacious. Brother Yu Shan, brother Yang Di, Li Yuan greeted in return. Even in the Chaos Divine Court, a demigod who possessed the strength of a pseudo-god middle rank would definitely qualify for the core ranks and was certainly not to be underestimated. The others? Li Yuan surveyed the rest of the group. Most of them were demigods, and several were at the flying heaven level, though they were all strangers to him. These are the strong fighters from our Abyss country, said the demigod Yu Shan with a smile. Zhu Xing Ancient City is a gathering place for geniuses from various divine kingdoms and regions. The competition is fierce. We all hail from Abyss country. In the future, when we ascend to God, we will either join the law enforcement temple or return to our country's district. Naturally, we must help each other. Li Yuan nodded unconsciously. Most of the formal members of Zhu Xing Ancient City will not stay there for long. These geniuses before him, although the prospect of becoming true gods in the future is extremely slim, will mostly grow into pseudo-god peaks, and even among them, there are those likely to become pseudo-god limit experts. A single genius is formidable enough. A group of geniuses banding together, after several hundred or 1,000 years, they would become a terrifying force within Abyss country. It can be said that a considerable portion of Abyss country's future high-level figures will be these geniuses here. This is how the families of divine beings in divine kingdoms are succeeded generation after generation. And without a doubt, the leader of this group of geniuses is Yu Shan. As a saint heir demigod, his prospects of becoming a true god are immensely high. Ha ha, as newcomers to our Abyss country, we previously thought we only had Zhang Shan and Beihong. Yu Shan, the demigod, laughed. We never expected that Shu Yuan would suddenly emerge. The first battle was against the first saint of flying heaven. In the future, I'm afraid he has the potential to rival the king, said the demigod Yu Shan earnestly. The other geniuses from Abyss country also looked at Li Yuan with burning gazes. They were all utterly shocked when they received news about Li Yuan. Way too monstrous. Naturally, they all wanted to befriend Li Yuan. Shu Yuan, Yu Shan, the demigod, boasted with a hearty laugh, since you're new here today, let me be the host to welcome and refresh you. Everyone, come to my palace. Let's have a good gathering, shall we? Sure. Li Yuan naturally wouldn't refuse. Yu Shan, the demigod, being ranked 8th on the semi-divine list of Zhu Xing Ancient City. Across the entire world, he's probably among the very top tier of demigods. In the battle for the ancestral realm in the future, he might just provide a helping hand. Ha ha, then let's go, laughed Yu Shan, the demigod. Brothers and sisters, let's all go. Flying heaven-level reserve members have mansions that are 300 meters long and wide. Semi-divine level reserve members have mansions that are 1 kilometer long and wide. Li Yuan looked at Yu Shan, the demigod's residence, and even the palace complex. All the Saint Heirs palaces are 5 kilometers in length and width. The living environment reveals the gaps in status between them. Half an hour later, in the palace of Yu Shan, numerous servants had already served up a vast array of delicious foods, which were extremely tasty, while musicians and dancers performed in the center of the great hall. Zhu Xing points. Li Yuan sat next to Yu Shan, the demigod, listening to him speak. Clearly, within the small group of Abyss Country geniuses, Li Yuan's status was tacitly acknowledged as comparable to that of Yu Shan, the demigod. Even though Li Yuan was only at the flying heaven level, his strength inferior to that of any of these demigods. But the status of Saint Air represents a different level of standing. Yes, laughed Yu Shan, the demigod. Here in Zhuxing Ancient City, divine crystals are not as valuable as Zhuxing points. You can exchange Zhuxing points for divine crystals, but not the other way around. Brother Shu Yuan, you are still at the flying heaven level but possess extraordinary strength. It's the perfect time to complete more trial tasks and earn more Zhuxing points. Many exotic treasures can only be obtained with Zhuxing points. Otherwise, once you break through to become a demigod, the difficulty of tasks will skyrocket, and it will be much harder to earn Zhuxing points, Yu Shan, the demigod, said. Li Yuan nodded unconsciously. These are experiences. After such a long conversation, he felt that Yu Shan, the demigod, seemed quite sincere towards him. However, at least for now, as Li Yuan looked around, the demigods and flying heaven talents in the hall appeared to be very enthusiastic and genuine towards him. Who can tell who is sincere and who is pretending? Li Yuan thought calmly. But as long as I remain strong, what difference does it make whether they are pretentious or sincere? Li Yuan knew very well in his heart that the status of Saint Air, it's not important. The key is one's strength. After the banquet, Li Yuan was considered integrated into the circle and then proceeded to the palace prepared for him by the Divine Fire Hall. In terms of scale, it was no less grand than the palace of Yu Shan, the demigod. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. 10 demigods led 300 flying heaven-level servant girls in deference as they respectfully saluted in the courtyard. Those flying heaven-level servants even kneeled down. In my palace, there's no need to kneel down, Li Yuan frowned and said, just a normal salute will suffice. Kneel. Li Yuan felt displeased in his heart. Moreover, Li Yuan did not like having too many servants, but this was the rule of Zhuxing Ancient City. He even knew that these servants did not come from the outside world, but from some smaller worlds within Zhuxing Ancient City. Each starry sky ancient city contains many small worlds, and some small worlds are exceedingly vast. These small worlds also give birth to a multitude of lives. Everyone, leave for now. Let things proceed as usual, Li Yuan instructed, then directly flew into the quiet chamber. Inside, there was only a pristine jade platform, and in front of the platform, there was a green jade bottle placed. Peeved. Li Yuan waved his hand, breaking the seal of the jade bottle, and immediately smelled an invigorating aroma. Intoxicating. Red spirit flowing fire liquid. Truly treatment befitting a Saint Air, Li Yuan couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. The cultivation in Divine Fire Hall mainly involves 3 aspects. First, the treasures, specifically provided for flying heaven semi-divine to nourish their souls and bodies with exotic treasures. Second, the heritage of methods, gathering the most heavenly divine and true God ultimate teachings in this world. Third, the distinguished mentors. It's extremely difficult to be accepted by a true God as a disciple in the divine nations on the continent, yet every month in Divine Fire Hall, true gods come specifically to teach. Being a Saint Heir of the Divine Fire Hall, Li Yuan had many special privileges and resources. The red spirit flowing fire liquid, exclusive to Saint Heirs, gifted once a month, used for nourishing the soul and improving comprehension, making the study of laws more efficient, Li Yuan inwardly noted. This treasure was much better than what other reserve members received. Of course. Li Yuan was still constantly refining an origin treasure, Ling Yuan Bai Jade Fruit, nowhere comparable to the red spirit flowing fire liquid. But why not make use of it if it's free? Li Yuan would not refuse. I can even choose 3 true gods for guidance, Li Yuan thought. Other reserve members can only listen to the lectures of true gods. Other saint heirs might choose one true God to guide their cultivation. But I can choose three. Guidance from a true God, coming every month for focused mentorship. What a luxurious affair. 1,000 true God ultimate teachings at most is what I can comprehend. I can apply for a maximum of 3,000 Zhu Xing divine pills. If I want more, I must specify the reason. Images of the resources he was entitled to floated in Li Yuan's mind. Way too extravagant. Compared to the time of 7-star civilization, it's like heaven and earth. Arrived on Zhu Xing continent. Even if I didn't complete the Eternal Hall's trial missions, just practicing in Zhu Xing ancient city for several decades. It's a massive opportunity and blessing. Li Yuan revealed a smile. Dealing with brother Zhang Yuan has paid off massively. Li Yuan was well aware, if not for Zhang Yuan true God's protection, how could he so easily become a core genius of Zhu Xing ancient city? A dream. Any major power's first criterion in selecting geniuses is loyalty. If not loyal, the more outstanding the genius, the sooner they need to be eliminated. Trial mission. Li Yuan's thoughts moved, and a huge screen appeared out of nowhere in the quiet chamber. On the screen were various details about Li Yuan, such as the resources he could apply for, and various flying heaven-level trial missions he could accept. This seems quite easy. Li Yuan revealed a smile. Just as recommended by semi-divine Yu Shan, I will apply for some trial missions during my spare time. When Li Yuan formally began his cultivation in Divine Fire Hall, on Zhu Xing continent, in Yuan country capital, inside the Imperial Palace. King, it has been investigated out, announced 9 sounds true God in the highest temple, bending slightly, as you instructed. The first I went to check was the Black Blade true God. I can mostly confirm. The perpetrator of the assassination on Shu Yuan was Xing Chan pseudo-god, a subordinate of Black Blade true God. Black Blade. That fool who hides in his den and dares not come out. Zhang Yuan true God sat on the high throne, his eyes full of coldness. Are you sure? Absolutely sure. I've secretly controlled different pseudo-gods, compared and sensed the soul aura. There is no mistake, asserted 9 sounds true God solemnly. She had quite the confidence in her achievements on the soul path. 9 sounds, you've worked hard these days. Zhang Yuan true God spoke deeply. I have sent a message to Elder Go Mu. For the next period, you and Go Mu will jointly guard the capital. We guard? 9 sounds true God was startled, an ominous thought instantly flashing in her mind. She hastily asked, what about you, King? Taking a trip to East Sea. After so many years of not taking action, the divine beings of this world might have forgotten about my existence. Zhang Yuan slowly stood up, an invisible pressure permeating, like a blazing sun making it hard to look directly. A mere black blade. I pitied him back then and did not continue the pursuit. After so many years, he even dares to send someone to assassinate an important genius under my command in my capital. If not punished, how can I command respect? Your Highness, but we don't have concrete evidence. The assassin left no traces. 9 sounds true God couldn't help but speak. Black Blade true God belongs to East Nether sacred land. If you act rashly, could it provoke a war? Although East Nether sacred land is far inferior to Zhu Xing ancient city, it is still a major force. True gods clashing, or invading the other's territory, everything is unpredictable. Evidence? I want to kill, that is the evidence. Zhang Yuan true God's voice boomed, taking a step and disappearing within the temple. True gods clashing, or invading the other's territory, everything is unpredictable. Evidence? I want to kill, that is the evidence. Zhang Yuan true God's voice boomed, taking a step and disappearing within the temple. Black Blade Island spans nearly 10 million miles, unimaginably vast, alongside many small islands, all part of the territory of the Black Blade Divine Kingdom. Black Blade Divine Kingdom, as one of the 6 core divine kingdoms of the East Nether sacred land, is nearly impregnable against foreign invaders. Naturally, the divine country capital has been relatively stable through the long years. But on this day, in the deep void above the Black Blade Divine Kingdom capital, 2 figures appeared. One figure, clad in a black robe, had piercing eyes and exuded a profoundly domineering aura as he looked down at the divine country capital below, saying indifferently, "It's quite lively." Far less than the capital of Yuan country, added a young man clad in purple garment combat armor respectfully. Up until now, the youth in purple armor was still somewhat puzzled or curious about what their king intended to do. After all, the king had commanded him to follow but hadn't explained his intentions, only for them to end up traveling through the void to the East Sea. Black Blade Divine Kingdom. The youth in purple armor knew that the Black Blade True God was the king's enemy, but they had not confronted each other for hundreds of years. Shi Lin, once we engage in combat, do your best to seal the void, preventing this area's transmission array from functioning. Zhang Yuan True God said indifferently. Leave the rest to me. Zhang Yuan True God commanded several True Gods, each skilled in different areas. For instance, Nine Sounds True God specialized in the soul path, whereas Shi Lin excelled in world direction, within the space law.
The space law, boundless and endless, is so vast that even the mightiest heavenly divine can only control parts of it, let alone a true God.
Like world direction, there are many branches, some of which, after enlightenment, can make one's domain extremely powerful, having a domain as a world itself. While others may control space seal, nullifying methods like ripping space, space transmission, and void shifting. Zhang Yuan True God, although mighty, was inferior to Shi Lin in space sealing, which is why he brought him along. Engage in combat. The purple garment youth was startled, suddenly realizing the king's plans. Was this an initiation of war with the Black Blade True God? But this is the divine capital of the Black Blade Divine Kingdom, the lair of the Black Blade True God. To take the offensive directly to them? King, are we going to launch a surprise attack? Shi Lin True God asked, his eyes flickering with excitement. Though shocked by Zhang Yuan True God's decision, his utmost admiration for Zhang Yuan True God soon turned that shock into boundless excitement, willingly launching an attack into another's divine capital. Such audacity! A surprise attack. To kill one Black Blade, why resort to a surprise attack? Zhang Yuan True God's eyes were cold. Today, I intend to do this openly, using his blood to warn all of heaven and earth. With that said, whoosh, Zhang Yuan True God stepped forward, and his entire being seemed to surge majestically, emitting a life breath that began to soar violently. A towering black flame emerged in the void, spreading hundreds of kilometers, like a bizarre star suddenly expanding, making the unknown world turn dark, with the surrounding void beginning to solidify layer by layer. A terrifying might enveloped the entire world, and also overshadowed the expanses of Black Blade City below. At this moment, throughout the world, Zhang Yuan True God was like the absolute sovereign. His terrifying presence even made Shi Lin True God gasp. Too formidable. Too powerful. King, you have become even more powerful than before. Shi Lin True God's eyes gleamed with frenzied admiration. Why did he choose to follow Zhang Yuan True God? Because Zhang Yuan True God was powerful, acted with dominance, and protected his own. At this moment, in Shi Lin's perception, Zhang Yuan True God, as hot and endless as a sun, seemed somewhat akin to the heavenly divines he had seen before. Could it be, the king has reached the heavenly divine level? The thought crossed Shi Lin's mind, but he immediately dismissed it. No, that can't be right. If true godhood was achieved, mastering the great Tao, mastering heaven and earth, it would naturally be possible to seal the void, no need for me. However, regardless, the might of Zhang Yuan True God was beyond doubt. Whoosh, while many thoughts flickered through Shi Lin's mind, his actions did not slow down. The moment Zhang Yuan True God erupted, the void within tens of thousands of kilometers condensed and enveloped with an invisible fluctuation, making spatial shifting impossible. Space seal. Inside Black Blade City, countless flying heaven semi-divine, some in concealed cultivation, some flying, and some indulging in transactional pleasure in cave taverns. Life went on as it had for thousands of previous years. Suddenly, boom, the world seemed to ripple, and a terrifying pressure descended instantly, engulfing the entire Black Blade City. The pressure reached even past the capital array, causing countless souls of the flying heaven semi-divine to thunder and eyes to darken, losing consciousness. The disparity in life level was too great. This was the might of the heavenly God level, capable, even from thousands of kilometers away, unseen, of merely affecting and making countless semi-divines unconscious. If Zhang Yuan, true God, wished, he could have already obliterated the countless divine beings' souls below in Blackblade City. Boom boom, the vast Blackblade City, reacting belatedly, various arrays and prohibitions began to activate, emitting brilliant light from towering walls and palace residences in the city, soaring into the sky. Formation activated. Like a colossal war fortress fully waking up, and simultaneously within Blackblade City, each pseudo-god began flying into various prohibitions, sensing the towering figure in the void. The presence was so overwhelming it nearly suffocated them. Heavenly Divine? Could it be a heavenly divine? The thousands of pseudo-gods within Blackblade City were now thoroughly panicked. This terrifying aura made their hearts tremble. Even though there were thousands of pseudo-gods, each presiding over their own formation restrictions, theoretically capable of defeating a true god with ease. Faced with that vague figure whose aura was unmatched and majestic, they all felt a chill of fear. Zhang Yuan, how dare you? An enraged roar echoed through heaven and earth, followed by the emergence of a figure in a black robe atop the highest point of Blackblade City. His aura was also vast and mighty, with a swirling black mist composed of endless scales beneath him. The Blackblade True God. The king has arrived. The king is here. With the formation, we should be able to stop Zhang Yuan, True God. Zhang Yuan, True God, is known as the first war god of Zhuxing Ancient City, a peerless being closest to a heavenly divine in the world. The king is strong, but I'm afraid he's still much weaker. Thousands of pseudo-gods of the Blackblade True God had many thoughts. Putting aside everything else, these pseudo-gods could clearly sense that, despite the reinforcement by layer upon layer of formations, the aura emanated by the Blackblade True God is still obviously inferior to that of Zhang Yuan, True God. This also brought to many pseudo-gods' minds numerous legends about Zhang Yuan, True God. It was a reputation forged by endless slaughter. Zhang Yuan. This is the territory of the East Nether Sacred Land, the heart of the Holy Land, the very divine country. How dare you? The Blackblade True God burst out angrily, roaring. Leave at once. In reality, there was a trace of panic in the heart of the Blackblade True God. He had not expected Zhang Yuan, True God, to dare to directly attack his stronghold, and most crucially, the aura that Zhang Yuan, True God, was emitting truly made one's heart tremble. It seemed to have become even stronger. Blackblade. Zhang Yuan, True God's voice was cold, reverberating across heaven and earth. I am here today to punish you for sending Xing Chan, pseudo-god, to assassinate my genius Shu Yuan. These words immediately sparked speculation among the thousands of pseudo-gods of the Blackblade Divine Kingdom. Assassination. Although most of these pseudo-gods were still unaware of who Shu Yuan was, they roughly understood why Zhang Yuan, True God, had come knocking on their door. Bullshit. The Blackblade True God snarled, his voice thunderous. You say I assassinated Shu Yuan. What proof do you have? The Blackblade True God had made up his mind not to admit to it. As long as he did not admit it, Blackblade True God did not believe Zhang Yuan, True God, held any conclusive evidence. Blackblade. Did you not hear me clearly? I am not here to argue about evidence with you, said Zhang Yuan, True God, his voice as cold as ever. I am here to punish you. I am only responsible for punishment. Boom. With another step forward, Zhang Yuan, True God's body swelled rapidly, reaching 1,000 zhang in height, his life breath climbing to an unbelievable extent, causing the sky and earth to change color. The 9-layer body refining star technique. What? Zhang Yuan, True God, hadn't even used the body refining star technique before. What? The group of pseudo-gods was somewhat dumbfounded, as just the divine body of Zhang Yuan, True God, was already making them tremble. Whoosh! Suddenly, Zhang Yuan, True God, stretched out his right hand. His palm rapidly expanded, vast and mighty, tearing through the void. His 5 fingers, like pillars of the heavens, surrounded by strands of black fire, emanated an aura of endless destructive power. Overshadowing the sun, he struck directly at the Blackblade True God in the void. Activate the formation. The capital array. Initiate. Although the Blackblade True God was shocked that Zhang Yuan, True God, dared to make a move directly, he was also filled with confidence. This was his stronghold that he had been operating for thousands of years. Combine formation. Origin power array, condense. Under the command of the Black Blade True God, the multiple layers of formation restrictions laid out over thousands of years throughout the royal capital were instantly activated. One must know, the stronghold of the Black Blade True God was imagined to withstand the great enemy that was the Black Blade True God himself. Boom! Based in the divine country capital, with thousands of pseudo-gods as pillars, and the Black Blade True God at the head. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a terrifying black dragon stretching thousands of kilometers long. The dragon's head was the Black Blade True God, with a vast oppressive might radiating. Such strong pressure, can the king win? The face of Shi Lin True God changed slightly, it was simply too frightening. If it were himself, Shi Lin True God felt that he would be defeated by that terrifying black dragon in just one move. I refuse to believe that in my own lair, I would be defeated by you. Black Blade True Gods will to fight sword to the heavens. Roar. Boom. The black dragon erupted with a sky-shaking roar, opened its huge mouth, and its claws fluttered as it charged directly towards Zhang Yuan True God with endless might. Boom. The palm that blotted out the sky and its 5 fingers collided with the gigantic dragon head in an instant. But against everyone's expectations, that huge palm instantly smacked the dragon head backward, flying away as if space itself was under layers of pressure, causing countless cracks to appear on the black dragon's body. No. Black Blade True God only felt an overwhelming might coming at him like a torrential wave, and the black dragon, condensed by the capital's array under his command, had already dissipated by a great deal. Peefed. One after another, the various restrictions within the capital burst instantly like bubbles. The majority of the pseudo-gods inside suffered heavy injuries from the shockwave, and a few of the weaker ones died instantly, their bodies exploding. Boom! Just a fraction of the shockwave from the collision was enough to shake the entire Black Blade Divine Kingdom capital. The bustling streets within the city cracked open, countless buildings collapsed, and an unknown number of unconscious flying heavens semi-divine perished. One exchange led to a heaven collapsing, earth-shattering outcome. To think you could block my palm? Zhang Yuan True God frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with his own attack. This? Shi Lin True God was already speechless with amazement. He knew that their king was powerful, but he never imagined the king could be so mightily strong. Just one move obliterated the true might wielded by the Black Blade True God who commanded over 1,000 pseudo-gods. This, Zhang Yuan, has your strength already reached the heavenly god level? Black Blade True God was completely chilled with fear. Only a being at the heavenly god level could defeat his capital's array in a single move. Whoosh! But Zhang Yuan True God simply couldn't care less about him and struck out another palm, traversing heaven and earth, once more fiercely smacking towards Black Blade True God. Condense. Block it. Black Blade True God gritted his teeth as he once again gathered the remaining might of the array. The significantly weakened Black Dragon once again strained to resist Zhang Yuan True God's attack. Boom! Yet another terrifying collision. Finally, the capital's array could no longer withstand it, and the Black Dragon that stretched for thousands of kilometers completely disintegrated. Peefed. A large number of pseudo-gods' bodies exploded, and numerous floating palaces above the capital started to plummet. A scene of utter destruction. Boom! Zhang Yuan True God's gaze was icy cold, indifferent to everything, as he swung his giant palm to envelop once again. Zhang Yuan. You have such nerve. Do you want to provoke a war between the East Nether Sacred Land and Zhuxing Ancient City? Black Blade True God had completely lost his nerve. He also couldn't comprehend how in just a few hundred years, Zhang Yuan True God's strength had surged to such a terrifying extent. The peak of True God and the level of heavenly divinity were two completely different concepts. Like a heavenly god, the baseline is the awakening of the 7-star veins and the control of one great Tao, also demanding an extremely high level of space law comprehension. How hard is it for a true god to contend with a heavenly god? Even in the divine realm, only the top geniuses have a chance to reach it. Swoosh! Black Blade True God fled like lightning backward. He dared not confront the gigantic palm head-on. But how could he escape? He was almost instantly caught up in the pursuit. Boom! With a heavy slap of the palm, even though Black Blade True God tried his best to resist, without the array's enhancement, his body almost exploded, his divine heart suffered from countless cracks, and he was severely injured. At this moment, buzz, ripples spread through the void, and a vague figure emerged from the void 10,000 kilometers away, followed by a torrential oppression spreading out. This oppressive force was no less powerful than that of Zhang Yuan True God when he exploded with might, even stronger. Zhang Yuan, stop! A roar of anger echoed throughout heaven and earth. Saint Lord! Zhang Yuan True God was overjoyed and turned his head to look. At the ends of heaven and earth, that blurred figure gradually solidified into reality, revealing a figure in a misty, azure robe whose emanating pressure was even stronger than that of Zhang Yuan True God. But at this moment, the azure-robed figure had an extremely livid complexion. He was none other than the supreme being of the East Nether Sacred Land, East Sovereign. He was also in existence at the level of a heavenly divine.
Zhang Yuan, your strength may be formidable indeed, reigning supreme among true gods, yet you dare speak of war before me. East Sovereign's voice was ice-cold, filled with a terrifying murderous intent. Today, this matter will not end easily.
East Sovereign was filled with fury. He received a plea for help from the Black Blade True God at the very first moment and prepared to teleport over. Only to discover that space had been sealed, and the transmission arrays that his East Nether Sacred Land had established couldn't be used as they were not of a sufficiently high level to break through the space seal. Having no choice, he immediately utilized void shifting and arrived in this void. To void shift without any guide meant that the target location couldn't be precisely targeted. After 2 void shifts, by the time he arrived, Black Blade True God was nearly falling. He was both shocked by the terrifying strength revealed by Zhang Yuan True God and enraged by the other's defiance against him. Heavenly Divine. As one of the pinnacle existences of this heaven and earth, they too have their pride. Huff! He suddenly lifted his hand, and an invisible fluctuation swept by, tearing apart the space seal of thousands of kilometers around, his invisible might urgently pressing upon the region controlled by Zhang Yuan True God. The two engaged in an invisible struggle and contest for spatial control. For a moment, East Sovereign actually felt that he could not subdue Zhang Yuan True God. Subdue! East Sovereign suddenly roared in a low voice, finally going all out. Boom! With East Sovereign at the center, space itself seemed to violently tremble, with streams of azure flows emerging in the void. These flows encircled him, making him seem like the sovereign of heaven and earth, as if the origin of the great Tao itself had descended. Control the Tao of heaven and earth. This was the might and divine skill possessed by one who has deeply comprehended a great Tao, a technique that could almost sweep away all true gods.
Whoosh! As if effortlessly, wherever those azure streams went, space immediately became absolutely solidified, aggressively eroding towards the region Zhang Yuan True God was in, simply unstoppable.
Not good. King, spatial fluctuations have solidified. I'm afraid even void-shifting talismans can't be used. Shi Lin True God felt a hint of panic as he had a high comprehension of space law, and immediately sensed the change. What is there to panic about? Zhang Yuan True God still looked indifferent, allowing the endless azure streams to erode towards him. By the time they came within a few hundred kilometers of him and Shi Lin True God. Boom! Suddenly, a combat saber appeared in Zhang Yuan True God's hand, the saber emitting an endlessly terrifying presence, scattering in all directions as if an unparalleled ferocious beast was awakening. Void split. Zhang Yuan True God's eyes showed a trace of terrifying murderous intent as he swung the combat saber.
Whoosh! The light of the saber appeared. Instantly, a visible, terrifying spatial rift emerged in the void, extending thousands of kilometers from Zhang Yuan True God's position in the blink of an eye, as if heaven and earth were torn in half, heading straight for East Sovereign at the ends of heaven and earth. If Li Yuan were here, he would be shocked to find that the move Zhang Yuan True God was using was definitely of the same origin as the technique performed by Anshi Heavenly God he had seen in the Mirror of Laws. Even more so, Zhang Yuan True God's saber light was more exaggerated, more terrifying.
Boom! Where the saber light passed, the void trembled layer by layer, and countless fine spatial cracks appeared in places invisible to the naked eye, like ripples in water, causing the countless azure streams to be slain instantly, no longer able to invade within thousands of kilometers around Zhang Yuan True God.
Boom! Yet East Sovereign, after all, was a true god. With both palms controlling heaven and earth, he directly transformed into endless azure light, which surged like tides, effortlessly weakening and resisting Zhang Yuan True God's formidable saber strike.
But his expression had changed from rage to astonishment. He had never thought that, even going all out, Zhang Yuan True God would easily break through his control of the Tao of heaven and earth. This made him calm down quickly. His original intention was to capture Zhang Yuan, then have Zhu Xing ancient city explained to him. But now, all signs have proved Zhang Yuan might not be as strong as him, but indeed possessed the real power comparable to a heavenly divine, and it was impossible to capture him in a short time. And in the process of their fight, as long as Zhang Yuan True God was willing, support from Zhu Xing ancient city would definitely arrive. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan, your strength is indeed strong. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, you are probably the strongest true god born in our part of heaven and earth. East Sovereign looked at Zhang Yuan True God, his voice deep. But this is not a reason for you to act so recklessly. You must give me an explanation.
East Sovereign's words seemed strong, but in fact, they had already weakened quite a bit.
An explanation? Zhang Yuan True God's voice was cold, echoing through heaven and earth. East Sovereign, out of respect for you being the lord of a sacred land, I shall say it again. My killing Black Blade was because he attempted to assassinate my talented subordinate, Shu Yuan. Where is the evidence? East Sovereign asked deeply. I, Zhang Yuan, do not need to fabricate a false reason to kill a Black Blade. Zhang Yuan True God looked directly at him, coldly saying, my word is the evidence. Otherwise, with the grudge between me and Black Blade, even if I killed him, no one would be able to say anything. East Sovereign was momentarily choked up. But he had also completely calmed down. Indeed, back in the day, the enmity between Zhang Yuan True God and Black Blade True God was immense. With the power that Zhang Yuan True God possessed, even if he struck down Black Blade, he would likely receive support from Zhu Xing ancient city. After a long while, East Sovereign's gaze flickered. He said deeply, Zhang Yuan, now that you have the strength of a heavenly divine, I can no longer treat you as a mere true god. A heavenly divine has the rules of a heavenly divine, which should not be easily violated when dealing with true gods. You killed Black Blade, this one time only. If you dare to enter the territory of East Nether Sacred Land again and recklessly attack the true gods of East Nether Sacred Land, you are forcing me to wage war, the Eastern Sovereign said in a deep voice, resounding through heaven and earth. Powerful beings cannot be provoked. Zhang Yuan True God spoke coldly. I will not bully the weak, but let me also warn the divines under your command. My royal capital is off limits. If any dares to act against it, or attempts any small tricks, and once discovered by me again, they will die. As his words fell, buzz, Zhang Yuan True God's figure blurred, and then he disappeared into the void along with Shi Lin True God. Evidently, they have left using void shifting. The Eastern Sovereign's complexion was stern, but he did not stop them. He was well aware that although he appeared to still have the upper hand today, failing to capture Zhang Yuan True God as a heavenly divine against a true god was already a failure. This battle, Zhang Yuan True God is destined to become famous throughout the world, stepping over the face of the Eastern Sovereign. Similarly, the death of Black Blade True God will certainly send chills down the spines of countless true gods in the entire world. The deterrence of Zhang Yuan True God and Yuan country capital would both rapidly escalate. Zhang Yuan, the Eastern Sovereign's eyes flickered, his heart filled with rage, but he had his own considerations. Now, possessing such strength, if he breaks through to ascend to Heavenly God and takes control of Inheritance Divine artifacts, he might be able to break through East Nether World. The 6 great holy lands are able to survive under the pressure of the 3 great starry sky ancient cities, even occupying vast territories, not only because the three great starry sky ancient cities are restraining each other. The most important thing is strength. Most possess the formidable power that the three great starry sky ancient cities find difficult to extinguish. But this kind of power is not absolutely secure. Over the long years, the holy lands destroyed by the three great starry sky ancient cities are numerous. In a certain era, if a starry sky ancient city gives birth to a fearsome heavenly divine, it could potentially annihilate a so-called holy land. Sigh. The Eastern sovereign glanced at the Black Blade divine kingdom capital below that looked like the apocalypse, furrowed his brows, and disappeared at the end of the world. Not long after, several true gods of East Nether Sacred Land along with a large number of pseudo-gods arrived. With the fall of Black Blade True God, naturally, East Nether Sacred Land had to take over again. In Ju Xing Ancient City, within the inner city, in the Hall of Myriad Laws. Within a quiet chamber full of starlight, Li Yuan sat cross-legged, surrounded by a vast and invisible fluctuation. He had just chosen a mirror of laws. The mirror of laws is the condensation of part of a heavenly divine's soul, including some comprehension. A heavenly divine's comprehension must contain one of the basic laws of the great Tao, as well as some space law comprehension. The mirror of laws given to Li Yuan by Enchi Heavenly God contained the comprehension of the fire law and space comprehension. And this time, the one Li Yuan chose was naturally the mirror of laws containing the law of earth and space law.
Whoosh! Scenes rushed at Li Yuan's soul like a tide, overwhelming his consciousness, forcing him to immerse completely. Rumble! This was the lonely and vast void, and a stunningly beautiful woman in simple robes stood in the void.
Her gaze was cold as she glanced into the distance, a look that made Li Yuan's soul tremble. It was as if, across the vast stretches of time, the heavenly divine who left behind the mirror of laws could still sense his existence. Whoosh! The stunning woman pointed towards the void. My name is Bai He. Whoosh! Her fingertip traced across the heavens and earth. Thousands of miles of void boiled instantaneously, space tore apart, and countless surging earth-yellow streams flowed out from the space rifts. These were all the origin power of earth and heaven. A massive amount of earth origin power quickly condensed to form a complete world. Mountains, earth, rivers, deserts, grasslands. A complete miniature world unfolded before Li Yuan. The evolution of a world. Earth upholds all things with its abundant virtue. To carry, stars, the origin of life. Li Yuan's heart was filled with awe as he felt massive mysteries of the laws from the evolution of this world. He also comprehended the ultimate aspect of the law of earth. This Bai He Heavenly God, the law she is applying, must be the integration of the complete law of earth and spatial world. The creation of the void, the separation of heaven and earth. Li Yuan continuously absorbed these insights. This was a comprehension completely different from that of Enchi Heavenly God's mirror of laws. But for Li Yuan, the effect was even better. His law comprehension of both space law and the law of earth was constantly improving. A few days later, Li Yuan finally returned to his senses, said farewell to the guarding true God, and flew out of the Hall of Myriad Laws. As soon as he flew out of the Hall of Myriad Laws, Li Yuan sensed a vast number of messages in his communication treasure. He immediately began to check them. Zhang Shan's message was the most straightforward. Shu Yuan. The news has just spread. The king entered East Nether Sacred Land territory and assassinated the scheme commander's Black Blade True God, engaging in combat with a heavenly divine. This news has spread throughout the entire continent. Not only Zhang Shan, but also new acquaintances of Abyss Country's semi-divine geniuses like Yang Di and Yu Shan, and even True God Kai Yang have sent the same message. They all spoke of this matter, especially the message from True God Kai Yang, which allowed Li Yuan to better understand the entire affair. Brother Zhang Yuan? Li Yuan was also shocked by this news.
Although the East Nether Sacred Land is far inferior to Ju Xing Ancient City, being able to rank among the 6 great holy lands and maintaining long-standing independence under the pressure of the 3 great starry sky ancient cities is enough to prove its formidable strength.
And Black Blade True God, although Li Yuan did not know much, also knew that Black Blade Divine Kingdom was one of the core divine kingdoms within the East Nether Sacred Land. This indicates that Black Blade True God should at least be at the peak of True God. And True God Zhang Yuan, was he really able to infiltrate the Black Blade Divine Kingdom capital in East Nether Sacred Land and directly kill? And he escaped from the Heavenly Divine of East Nether Sacred Land unscathed? What kind of power is this? Brother, your informal senior brother is indeed formidable. You suddenly spoke up with a hint of amazement. A true god being able to do this is definitely one of those top true gods. In the vastness of the 9,000 star domains of the divine realm, it's incredible how rare it would be to find many who could compete with him. Once he steps into the heavenly god realm, he will probably be at the peak of heavenly gods, or even stronger, said Gu.
In the divine realm, are all the top ones? Li Yuan pondered silently but couldn't help asking. In the divine realm, are there no true gods who can contend with the peak of heavenly gods?
Haha, few. It is extremely rare in history. Gu laughed. I understand your thoughts, like flying heaven. The most defiant in the divine realm could reach the threshold of pseudo-god. Semi-divine, some defy limits and could reach the pseudo-god level.
But what do you think the top level of pseudo-god could reach? Gu directly asked. Peak of true god. Li Yuan hesitated. Wrong. In pseudo-gods who are powerful, the strength is just at the initial rank of true god. Gu laughed. Don't be surprised. The real unparalleled monsters won't stay long in the pseudo-god realm.
Staying as flying heaven semi-divine is to lay the foundation. But as soon as the law comprehension is sufficient, not many people will continue to stay at the pseudo-god or true god stages. Thus, since ancient times, those most monster-like heavenly gods in the divine realm had all directly ascend to gods, consolidating briefly in the true god stage, and once they comprehend the complete great Tao they would reach heavenly god, Gu explained. Li Yuan now understood. Theoretically, some exceptional geniuses, during the true god stage, could even slay heavenly divine. But such geniuses had already ascended to heavenly god. Just like true god Zhang Yuan. To have such power, the skills he deployed must be extraordinarily special among heavenly gods. With such a high realm, further comprehending the great Tao laws left a substantial chance for a breakthrough. Of course, there are also some very special pseudo-gods and true gods in the divine realm, with extremely high law comprehension who still cannot break through, Gu added. Those are the 5-star meridian pseudo-gods and 6-star meridian true gods. Li Yuan was astonished. 5-star meridian is the baseline requirement for becoming pseudo-god. 6-star meridian is the baseline requirement for true god. The star meridians are too weak, allowing them to evolve their soul comprehension and law comprehension after ascending to God, yet still unable to break through the shackles. Like in the divine realm, there once was a once-in-a-lifetime genius named Man Huo, who during his true God period comprehended 4 great Taos. Gu lamented. His realm was higher than most heavenly gods, and the unique skills he created were top-notch among heavenly gods. Nonetheless, he was still confined to the true God realm and died when the lifespan limit of 30,000 years arrived. Li Yuan was dumbfounded. Awakening star meridian, law comprehension, and soul cultivation level are all closely related. Thus, 6-star meridian true gods, by reason, have law talent and soul will talent that are below average among countless true gods. Yet they managed to achieve such great success.
Indeed rare. Nevertheless, in the vast divine realm, across endless ages, such unfathomable and monstrous beings will always emerge. Man Huo. Li Yuan silently noted down the name. After reviewing all the messages received.
Li Yuan thought for a moment, then sent a message of thanks to true god Zhang Yuan, explaining why he hadn't responded in the past few days. Li Yuan had just returned to his residence in the Divine Fire Hall when he received a transmission from true god Zhang Yuan. Junior brother, come to my law enforcement temple, true god Zhang Yuan directly messaged. True god Zhang Yuan, apart from being the king of Abyss Country, is also the hall master of the law enforcement temple of Juxing Ancient City. Whoosh! Li Yuan immediately rushed over. The law enforcement temple was also located in the outer city, but it occupied a much larger area with successive palace buildings filled with solemnity, guarded by many Juxing guards at the door. as soon as Li Yuan landed at the entrance of the law enforcement temple.
Greetings to Saint Heir Shu Yuan. The leading Zhu Xing commander swiftly stepped forward, slightly bowed, and smiled. Saint Heir Shu Yuan, His Highness has already informed us. You can directly enter the main hall upon your arrival. I will lead the way.
Thank you, Li Yuan said with a smile. Whoosh, whoosh, the two immediately flew towards the depths of the palace. This scene made the distant Zhu Xing guards start communicating through transmissions. Hu Shan commander, who is usually so proud. Even when other true gods come, he doesn't care at all. Why does he care so much about a saint heir? Some Zhu Xing guards wondered. Fool! When other true gods come to our law enforcement temple, what for? It is always because they violated the laws of the ancient city. Hu Shan commander naturally doesn't care. He only deals with foreigners seeking help from our law enforcement temple, another Zhu Xing guard transmitted. But today, it's Saint Heir Shu Yuan coming. A few days ago, the Hall Master fought with the Heavenly Divine for Saint Heir Shu Yuan, which shows the place Saint Heir Shu Yuan holds in the heart of the Hall Master. But I did not recognize Saint Heir Shu Yuan just now. Hu Shan commander recognized the identity of Saint Heir Shu Yuan at a glance, probably having prepared in advance. No wonder he could serve as a commander. A group of Zhu Xing guards communicated to each other telepathically. They were inside the law enforcement temple, seemingly just patrolling. If they were to inspect among the 800 divine kingdoms of the lower realm, that would make them ancient city envoys, naturally imposing and awe-inspiring. Saint Heir Shu Yuan, my name is Hu Shan, and this is my communication token. Hu Shan commander said with a smile. If the Saint Heir has any needs within the law enforcement temple in the future, just send me a message first. I might not be able to handle big matters. But finding some information for the Saint Heir, asking around for some connections, that I can do. Very well, all trouble Commander Hu Shan then. Li Yuan said with a smile, accepting the token. He certainly couldn't trouble Zhang Yuan, true god for everything. Befriending a commander of the law enforcement temple might come in handy at times. Saint Heir, the hall master is in the Great Hall, Hu Shan commander said. You can go in directly, I won't accompany you. Li Yuan nodded, flashed through the corridor, and entered the hall. This hall wasn't very large. Its four walls were inscribed with numerous murals, and these murals were filled with countless fire patterns, as if numerous flames were burning. Standing within the hall, one could feel the scorching heat of these flames. King, Li Yuan said respectfully, not addressing him as senior brother, because aside from Zhang Yuan, true god, there were two other true gods. One was clad in thick earth yellow combat armor, looking like a war god, his aura robust and vast. The other was a woman in green robes, her smile warm and gentle, looking at Li Yuan with interest. Shu Yuan, Zhang Yuan, true god, spoke directly. Come, let me introduce you. This is star god Xing Huan, a true god who comprehends the law of earth. This is heavenly divine Piao Sha, a true god who comprehends the wind law. Star god Xing Huan, heavenly divine Piao Sha, Li Yuan said with a slight bow, his heart stirring. Law of earth, wind law, what a coincidence. Star god Xing Huan and heavenly divine Piao Sha also nodded slightly at Li Yuan, seemingly observing him. By the rules, as a saint heir and at the 7th rank, 3 true god mentors should guide your cultivation, said Zhang Yuan, true god. So I have invited 2 true gods here. In the time to come, they will guide you in comprehending the wind law and the law of earth for your cultivation. How does that sound? Teacher? As expected. I will follow the king's arrangements, said Li Yuan respectfully. Since Zhang Yuan, true god, had made such arrangements, there must be a deep meaning. Just follow the arrangements. Good, then aren't you going to call them teacher? Said Zhang Yuan, true god. Teacher Xing Huan, teacher Piao Sha, Li Yuan said immediately. The Saint Heir Shu Yuan needn't be so formal, we're also just invited by the deputy city lord, and not really taking on a disciple, said the green-robed woman Piao Sha, true god, with a smile. We only hope that under our guidance, you can become another towering pillar for Zhu Xing ancient city in the future. I feel the same, star god Xing Huan said with a thunderous voice, seeming not very gifted in conversation. All right. The 2 of you, then let's agree, Apart from when Li Yuan is out on a training mission, you will both go and guide Shu Yuan once a month. Zhang Yuan, true god, spoke in a low tone. At least until the battle at the ancestral realm. Star god Xing Huan and heavenly divine Piao Sha exchanged a glance. They weren't fools, they immediately understood from Zhang Yuan, true god's words. Was Zhang Yuan, true god, hoping that Shu Yuan would enter the battle of the ancestral realm? But Shu Yuan was clearly only at the flying heaven realm. However, this was obviously not something for them to consider, so they both bowed slightly and said, "Yes, Deputy City Lord." Whoosh! Whoosh! The two great true gods left directly, leaving only Li Yuan and Zhang Yuan, true god, in the hall. Senior brother, Li Yuan couldn't help saying, "They address you as Deputy City Lord?" "Yes. Today, the Tai Yu Heavenly God, City Lord just ordered, appointing me as the second Deputy City Lord of Juxing Ancient City," Zhang Yuan, true god, said with a smile. "If I wasn't the Deputy City Lord, how could I have invited these two true gods?" The second Deputy City Lord. Li Yuan immediately understood. In public there should be two heavenly divines in Juxing Ancient City. Whether there were more in private, that was unknown. "This time, it was a risk for my senior brother," said Li Yuan directly. "Between us, there's no need to speak of such things. If we really want to talk about it, it is I who owe you." Zhang Yuan, true god, shook his head. "Your assassination was due to me. That Black Edge true god has a grudge against me. He was targeting me. I didn't expect him to be so bold, and if not for your own strength being decent, there would have been danger of falling that day. Those who dare to challenge me naturally deserve to die." Zhang Yuan, true god, stated this as a matter of course. "These past few days, I've been thinking of how to compensate you. But, divine crystals, weapons, Juxing divine pills, you already have them all. Various ultimate skills you can learn by yourself, the mirror of laws. I can't get you any more, the ancient city has its rules," Zhang Yuan, true god, said. "Senior brother, with your help, I've already gained a lot, and I dare not ask for more," Li Yuan quickly responded, and this was his sincere sentiment. The cultivation environment in Juxing Ancient City was already immensely satisfying to him. And most importantly, the protection of Zhang Yuan, true god. "Haha, this is what you deserve." Zhang Yuan, true god, laughed. "Your talent is so exceptional, unmatched in this world of our generation. So after much thought, I decided to invite two more teachers for you. Star god Xing Huan, heavenly divine Piao Sha. They are both peak true god powerhouses, having gone far in the 9th stage. In the eyes of nearly 10,000 true gods of the entire Juxing Ancient City, both of them can be ranked in the top 10 in their respective grade Dao they comprehend," Zhang Yuan, true god, said with a mysterious smile. "Most importantly, they are skilled at instructing disciples." Skilled at instructing? Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. "Though the ancient city rules state that you are to have 3 teachers to guide you. True gods also have their pride, and if you do not ask for it yourself, they would just assign you 3 true gods who might have decent strength but might not be adept at teaching," Zhang Yuan, true god, said. "But these two, they already have true god disciples. Strength alone does not a teacher make." Li Yuan was secretly astonished. As a true god himself, could he actually mentor a true god disciple? This indeed carried significant weight. "Senior brother must have taken great pains to invite them," Li Yuan said. "Haha, if it were in the past, even if I tried, they might not be willing," Zhang Yuan, true god, laughed. "But now that I've just become the Deputy City Lord, they're willing to give me this much face. Besides, your talent is also exceptionally high. After all, every master likes an intelligent disciple," Zhang Yuan, true god, continued. "If you were a fool, even if the City Lord asked them, they might not be willing." Li Yuan could not help but nod. Connections matter, but one's own abilities must be sufficient. Relying solely on connections won't get one far. "I have arranged teachers for you in the earth and wind laws," Zhang Yuan, true god, said with a smile. "As for the third teacher, I will personally guide you in the space law." "You, senior brother?" Li Yuan was taken aback. "What? Am I not qualified to teach on behalf of our master?" Zhang Yuan, true god, said with a playful smile. "Of course, you are more than qualified," Li Yuan quickly said. I just didn't expect senior brother to be willing to guide me. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. Just as Sister Gu said, Zhang Yuan True God is so powerful. His insights into the space law could probably rival many mighty heavenly gods. This was equivalent to being taught by a heavenly god. After returning to his own palace, I didn't expect senior brother Zhang Yuan to make such arrangements. Li Yuan was indeed filled with gratitude. Even the master might not be able to do what Zhang Yuan True God had done. It's perfect. In terms of cultivation resources, I have the Lingyuan Jade Fruit, the endlessly provided red spirit flame liquid, which can maximize the enhancement of my comprehension, strengthening my soul. Li Yuan's eyes shone. With the two mirrors of laws, for the next several decades, they will continuously be effective, promoting my insights into the space law, the law of Earth. There are 3 true God teachers, one of whom is comparable to a heavenly god. In the Zhuxing ancient city, there are countless absolute skills left by generations of heavenly gods and numerous true gods for me to study and comprehend. With the visualization method combined with the 6 realms of illusion to cultivate the soul will. The conditions were already incredibly perfect. What remains is up to me. The best external environment can absolutely rival that of a heavenly god's descendants, but what's most essential is the individual. Li Yuan was full of fighting spirit. Whether I can shine in the ancestral realm war will depend on how far I can progress in the next 12 years. Time passed. Zhang Yuan True God's battle shook the heavens and earth, swiftly spreading across various major powers, causing countless true gods to be astounded. How many eons had it been since such a formidable true god was born? At the same time, the name, Shu Yuan, rapidly spread throughout the universe. After all, the battle stirred up by Zhang Yuan True God was all because of the assassination attempt on Shu Yuan. This news quickly reached the Heavenly Snake Ancient City. The territory of the Heavenly Snake Ancient City is not located on the Zhuxing continent but in the far-off outer heavens. The vast majority of the life stars beyond the heavens are governed by the Heavenly Snake Ancient City. The Heavenly Snake Ancient City is home to many powerful divine beast species, including esteemed lineages such as dragons and phoenixes. But the master of the ancient city is the Heavenly Serpent clan. One important reason is that the inheritance divine artifacts of the Heavenly Snake Ancient City can only be operated by those with the Heavenly Serpent bloodline, which makes the Heavenly Serpent clan incredibly dominant. Especially in this era, a Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent was born within the Heavenly Serpent clan, an occurrence unseen for many generations, already shaking the entire Heavenly Snake Ancient City. Inside the Heavenly Snake Ancient City, within a vast mansion, Shu Yuan, from Abyss Country, only 30 years in cultivation, exceptionally strong soul will, at flying heaven level, suspected to have 8-star veins. The slender and beautiful green snake lay in the palace, looking incredibly excited at the report in her hand. She couldn't help but send a voice transmission. Elder Chu, do you think, could this Shu Yuan be Big Brother? Big Brother once mentioned his most respected teacher's surname was Shu. Hence he often adopts Shu when using an alias. It all completely matches Big Brother. There's a high probability it's him. Chu Bingzhen transmitted back. Li Yuan's talent, once he appears on the Zhuxing continent, would be among the top geniuses, and his brilliance cannot be concealed. It seems like while you've become a core figure in the Heavenly Snake Ancient City, he has not been slow either, becoming a core member of the Zhuxing Ancient City as well, Chu Bingzhen said somewhat sentimentally. Shall we go find Big Brother? Lu Bing said immediately. No. While it's very likely that this Shu Yuan is Li Yuan, there remains a tiny chance it's not. Besides, if you go to find him, it would only bring harm to both of you, Chu Bingzhen advised. The Heavenly Snake Ancient City and the Zhuxing Ancient City may not be mortal enemies, but their relationship is not exactly cordial. You both are young top-tier geniuses of your respective forces. If your relationship is exposed, what do you think the higher-ups of both forces would think? Lu Bing was startled. Li Yuan is safe, you don't have to worry too much. Don't rush. Li Yuan may participate in the battle of the ancestral realm in more than a decade, and then you will be able to meet. As for now, what's most important for you is cultivation, is to seize the opportunity, said Chu Bingzhen. After all the effort you've put in, risking life and death, You've just awakened the 8-star veins. What you need to do now is to step into the semi-divine. And then strive for the 9-star pulse. 9-star pulse. Although it's extremely rare for someone with second-rank 7-star veins to develop into 9-star pulse, it has been historically possible. That ancestral realm may involve some secrets that surpass the existence of heavenly divines, and the eternal hall. In short, we still have hope, said Chu Bingzhen with a hint of excitement in his voice. If you can become a semi-divine with 9-star veins, in the future, you have a complete chance to surpass the heavenly divine and reach the level of the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent ancestor. Then, not only could you rebuild the Heavenly Serpent clan, you could also truly seek revenge, Chu Bingzhen said solemnly. He was acutely aware of how terrifying the enemy of the past was. Heavenly Divine. The Heavenly Serpent clan had heavenly divines in the past, but they were still annihilated. Therefore, he never dared to dream that Lu Bing could take revenge, only hoping that Lu Bing could rebuild the clan. But now, he saw a sliver of faint hope. All right. I will diligently cultivate. Lu Bing also calmed down, knowing the weight of the responsibilities she bore despite her eagerness to see Li Yuan. As time passed, Li Yuan truly began his cultivation journey in Juxing Ancient City. Within Juxing Ancient City, in Li Yuan's mansion. Teacher Piaosha, these are the questions that have puzzled me during this month's cultivation. Li Yuan promptly raised his questions. How did you comprehend it so quickly? The shock was evident in Zhang Yuan True God's voice. It's only been a month. In reality, Li Yuan's progress in the Wind Law wasn't tremendous, but when put into the context of a month, the improvement was striking. Moreover, Zhang Yuan True God was very aware that Li Yuan was simultaneously dividing his attention to comprehend the wind, earth, and space laws. Another month later, stepped into the intermediate rank of the 7th stage, Zhang Yuan True God became even more shocked. After all, she was at the peak of True God and had taught many disciples, considering herself well experienced with talented individuals. But a talent of Li Yuan's caliber, she had rarely seen. Zhang Yuan True God wasn't the only one who felt this way. There was also Star Huan True God. Initially indifferent to Li Yuan, as Li Yuan's progress speed increased, Star Huan True God became increasingly serious as well. A good disciple, everyone was willing to teach. If Zhang Yuan and Star Huan were shocked by Li Yuan's talent, then Zhang Yuan True God was simply dumbfounded, for he had never seen anyone at the flying heaven level improve so quickly. Still not enough. Your spear technique can be more condensed. Space cutting, the most important aspect is. Zhang Yuan True God said gravely. Come, let me demonstrate it to you once more. Yes, Li Yuan thirstily absorbed the knowledge, after sending Li Yuan off. Zhang Yuan True God's indifference disappeared, replaced by doubt and shock. Space cutting. The world of space, 2 directions progressing side by side. Can Shu Yuan really improve this swiftly? Zhang Yuan True God mused. How frightening is my junior brother's talent in space law. After all, he is just a semi-divine level soul, and even with the help of the origin treasure and the mirror of laws, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. Forget about flying heaven. In Zhang Yuan True God's view, no semi-divine could match Li Yuan's terrifying progression in space law. It's as though no bottlenecks could hold him back. Just a path of breakthroughs. With such rate of progress, he might be able to condense the true intention of space before the ancestral realm battle. Zhang Yuan True God pondered. True intention of space, in terms of might, is on par with the 8th stage of basic laws. And since he's combining the 3 laws, perhaps, my disciple really can challenge for a top 100 rank before the ancestral realm battle. Zhang Yuan True God thought to himself. This was already incredibly astonishing. After all, each genius who stood in the top 100 before the ancestral realm battle was almost at the level of the semi-divine saint heirs of the Juxing Ancient City. Ancestral realm order? Zhang Yuan True God still perceived the chance of Li Yuan acquiring it to be very slim. As time flowed like water, and years slipped by, nearly 5 years had gone by since Li Yuan joined the Juxing Ancient City. The Juxing realm also has divisions of the 4 seasons. Early summer, not too hot just yet. In the massive floating city outside the ancient city, about 9,000 flying heaven-level trialists still resided. Whoosh! A figure in silver armor, exuding an extraordinary aura, quickly arrived outside a courtyard in the floating city after passing the inspection of Zhu Xing's guards, soon followed by a girl in a purple dress flying out of the courtyard. Big brother! The girl in the purple dress exclaimed with surprise as she looked at the dignified young man in silver armor. Little Zan, Zhang Shan couldn't help but smile. Today, he has specially come out from the Divine Fire Hall to see his sister. Brother, please come this way, Zhang Zan said with a smile, leading her big brother to the pavilion nearby. The siblings sat down and started chatting. Brother, won't you neglect your cultivation by coming to see me so often? Zhang Zan asked. How can it be often? I've only visited you a few times in these 5 years, Zhang Shan laughed. Don't worry too much. This visit is also to tell you the good news. My law comprehension has improved and it shouldn't be far to step into the 8th stage. I've also become a registered disciple of a true god. As long as I make progress in the upcoming ranking battle, I should be able to join the ranks of the inner sect disciples. Really? Zhang Zan was immediately delighted. Having spent 5 years in the Juxing realm, she naturally knew how difficult it was to be accepted as a disciple by a true god. Moreover, Zhang Zan knew her brother was ambitious, and the teacher he was seeking as a disciple among the true gods was probably extraordinary. A true god peak expert? Zhang Zan couldn't help but ask. Yes, Zhang Shan nodded. Congratulations, big brother. Zhang Zan's smile grew even more radiant. Being a disciple of a true god peak expert only set higher requirements. Becoming a registered disciple was still comparatively easy. But to be an inner sect disciple or direct disciple? Difficult. The recruitment requirements set by true god peak experts are usually very high. For someone like Zhang Shan, he might seem inconspicuous among the nearly 10,000 semi-divine members of the Divine Fire Hall, but that is because his cultivation years are relatively short. Given another 200 or 300 years, not to say becoming a saint heir, breaking into the top 100 is still a possibility. Yet even so, it may not be enough to catch that existence eye. But brother, I heard that the ranking battle is extremely difficult. Do you have confidence? Zhang Zan couldn't help but ask. To meet the requirements, how high do you have to rank? Top 3,000 should do. Zhang Shan pondered. With my age, along with the level of my star meridian, just entering the top 3,000. The chances are great. I'm not aiming to become a direct disciple in this battle. Becoming an inner sect disciple would suffice. As long as I continue to make progress in the future, I can still become a direct disciple, Zhang Shan said. He too longed to be taken in by a renowned master. 3,000? Zhang Zan nodded slightly, not taking it lightly. After all, every one of the reserve members selected for the Juxing ancient city is a genius elite, and most of them have been cultivating for decades or even 100 years more than her brother. Speaking of me, Zhang Shan changed the subject abruptly. Little Zan, how is your cultivation going? You'll also need to be reassessed after the 5-year term is over. Do you feel confident? I have a 30% chance, Zhang Zan hesitated to say. In over 4 years, she spared no effort in her training, but the requirements set by the Juxing ancient city for the Flying Heaven level reserve members are extremely stringent. Out of the 9,000 tree lists, it is estimated that not more than 200 will pass. That's enough. Having a little confidence is good, Zhang Shan instead smiled. Even if it's not successful this time, with the accumulation of these 5 years, once you go back to the divine country capital and become semi-divine, after several decades of cultivation, you can become a reserve member of the ancient city again. Big brother, you won't blame me? Zhang Zan also breathed a sigh of relief. Why would I blame you? I know you are trying too. Flying heaven level is just a stage, it's not deciding your destiny. Zhang Shan laughed. I myself did not pass the flying heaven trial back in the day. You have already given your best effort. Moreover, there's still half a year left, maybe you can still make a breakthrough. If you reach the middle phase of 7th stage law comprehension, you'll be definitely able to stay, Zhang Shan said. Zhang Shan nodded to himself, silently vowing to work even harder. The siblings continued to chat for a while. Big brother, have you seen Shu brother? How is he doing? Zhang Zan asked. Have you seen him? You still asked about him. Zhang Shan smiled. Don't worry, he must be fine. As for his situation, in fact, I seldom see him. Zhang Zan was taken aback. Aren't they both in the Divine Fire Hall? He has visited you once in these years, hasn't he? Zhang Shan asked. Yes, 2 years ago. Zhang Zan nodded. To my knowledge, he is now regarded as the most valued genius in the Zhuxing ancient city, on the same level as the #1 semi-divine Saint Heir, Jing Kui, Zhang Shan said with emotion. I only found out recently, the king and 2 true god experts personally teach him, giving him guidance once a month. Therefore, he hardly comes to class. I find it hard to meet him even once a year. As for his actual strength, I know even less. Zhang Shan shook his head. But considering his astonishing talent, his progress might be beyond our imaginations. Zhang Zan understood, having little information about Li Yuan. You don't need to overthink it. The fact he has visited you once over these years is already quite precious, Zhang Shan cautioned. Day by day, we are in a rapid growth phase. Focusing on your own cultivation is the most important thing. I understand, Zhang Zan nodded. Only by becoming strong myself can I truly depend on myself. In the Zhuxing ancient city, within one of the mysterious spaces of Li Yuan's mansion. This space, a trial space, specially created as the Saint Heir's mansion, spans over 100 kilometers in length and width, and its height is also over 50 kilometers. Ample for semi-divine limit experts to practice the intricacies of various moves. Li Yuan sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by waves of invisible fluctuations. Not far away, a figure in a black robe stood there, his aura converging as if he were an ordinary person, silently observing Li Yuan.
Whoosh! A woman dressed in green suddenly appeared out of thin air. She was another of Li Yuan's instructors, Piao Sha True God.
Piao Sha True God immediately noticed Li Yuan and the black-robed figure beside him.
Deputy City Lord. Piao Sha True God bowed slightly. No need for formalities. Don't disturb Shu Yuan. Zhang Yuan True God nodded and transmitted his voice. Understood. Piao Sha True God flew to Zhang Yuan True God's side and asked through voice transmission. Deputy City Lord, what's happening with Shu Yuan? Why are you still here?
According to their tripartite teaching arrangement, Zhang Yuan True God would instruct at the beginning of the month, Piao Sha True God in the middle of the month, and Xing Huan True God at the end of the month. Because Li Yuan's progress had always been remarkably fast, the 3 true gods did not have to put in much effort and naturally seldom met each other. During the instruction, Shu Yuan had a realization and has been in contemplation here ever since. Zhang Yuan True God said softly. It has been nearly 10 days, so I've been guarding him here all this time. Piao Sha True God understood. A realization during cultivation was indeed a rare opportunity, and it was best left undisturbed. Deputy City Lord is indeed very good to Shu Yuan. Piao Sha True God couldn't help but smile. Within my command, a talent has emerged with much difficulty. Naturally, I have to value him. Zhang Yuan True God said indifferently. Zhang Yuan True God knew, over the years, many had speculated about his relationship with Shu Yuan. After all, even for a direct disciple, it's usually no more than this. These past few years, Shu Yuan has made significant progress, even advancing to the 7th stage high rank in Wind Law. Piao Sha True God smiled. The law of Earth and space law are improving even faster. With this recent realization, his spear technique is likely to undergo a transformation. Because of the mirror of laws and his innate talent, Li Yuan progressed the fastest in the mysteries of space, followed by the law of Earth, and the wind law improved the most rapidly. Yet even so, the wind law, from its initial rank in the 7th stage 5 years ago, has recently advanced to the 7th stage high rank. This shows just how much progress Li Yuan has made in the laws over the past 4+ years. It far exceeds decades of past cultivation. Shu Yuan's progress is indeed great. The mysteries of space have reached the 7 stages of perfection level. Zhang Yuan True God nodded. But what's most remarkable is the integration of the 3 laws. Something countless true gods yearn for but find unattainable. Speaking of the speed of law comprehension, even Jing Kui is far from his equal. Zhang Yuan, true God, sighed. In Zhang Yuan, true God's mind, Li Yuan's strength had been so formidable before because he was nurtured by the Chaos Divine Court. The cultivation conditions in Zhu Xing ancient cities certainly couldn't compare to those of the Chaos Divine Court. But the result was, over these 4+ years, Li Yuan's pace of improvement was astonishing, with the 3 major laws advancing side by side, and even later on. The efficiency of law integration could hardly keep up with the pace of law comprehension. Zhang Yuan, true God, questioned himself, looking back over the billions of years of Zhu Xing ancient city's history, finding few whose cultivation efficiency could match Li Yuan's. But he didn't know. Before entering Zhu Xing ancient city, Li Yuan had truly comprehended the true intent for less than 10 years in total, and at that time, Li Yuan's soul realm was far less than it is now. The cultivation environment was even more incomparable. The 2 true gods continued to wait patiently. Another half a day passed. Suddenly, something's changing. Piao Sha, true God, eyes lit up. Li Yuan's aura slightly changed, and his body seemed to transform into a long spear, with strands of spear light suddenly appearing around him. The terrifying edge of his presence spread out. Body as a spear, will manifested, law will? Finally, he has reached this level. Zhang Yuan, true God, revealed a smile. At this moment, Li Yuan was like a divine weapon, as if his soul, will, and body were all perfectly converged, and his strength had soared to a terrifying level. Boundary Cloud Spear's 5th technique, Divine Weapon Intent. Shaking the vast sky. Li Yuan abruptly opened his eyes and thrust forward, his body growing to a height of 10 meters, his majestic and domineering aura spreading, followed closely as his 5 fingers came together, his arm like a spear. Whoosh! With a thrust of his arm, the fingertips, like a spear tip, directly pierced through the vast sky.
Whirl, accompanied by the enhancement of potent origin power, where his fingertips passed, even the void trembled slightly. To beings like Zhang Yuan, true God, and Piao Sha, true God, they could more clearly sense that a fine line of space traced through the vast sky with Li Yuan's thrust. While Li Yuan's stab was still far from tearing a space rift, it had already left a faint trace on the spatial plane.
This signified that his might had condensed to a terrifying extent. Boom! After executing this move, Li Yuan's aura converged, and his body rapidly returned to normal. So this is the feeling of 8th stage law will. Absolute control, might condensed, nearly immovable. Li Yuan sensed silently. Talking about law comprehension, my understanding of the earth, wind, and space 3 paths is extremely high. Logically, I should have mastered the Boundary Cloud Spear's 5th style by now. Normally speaking, with the integration of the 3 laws, with the mysteries of space reaching 7 stages of perfection, and both earth and wind laws advancing to the intermediate rank of the 7th stage, one would hope to master the 5th technique, Divine Weapon Intent. But Li Yuan, his cultivation of the law of earth is now nearly at the 7 stages of perfection, and the wind law has also stepped into the high rank of the 7th stage. 1. Li Yuan has been solely focused on law comprehension, and indeed, the integration efficiency of the 3 laws has been slow. 2. The essence within law will requires the perfect convergence of soul, will, and body, stirring the subtle law origin fluctuations. Li Yuan has never completely mastered it. Under normal circumstances, at least a semi-divine peak soul will would be required, because only the body strength of a semi-divine peak expert can barely meet the threshold. Even with Li Yuan's astonishing star techniques, his body was still not at the peak of semi-divine. Until not long ago. By practicing the 6 realms of illusion, Li Yuan's will reach the limit of pseudo-god and thereby gained enlightenment, rapidly achieving a breakthrough. I've grasped the mystery of law will. Next, as long as I integrate more law comprehension into my spear technique, the skill level of my spear technique will continue to improve, Li Yuan thought to himself, and I can keep evolving towards the Boundary Cloud Spear's 6th move. The 5th move of Boundary Cloud Spear, Divine Warrior's Intent, was as profound as that of a pseudo-god middle rank. The 6th move, Quicksand Shadow, would match the profundity of many moves from those at the pseudo-god peak. If I can comprehend the 6th move and cultivate my origin power to the semi-divine limit, then I'll truly have a chance to seize the ancestral realm order, Li Yuan pondered to himself. Speaking seemed slow, but in reality, just a moment after grasping the Boundary Cloud Spear's fifth move, Li Yuan had figured everything out and instantly appeared before the two true gods. King, Teacher Piaosha, Li Yuan respectfully said. Very good. At the 8th stage, you need to communicate with the law will, allowing for a perfect integration of body, soul, and will, Zhang Yuan True God said with emotion. I thought you'd have to step into the semi-divine realm to fully control this, but you made a breakthrough at the flying heaven level. Give you a little more time, and your spear technique will improve rapidly. By then, your strength will be close to that of the pseudo-god level, Zhang Yuan True God said with a smile. Li Yuan listened intently. Is it easy to attain enlightenment at the flying heaven level? The key to his swift breakthrough was that his soul will was incredibly powerful. Especially his will, which is almost at the true god level. Shu Yuan, with your current realm, are you not breaking through to become semi-divine? The true god Piaosha asked with confusion. Your soul has already undergone a transformation to the pseudo-god level, and your will is extremely strong, and you've entered the 8th stage level of law integration, yet you're not breaking through? Once you break through, your body will become stronger, and your soul will improve even further, speeding up the growth of your strength, True God Piaosha said. She indeed felt puzzled. I wish to stay at the flying heaven level a bit longer, Li Yuan said with a smile, unwilling to explain further. Indeed. In the eyes of others, he should have already stepped into the semi-divine realm, with no need for further delay. Alas! Li Yuan had not yet achieved his goal. Piaosha, Zhang Yuan True God spoke, solemnly saying, let Shu Yuan choose his own path of cultivation. Strengthening his foundation is also good, he's not even 40 years old yet, there's no rush. Yes, True God Piaosha nodded. An hour later, True God Piaosha finished her guidance and left directly. Inside the trial space, Li Yuan was once again by himself. It's been 4 years and 7 months since I entered the Juxing ancient city. And almost 5 years since I arrived at Juxing continent. Li Yuan calmed down and pondered silently. I have indeed made great progress, breaking through continuously in all aspects. My will has reached level 59, almost at the true god level. My soul has reached the pseudo-god level a year ago due to the constant nurturing from the Lingyuan Bu fruit, combined with continuous honing through the visualization method. Limited by my body, it has stayed completely at level 50, Li Yuan thought to himself. After becoming a pseudo-god level soul, the upper limit of spiritual awakening expanded. Moreover, his law comprehension surged, allowing such quick progress, and he also used a considerable amount of Juxing divine pills. To date, the staggering number of 862 Juxing divine pills had already been consumed. Of the 8 star veins, besides the 5 perfect star veins, the remaining 3 star veins also reached the 9 layers star vein level under Li Yuan's self-awakening. With these thoughts, Li Yuan couldn't help but glance at the Divine Palace panel. Life level 38.9, 3rd rank, spiritual power, level 50. Willpower level 59, spiritual awakening level 83.4%, current upper limit 85%. Star meridian. Star veins 8 star veins, 10 layer plus 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 9 layer plus 9 layer plus 9 layer. Skill realm. Law of Earth, 7th stage high rank, Wind Law, 7th stage high rank, Mysteries of Space. 7th stage 97%. True meaning of fire, 6th stage high rank, Mysteries of Water. 6th stage intermediate rank, Mysteries of Wood. 6th stage initial rank, Mysteries of Metal. 5th stage 99%, Mysteries of Thunder. 5th stage 99%. In the life starry sky of the command star space, the number of unowned life stars has now exceeded 900,000. But I have not yet awakened the 9th star vein, Li Yuan sighed internally. Once, Li Yuan had seen various descriptions of the 9-star pulse in numerous ancient texts. Listening to Gu and Chu Bingzhen speak of the extreme difficulty of the 9-star pulse, they referred only to the semi-divine 9-star veins. At that time, Li Yuan did not fully understand. Now, Li Yuan had a complete understanding. No wonder in the history of Heaven Snake, those few with second-rank 8-star veins only awakened the 9-star pulse during their semi-divine phase, failing to achieve the ultimate 10-star meridian. Li Yuan thought to himself. The flying heaven 9-star pulse is already so difficult. The semi-divine 10-star meridian will probably be even harder. Know that, in Li Yuan's feeling, using more than 800 Ju Xing divine pills and once spiritual guidance, seemed to have a similar effect, still unable to help him step from the 8 stars to the 9-star pulse. Over the past 5 years, Li Yuan had also been desperately awakening life stars, yet unable to break the shackles. After a while, after all, it's not yet the limit. Even if I can no longer use the awakening divine pills, I can still awaken some life stars every day. Li Yuan maintained his serenity inside. As long as I haven't reached the carrying capacity limit of the life starry sky, there's still hope. He came here for the 9-star pulse. How could he give up without reaching his goal? Li Yuan, who had emotions fluctuating within, had already cultivated the 6 realms of illusion, to the second realm, 6 will. Going through the emotional illusions of joy, anger, thought, anxiety, and fear constantly, unable to master them perfectly, but it had already made him view countless things more calmly. Struggling to awaken the 9-star pulse. Do your utmost towards your goal, that's enough. No need to be annoyed or worried by the result. Perhaps, once I condense the true intention of space, and can awaken more life stars, I will have succeeded, Li Yuan thought. Day by day, Li Yuan continued immersing himself in cultivation, occasionally taking on some trial missions. But even the toughest, first-rank flying heaven trial missions posed no challenge to him. They were just diversions in his monotonous cultivation life. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed. On this day, cultivation of the 6 realms of illusion has ended. Li Yuan opened his eyes, his consciousness just waking up from the infinite illusionary realm as if he had traversed thousands of years of success and failure. It's time to try awakening more life stars. Huff. After adjusting his mood, Li Yuan gently closed his eyes, and his soul consciousness once again descended into the life starry sky. Compared to when he first arrived at the Ju Xing continent 5 years ago, Li Yuan's life starry sky had become much more dazzling. The previously dim starry night now had a multitude of twinkling stars. Nearly 1 million unowned life stars, along with the life stars of the 8-star veins, added a lot of brightness to this darkness. Huff. Li Yuan's consciousness diverged. As countless times before, he again tried to roam the starry sky, seeking the unawakened life stars hidden within each lifeless life star. Shortly after, buzz, another life star integrated with a strand of Li Yuan's consciousness and burst into brilliant light. Just then, this life star seemed like the final force that triggered an avalanche in the snowy mountains. Boom! In the life starry sky, among those nearly 1 million disorganized life stars, a very small fraction seemed to be drawn by a strange force, began to link together, and then started moving. Like an orbit of celestial bodies, they truly became alive. This small portion of life stars, along with the recently awakened one by Li Yuan, not too many or too few, precisely amounted to 12,960 life stars. Li Yuan was initially stunned, then an endless joy surged in his heart. It was done. The 9th star vein had finally fully awakened silently. Rumble. Along with the awakening of the 9th star vein, Li Yuan's life starry sky trembled faintly. Within the sea of origin power, all of a sudden, another star vein spanned the void, connecting to the central origin pill, making the already perfectly smooth origin pill even more powerful and complete. Whoosh! The origin pill began its transformation. The origin power became purer and rapidly aimed for a breakthrough towards 39.0 level. With the awakening of the 9th star vein, Li Yuan's origin power's upper limit reached the level of 39.9. Whoosh! Layers of dazzling light suddenly burst forth from the surface of Li Yuan's body. 9 star veins intertwined like beams of light. 8 of them were extremely bright, almost identical, only the last one was relatively dimmer but still clearly visible. 9 star veins. Is this the limit of a flying heaven life? Li Yuan sensed a fluctuation from the depths of the cosmos. This seemed like a congratulation from the vast world, or perhaps a kind of message, or maybe just a feeling in his own heart. Regardless, this was a limit. 6-star pulse, 7-star pulse, 8-star pulse, 9-star pulse. The further along, the harder the awakening, and in the third rank life, the transition from 8-star pulse to 9-star pulse is like a moat. Li Yuan silently said, "Regardless, I, Li Yuan, have succeeded." Being able to take this step, all along the way, with the help of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, without it, reaching the 8-star pulse at second rank would be impossible. There were also many opportunities. With the guidance and help of seniors like Fang Hai, Dongfang Ji, and Zhang Yuan, without these, Li Yuan's soul will and law comprehension could not have grown so quickly. And Li Yuan's own efforts and perseverance, never thinking of giving up, even if it nearly cost him his life, still steadfast in his own path. Many factors. Talent, opportunity, plus luck. Li Yuan was clear about this. Those have made me who I am today. Third rank 9-star pulse. Even in the vast and boundless divine realm, that absolutely qualifies as legendary, only the most exceptional monsters throughout the endless ages could match Li Yuan in terms of star pulse. The birth of each third rank 9-star pulse is a convergence of many factors, both external and internal. Even the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace is indeed against the heavens. But, just like on Juxing continent, where generation after generation of top geniuses get a massive amount of Juxing divine pills, accumulating in quantity, their effect can approach spiritual guidance. In the vast and endless divine realm, there are many opportunities more incredible than Juxing divine pills, which are comparable to the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace. Suddenly, whoosh, an invisible fluctuation was born from the void. This fluctuation ignored the obstructions of the trial space's formation, as well as Li Yuan's own soul defense. It directly transmitted to the depths of Li Yuan's spirit. In Li Yuan's mind, a message had emerged. Trialist, you have completed the second task, achieve Flying Heaven 9-star pulse, becoming a Golden Garment member, and obtained the Return Command. Once you activate the Return Command, you can go to the Eternal Hall. After arriving at the Eternal Hall, you can choose to give up the other tasks, return to your home world, or choose to return to Juxing continent again, continue the first task, the third task. Only upon completing all 3 tasks, can you become a Purple Garment member. In Li Yuan's spiritual world, next to the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, a nearly ethereal golden token suddenly appeared. This golden token does not contain any origin power, but is composed of spiritual power, yet it contains a strange force within. Return Command. Li Yuan, sensing the golden token, already knew the function of this token. Once triggered, he himself could reach that so-called Eternal Hall. Golden Garment member. After using the Return Command, can I choose to go back to my homeland civilization, or continue the other 2 tasks? Li Yuan's mind instantly flashed with many thoughts. This mysterious Eternal Hall is indeed unimaginably powerful. Even Juxing ancient city's highest echelons might not yet know of his awakening of the 9-star pulse, yet it already knows. Whether to go back or not, let's see after reaching the Eternal Hall, there's no rush for now. Moreover, even if I want to use this Return Command, I can't use it within the Juxing realm. Li Yuan thought to himself. This message did not state how long it would take to reach the Eternal Hall. After all, Juxing ancient city has the power of a heavenly divine. If he suddenly disappears, and when he returns later, even with the protection of Zhang Yuan true God, many things would be hard to explain. Deep down, Li Yuan hopes to participate in the battle of the ancestral realm. Reserve members wishing to leave Juxing realm must become semi-divine. Li Yuan quickly made a decision. The message left to me by the Dongfang Alliance leader also requires me to become semi-divine to open. Moreover, since the 9-star pulse is achieved, the life-starry sky space can no longer awaken more life stars. Li Yuan had already tried this. Since the 9-star pulse was achieved, the carrying capacity of the life-starry sky space seemed to have reached its limit, unable to awaken another life star.
If that's the case, there's no need to delay further. I should strive to break through to Semidivine first.
Phew. At the thought, Li Yuan restrained the radiance of the 9-star pulse emanating from his body. Once my origin power cultivation reaches level 39.9, I can directly break through to the demigod realm. After awakening the 9-star pulse, along with the transformation of the origin pill, Li Yuan's life level rapidly reached 39.1. To be on the safe side, Li Yuan also transmitted messages to Zhang Yuan, True God, and others, informing them he needed to go into seclusion to prepare for the breakthrough to demigod and that they need not provide guidance for the time being. If possible, Li Yuan did not wish to reveal the secret of his third-rank 9-star pulse. Once all preparations were in place, Li Yuan directly entered the ancient divine palace. Inside the ancient divine palace, Sister Li Yuan immediately saw the girl in white in the distance and smiled. I succeeded. I know, I sensed it just a moment ago. Ji Yu's face was filled with excitement. Third-rank 9-star pulse. My heavens, initially, Ji Yu had high hopes for Li Yuan, and even her highest goals for him only dared to reach the demigod 8-star pulse, yet Li Yuan achieving the second-rank 8-star pulse already exceeded her expectations. But Ji Yu never imagined that Li Yuan would achieve the third-rank 9-star pulse accomplishment in such a short time. Throughout the ages, looking across the vast divine realm, there are only a handful who could achieve this feat. Sister, I'm preparing to break through to demigod as soon as possible, Li Yuan said outright. Otherwise, if we delay, the higher-ups of Juxing ancient city might notice. Yes, with the 9-star pulse, there's indeed no need to delay further in the flying heaven level. Ji Yu nodded continuously. Go to the divine crystal chamber. I will completely lift the restrictions, and you can absorb the divine crystal energy to your heart's content. Phew. Li Yuan soon entered the divine crystal chamber through the corridors and immediately sensed a vast amount of divine crystal energy roaming around.
It's still too sparse, Li Yuan murmured to himself, then flipped his hand to take out a large amount of divine crystals and placed them around him.
Boom! Running the star meridians within his body, all his limbs and bones completely opened up, and like Teodi, he began a frenzied devouring. Divine crystals, containing the most pure origin power. Whether it's for cultivating origin power or star techniques, or for refining artifacts, alchemy, puppets, using warships, etc., divine crystals serve great purposes. Using divine crystals to cultivate origin power is the most extravagant. However, Li Yuan, being wealthy and powerful, currently pursuing the fastest speed to break through, naturally does not care about these matters. With Li Yuan's current level, the speed of refining divine crystal origin power is many times faster than normal flying heaven level. In less than a month, Li Yuan's origin power cultivation had broken through from level 39.1 to 39.9, achieving perfection. This is the limit of the flying heaven level, level 39.9. Li Yuan sat cross-legged in the quiet chamber, feeling the strength of the origin pill. At this moment, even without employing any star techniques, the strength of his origin power body was nearly at the demigod level. It's time to break through, Li Yuan thought. The sea of origin power, a vast space. 9-star veins extended into this space, with streaks of faint yellow liquid flowing in the void, encircling the dazzling and lustrous origin pill, which was Li Yuan's flying heaven origin power. Boom! In an instant, the already extremely powerful origin pill began its transformation. The temperature started to surge, and the myriad of origin power operating within it immediately underwent a qualitative change, leaping to a higher level. The scattered streams of origin power liquid floating in the space were also crazily devoured by the origin pill, making the origin pill even more formidable. The origin pill began autonomously crazily absorbing the heaven and earth origin power from the outside. Li Yuan did not hesitate and took out a large amount of divine crystals again to supply the absorbing transformation of the origin pill. Almost in the blink of an eye, around Li Yuan, a surging origin power vortex formed, and a great amount of origin power almost condensed into a tangible substance. Inside Li Yuan, the temperature inside that origin pill was also rapidly climbing, until it reached a certain limit in an instant. Boom! With the origin pill rapidly expanding, it suddenly collapsed inward, and then the origin pill visibly started to shrink at a speed that was frighteningly fast. Eventually, inside the origin power space, there were only 8 dazzling and lustrous innate star vein marks and 1 acquired star vein mark, and a very small red light spot. Peefed. The light spot suddenly exploded, a burst of power impacted in all directions, and a small flame was born in the center. When this small cluster of flames was born, illuminating the origin power space, it was like a great tree had roots, and a river had a source. The entire origin power space seemed to have an added surging vitality. This is the fire seed, the foundation of a demigod. Phew, as if a breeze passed by, causing the flame to show signs of extinguishing. SS's, the 9-star vein marks transformed into 9 streaks of flowing light and immediately flew into that small cluster of flames, making the flame much brighter. Boom! A large amount of origin power crazily surging towards it, quickly forming a thick layer of origin power protection around the fire seed. Constantly condensing, compressing, expanding, compressing. The energy in the divine crystal chamber was absorbed by Li Yuan, and a massive amount of divine crystals were continuously absorbed by Li Yuan. 10 Fangshan crystals, 20 Fangshan crystals, 50 Fangshan crystals, 100 Fangshan crystals. The thick layer of origin power protection, like a brand new origin pill, was born, perfectly integrating the fire seed and the 9-star vein marks at its core. Wish, inside the newly born origin pill, nourished by the origin power, the fire seed grew even mightier, and strands of flames burning inside the origin pill actually made the origin power contained within the origin pill even more pure. Forming a miraculous cycle. Level 40. Li Yuan glanced at the Divine Palace panel, also feeling the mighty power of the reborn origin pill. Fire is the source of life, with the life fire seated in the pill. This is the life fire source pill. Also, the core of a demigod. And if cultivated to the ultimate, when the life fire completely transforms into divine fire, and no longer relies on the origin pill for existence, then it reaches the void god realm. Rumbling. The life fire source pill is still crazily absorbing the origin power from the surroundings, nurturing the growth of its fire seed inside. Level 41 now. The fire seed formed by the marks of my 9-star pulse contains an astonishing life force, Li Yuan mused. At level 35 flying heaven, once breaking through to demigod, it is usually level 40. If it is 7-star veins, level 37, right after breaking through it is usually level 42. But I broke through at level 39, I wonder to what extent it can grow. Li Yuan was very patient. Once a breakthrough occurs, the faster the origin power grows, the better. Continue. Li Yuan continued to devour the energy in the divine crystal chamber, and numerous divine crystals were being refined, consuming as much as he could. Inside the main hall of the ancient divine palace. 9-star pulse, can its growth really be so astonishing? You sensed the intense movements in the divine crystal chamber and couldn't help but feel emotional and somewhat excited. That's good. The faster it grows, the better, you expected with anticipation. Once the life fire origin pill is complete, both soul and body will be nurtured, breaking many previous restrictions, and Li Yuan's growth rate will experience a surge. You knew well that neither 8-star veins nor 9-star pulse showed a very clear advantage in the early stages. The disparity grows bigger later on. After ascending to God, it will certainly be a difference between heaven and earth. Time passed. Nearly a month later, the activity inside the divine crystal chamber finally settled down completely. You sensed again. The vast vortex of origin power that previously enveloped Li Yuan had completely dissipated, allowing her to sense clearly. Surprise flashed in her eyes. Level 46? Or 47? Growing so fast. Is this the power of 9-star pulse? The growth of origin power is too fast. The divine crystal chamber had now quieted down completely. 9-star pulse's breakthrough, the fire seed, that was nurtured is indeed astonishing, having absorbed thousands of Fangshan crystals in one go. Li Yuan didn't mind the consumption at all, on the contrary, his eyes sparkled. After stepping into demigod, it actually grew to level 44.9 at once. After the fire seed grew to its maximum, Li Yuan didn't hesitate and used the one-time origin power infusion obtained when his spiritual awakening level reached 80%. In a few days, the life fire origin pill transformed again, and his life level also climbed to a new height. Li Yuan glanced at the Divine Palace panel. Life level, 46.8, 4th rank. Spiritual power. Level 53 willpower. Level 59 spiritual awakening level, 83.4%, current limit 85%. In just under 2 months, Li Yuan transformed from level 38.9 to 46.8, and in terms of the strength of origin power, he could completely compare to many demigods of 6-star pulse. The soul, along with the transformation of the body's origin power, rapidly grew to level 53. This was only the beginning. Nourished by the life fire origin pill, Li Yuan's soul would undergo a phase of rapid growth. The soul has grown to level 53, but the upper limit of spiritual awakening is still 85%, thought Li Yuan. Next, if I want to cultivate to level 49.9, I need to rely on my own painstaking efforts. However, as long as he is willing to use divine crystals for cultivation, achieving growth to level 49.9 before the battle in Ancestral Realm wouldn't be difficult for Li Yuan. Next, apart from normal cultivation of spear technique and visualization method, I need to cultivate those star techniques to the peak of the 4th rank, Li Yuan mused internally. Only by cultivating 9-layer star techniques like the All Things Divine Body and Heaven and Earth River to the peak of the 4th rank can Li Yuan's combat strength be fully unleashed. Once I cultivate the origin power to level 49.9 and combine it with numerous 9-layer star techniques, Li Yuan muttered to himself. During the Battle of Ancestral Realm, even if my spear technique is relatively weaker, I will be able to overpower the law with sheer force, overwhelmingly defeating most opponents with absolute power. The formidable strength of high star veins practitioners lies in their nearly invincible basic strength at the same rank. For practitioners of 7-star veins, stepping into the semi-divine realm, they generally cultivate 1 to 2 fighting 9-layer star techniques. As for Li Yuan, he cultivates at least 4 fighting 9-layer star techniques. And his origin power will be stronger. Dongfang Alliance leader, relying on extremely high law comprehension and origin divine artifact, barely erupted the peak of pseudo-god strength. Li Yuan showed a slight smile. I will be able to burst out the peak of pseudo-god strength more effortlessly than Dongfang Alliance leader. However, such potent star technique cultivation is very time-consuming and not something that can be achieved overnight. Did Brother Zhang Yuan arrive? Li Yuan sensed the outside world and detected anomalies in the trial space. With a thought, Li Yuan immediately left the ancient divine palace. In the trial space, it's been such a long time, stepping from flying heaven to demigod, has he not succeeded yet? Zhang Yuan, true god, appeared here, his gaze sweeping through to spot the inconspicuous dust in the void. It was a cave heaven treasure. And Zhang Yuan, true god, instantly judged that this cave heaven treasure should be a true god instrument. Previously inside Li Yuan's body, Zhang Yuan, true god, did not pry and naturally failed to detect the ancient divine palace. Now, with the ancient divine palace outside, it could no longer be hidden. Li Yuan suddenly appeared, directly gathered the ancient divine palace, then bowed slightly and said, "Brother. Successfully broke through to demigod. It's good. How come you're at level 46? Zhang Yuan, true god, was immediately astonished. Just broken through to demigod, and already level 46? Zhang Yuan, true god, himself possesses the 8-star veins, therefore, he knows the characteristics that manifest after their breakthrough. Normally, whether it is from stepping into semi-divine from flying heaven, or from semi-divine to the void god realm, the life level would enhance from the 4th to the 5th rank. Thus, in Zhang Yuan's estimation, Li Yuan should be at rank 43 or rank 44 right after his breakthrough. How did he reach rank 46 so quickly? Even if he cultivated with divine crystals, or even some exotic treasures, his life level should not have evolved this quickly. Senior brother. Li Yuan had already thought of an excuse, not at all surprised that Zhang Yuan, true god, could discern the virtual and real status of his life level. The stronger one is, the stronger their perception ability. Li Yuan's techniques for concealing his aura have improved compared to the past. Most likely, only pseudo-gods could sense that he is a semi-divine. Most true gods can probably only guess that he is at the semi-divine peak level, and it would be difficult to be more precise. But this certainly does not include Zhang Yuan, true god, whose power rivals that of a heavenly divine. So, from the start, Li Yuan never intended to hide the truth from him. Senior brother, over a month ago, the awakening of my life star almost reached its limit, so I chose to break through to semi-divine. In just over half a month, my life level completed an immediate transformation to rank 44, and my soul will also begin to transform. Especially the rapid transformation of the soul. Therefore, after my breakthrough, while cultivating origin power with divine crystals, I started to use more Zhu Xing divine pills in hopes of awakening my life star. Li Yuan respectfully said. In the end, I unknowingly managed to awaken the 9th star meridian. This was the story Li Yuan had prepared. The 9-star pulse cannot be easily concealed. Whether it is the sensory techniques of Zhang Yuan, true god, or Tai Yu, heavenly god, or the fact that he would eventually cultivate to rank 49.9, none could be hidden. However, Li Yuan has altered the sequence of his awakening of the 9-star pulse and his breakthrough to semi-divine. The difference between the 9-star pulse at the flying heaven stage and the semi-divine 9-star pulse is utterly distinct. The former is legendary within the vast divine realm. The latter has appeared on the Zhu Xing continent before, though extremely rare, but not inconceivable. What? 9-star pulse? Zhang Yuan, true god, felt a shock, his expression subtly changing.
Who? Zhang Yuan, true god's eyes faintly emitted divine light, observing Li Yuan carefully. When Li Yuan was at the flying heaven level before, it took him quite a while to confirm that Li Yuan possessed the 6-star pulse.
Now that Li Yuan has become semi-divine, it is even harder to discern. With a thought, Li Yuan immediately activated the 9-star pulse within his body, and his body's surface instantly burst forth with layers of dazzling light. The 9-star meridians interweave like beams of light, shining brilliantly. Seeing this sight, along with his own observations, Zhang Yuan, true god, no longer harbored any doubts. 9-star pulse. To actually awaken the 9-star pulse. Zhang Yuan, true god, marveled, feeling quite delighted in his heart. He had invested a lot of heart power in Li Yuan, wishing that Li Yuan could ascend to heavenly god in the future. 9-star pulse. At least in the known history of the Zhu Xing continent, all who awakened the 9-star pulse eventually became heavenly divine. To awaken the 9-star pulse suggests an astonishing talent in law comprehension and soul will, paired with a strong foundation. It would be hard not to become a heavenly god. Suddenly. What a pity. Zhang Yuan, true god, suddenly sighed. You awakened the 9-star pulse right after becoming semi-divine. Which means you were already close to awakening it when you were at the flying heaven stage. If you were originally at the second rank 8-star veins, perhaps you would have had a chance to reach 10-star meridian as a semi-divine. Up to this point, Zhang Yuan, true god, still believed Li Yuan was originally a second rank 7-star veins, who had awakened the 8-star veins during the flying heaven stage. Senior brother flatters me. Li Yuan shook his head. The difficulty of second rank 8-star veins. I believe senior brother knows it better than I do. Moreover, progressing from the 9-star pulse to the 10-star meridian is almost like ascending to the heavens. Even in our divine realm, the 10-star meridian is a legend, never heard of anyone reaching that level. Li Yuan said with emotion, casually stating, our divine realm. Regarding this, Li Yuan once asked Lu Bing and Ji Yuyu whether the divine realm has ever given birth to a 10-star meridian powerhouse, and they both gave a definite answer, yes. There has been one. But as to who it was, neither Lu Bing nor Ji Yuyu could provide a clear answer, with no precise records. Li Yuan could only attribute it to the fact that the time when the last 10-star meridian was born was too long ago for any precise names to be left in various records and legends. There is another possibility, that a 10-star meridian semi-divine was too monstrously powerful. Not one major power would want to expose such an individual, hence no accurate information was leaked, and some well-known, 9-star vein celestial gods throughout the history of the divine realm might have been 10-star meridians in truth. The 10-star meridian is indeed nearly impossible to achieve. Zhang Yuan, true god, nodded and then smiled. To become a 9-star pulse is already extremely good, extremely good. Li Yuan becoming a 9-star pulse had exceeded his expectations, so he did not ponder further. With more than 6 years until the Ancestral Realm War, you'll have enough time to cultivate to rank 49.9. Zhang Yuan, true god, said. With such a strong foundation, it will be easy for you to break into the top 100. You even have the chance to seize the Ancestral Realm Order. The number of Ancestral Realm Orders varies, sometimes only the top 3 can seize them, sometimes the top 10 can. It also involves some luck. Thus, Zhang Yuan, true god, said that Li Yuan already has a certain possibility. I won't let senior brother down. Li Yuan smiled. To break into the top 100 of the Ancestral Realm War? Only by breaking into the top 10 and even the top 3 can one be absolutely sure. Right. Now that you've broken through to semi-divine, you'll have to participate in the semi-divine ranking battle in a little over a month. Zhang Yuan, true god, said. This will be your first battle since becoming semi-divine. According to the rules of Zhuxing Ancient City, just like when you first participated in the Flying Heaven trial battle, the reward will be 10 times more than the future ranking battles. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards will be. In theory, there is hope to obtain rewards like True God instruments, or even treasures like the Mirror of Laws, said Zhang Yuan, true god. First rank battle with a 10-fold reward? Li Yuan was secretly astonished. It should be known that becoming the first saint of Flying Heaven, he had already received 100,000 divine crystals as a reward, which was equivalent to the entire wealth and treasures of many pseudo-god middle-rank powerhouses. The rewards for the semi-divine rank battle are likely to be even higher. It's somewhat regrettable. Zhang Yuan, true god, couldn't help but smile and said, if you were to have your breakthrough after this rank battle and then partake in concealed cultivation for 5 more years, I'm afraid you could rank even higher on the semi-divine list. An earlier breakthrough, a soul breakthrough and faster comprehension of the mysteries of the law, said Li Yuan. The loss and gain of a single rank battle are secondary matters. Haha, you do have a positive outlook. Zhang Yuan, true god, revealed a smile and said, all right, you've grasped it well, come and find me again if there's a need. I will take my leave now. If you need guidance in cultivation from Piao Sha, true god, and others, just send a message to me, said Zhang Yuan, true god. To Zhang Yuan, true god, Li Yuan, having entered the semi-divine rank and, in one go, awakened the 9-star pulse, has already laid the best foundation, and his future is bound to be smooth sailing, with at most a few setbacks. Therefore, he would not interfere too much with Li Yuan's path of cultivation. Strong individuals must decide their own paths. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. Immediately after, Zhang Yuan, true god, left, leaving Li Yuan alone in the void of the trial space. After a moment of contemplation, with only a little over a month left before the rank battle, it's not very realistic to improve either my origin power cultivation or the realm of my spear technique, Li Yuan mused silently. Both required time to gradually refine. At present, if he wished to rapidly increase his strength. First, star techniques. I must quickly cultivate the all things divine body to the 4th rank limit, and next, the heaven and earth river, Li Yuan silently said. Secondly, it's the soul attack secret technique. Compared to other semi-divines, Li Yuan's soul will is terrifying, and the might of his soul attacks far surpasses that of other semi-divines. Such powerful moves naturally need to be utilized. It's just that more than a year ago, Li Yuan's soul had just entered the pseudo-god level and had been busy contemplating law comprehension and awakening the life star. He hadn't had the chance to cultivate the soul secret technique. Once the star technique and the soul secret technique make progress, I should be able to give that group of semi-divine reserve members a surprise during the rank battle. Li Yuan revealed a hint of a smile. The rank battle is also a test. If one can't even win against the semi-divines of Zhuxing Ancient City, how could they hope to win in the battle of the ancestral realm? Who? With a thought, Li Yuan returned to the main hall of the ancient divine palace, and with a flip of his palm, the hall was filled with a dense array of exotic treasures. These were exactly what Li Yuan had Nine Sound Building help him purchase in the Yuan country capital for the cultivation of the nine-layer Star Master. At that time, the treasures needed to cultivate the 5 nine-layer star techniques to the 4th rank, only the all things divine body and the true solution of the Earth Star Vayan had been collected in full. Over these 5 years in Zhuxing ancient city, Li Yuan has, through the divine fire hall channels and at the cost of over 1,000 Fangshan crystals, successively collected the other necessary treasures for Heaven and Earth River, true solution of the Sky Wind Star Vein, and Myriad Shadows Void. After all, Divine Fire Hall is the foremost great powers place for nurturing talents in this world, and the channels for purchasing treasures far exceed those of Nine Sound Building. And with Li Yuan now at level 46.8, his body's capacity was strong enough. Therefore, for Li Yuan, given enough time, he could successively cultivate the 5 nine-layer star techniques to the 4th rank extreme.
The all things divine body and Heaven and Earth River contribute the most to increasing strength. With this thought, Li Yuan already started operating the many mysteries of the all things divine body.
Rumbling. Li Yuan's body shone with light immediately, a star meridian revealing overwhelming sharpness, with endless might, began voraciously absorbing the essences from the various exotic treasures. Li Yuan calmed his heart, his powerful soul consciousness stirring the fluctuations of the law of earth and the mysteries of space, gradually condensing the 4th rank perfect star vein on the life star of that perfect star vein. If an ordinary semi-divine were to cultivate the all things divine body, even with ample treasures, it would probably take years, Li Yuan thought to himself, but my soul and law comprehension are very advanced, which can greatly save time. To cultivate the 9-layer star technique is like building a house. If materials are sufficient, the construction still requires good craftsmanship to build the house quickly and well. As time passed, the essence of exotic treasures worth nearly 2,000 Fangshan crystals kept depleting, merging into Li Yuan's body, making his body shine with dazzling light and his aura increasingly majestic. Yu watched this scene quietly by his side. Father. At the 4th rank of all things divine body, Li Yuan is becoming more and more like you. Yu looked at Li Yuan cultivating this star technique, a complicated look flickering in his eyes. In those days, ancient Torch Divine, who dominated in all directions, primarily relied on the all things divine body as his battlestar technique, with a body like a divine artifact, and was extremely fierce. Father. It is fast approaching, Yu silently thought. With the rate of Li Yuan's strength improvement, he's likely to overcome your 5th layer trial at the semi-divine stage. Ancient Torch Divine left behind 5 trials, only to be inherited by direct disciples who passed them all could they obtain the ultimate treasure he left behind. However, Ancient Torch Divine never dared to expect that such an exceptional genius would enter the Ancient Divine Palace. The pseudo-god level secret technique. Soul thought, Li Yuan, while cultivating the 9-layer star technique, also dedicated a large amount of heart power to cultivate the soul secret technique within the spiritual world. Burning Heartblade and Mind Soul were the 2 main soul secret techniques that Li Yuan was cultivating. All are direct routes to the true God peak level, quite mysterious. Even though Li Yuan now has more powerful soul secret techniques, starting from scratch, it is naturally not as easy as using these 2 soul secret techniques. Burning Heartblade tends towards soul annihilation and is overly domineering. Also, the rank placement battle is just a cutting test, not very convenient to use. Li Yuan muttered to himself, moreover, the method I'm practicing, 6 realms of illusion, serves to refine the 7 emotions and 6 desires, constructing illusions. Still, using 6 realisms of illusion as the foundation makes the pseudo-god level moves of mind-soul easier, Li Yuan deeply researched. After stepping into the pseudo-god level, the soul becomes more powerful, studying the path of souls becomes naturally easier, also making many soul secret techniques increasingly profound. Soul, anchored in the void. So-called soul secret techniques cannot escape from the mysteries of the law, especially the space law. My understanding direction of the mysteries of space, among them I have the world direction, adept in constructing domain worlds. Illusions, stir the desires within people. Li Yuan felt that practicing the mind-soul secret technique was incredibly easy, swiftly solving one challenge after another. Many difficulties that even pseudo-gods struggle to break through in months or even years, Li Yuan could fully comprehend in just a few days. This is the advantage of having a strong foundation. In terms of soul will, in terms of comprehension of space law, Li Yuan belongs to the top among pseudo-gods. And in addition to the refinement by 6 realms of illusion, his speed in practicing soul secret techniques is destined to be terrifying. In some sense, unknowingly, Li Yuan has become a peerless genius in practicing the path of souls. Zhuxing Ancient City, inside the city, the residence of Tai Yu Heavenly God. City Lord. Shu Yuan has awakened the 9-star pulse, Zhang Yuan True God directly said. He knew that sooner or later Tai Yu Heavenly God would notice this, since the opponent manages the inheritance divine artifacts, the perception ability is too terrifying. Therefore, Zhang Yuan True God simply told him directly. 9-star pulse. Even the Tai Yu True God, said to be the strongest in this world, was somewhat shocked and spoke in a low voice, "What's going on?" Zhang Yuan True God quickly described what he knew. Broke through to become a semi-divine and awakened the 9-star pulse. A trace of surprise flashed in Tai Yu Heavenly God's eyes. Is that a coincidence? He pondered for a moment. Zhang Yuan, share your thoughts, Tai Yu Heavenly God slowly said. I think you should know Shu Yuan's details. He is not a native life of our world, therefore, I will not bestow upon him some of the deepest essences of Zhuxing Ancient City. This is my duty as the city lord. I understand. Zhang Yuan True God was not surprised that Tai Yu Heavenly God already knew this. Initially, when he reported the news to Li Yuan, he had indirectly indicated that he did not plan to hide the information forever. Shu Yuan comes from the divine realm's chaos divine court, Zhang Yuan True God said. He poses no harm to Zhuxing Ancient City. I only hope, in the coming years, the city lord will offer him some protection. Zhang Yuan True God was very clear. Once Shu Yuan's 9-star pulse identity is revealed, he would immediately become a thorn in the side of all the powers in this world. They would not believe the excuse, Shu Yuan is not a core of Zhuxing Ancient City. Once that situation arises, Zhang Yuan True God did not have absolute confidence in protecting Shu Yuan. Therefore, he came to see Tai Yu Heavenly God. Chaos Divine Court? Tai Yu Heavenly God paused, seemingly recalling many things. Are you sure? Similar to those previous ones? Obviously, there have been more than one Chaos Divine Court powerhouses that appeared in this world. Positive. Zhang Yuan True God nodded. He has made a law oath. City Lord. The passage in the ancestral realm cannot be closed, and divine realm powerhouses continue to descend. All signs indicate that it may not be long before our world returns to the divine realm. Zhang Yuan True God seriously said. Perhaps not in our generation, but we also need to plan for the future. If we can form a deep friendship with Shu Yuan. With Shu Yuan's talent, in the future upon returning to the divine realm, becoming a heavenly god is almost certain. And he might even have a slight chance to achieve legend. Once we reach that step, it will be a blessing for Zhuxing Ancient City, leaving a legacy for thousands of years, said Zhang Yuan True God. Tai Yu Heavenly God fell into deep thought. How could he not know of Shu Yuan's talents? Merely 9-star pulse at the age of 35 is enough to shock the present age. Good. I give you a promise, I will do my utmost to protect him, whispered Tai Yu Heavenly God. As long as he poses no threat to Zhuxing Ancient City, he will always be a member of Zhuxing Ancient City. Thank you, City Lord. Zhang Yuan True God revealed a smile. Being forever a member of Zhuxing Ancient City, that was the highest promise from Tai Yu Heavenly God. Zhang Yuan True God and Tai Yu Heavenly God's conversation, naturally, Li Yuan would not know. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, inside the ancient divine palace. Boom! Li Yuan's body suddenly burst out with dazzling light, followed by his body swelling up abruptly to 100 meters tall. His life breath instantly skyrocketed to a terrifying degree. 4th rank. All things divine body, is completely perfected. Li Yuan revealed a joyful expression. Boom. Boom. Li Yuan swung his palms casually. The explosive force severely compressed the air, instantly causing the entire hall's space to roar and burst, stirring up a massive fluctuation. The strength, now close to many level 50 pseudo-gods deploying 7-layer body refining star technique, Li Yuan smiled. Haha, good, good, good. Pseudo-god powerhouses, the vast majority have awakened 6-star pulse, its standard to cultivate 7-layer body refining star technique. Thus, a level 47 demigod using 9-layer body refining star technique usually can match a normal level 50 pseudo-god after the explosive release. This is also why people like Zhang Shan possess the strength of initial rank of pseudo-god. There's no other reason, just fundamentally strong. Brother, you have just recently broken through to demigod not long ago. Wait until the origin power cultivation reaches the peak of demigod, then deploying all things divine body. You would be able to rival many level 52 pseudo-gods in strength, said Gu. If you further stack and deploy other combat 9-layer star techniques. By then, in terms of pure strength level, you're probably close to the peak level of pseudo-god. Li Yuan nodded involuntarily. People like Jing Kui, Dongfang Alliance leader, these 8-star Vayne demigods, when fully unleashed, would normally match a level 51 pseudo-god, at most up to level 52. But himself, having 9-star pulse and each star technique being extremely terrifying, is destined to far surpass any demigod on a fundamental level. Continue. Cultivate, heaven and earth river. Li Yuan calmed down, continuing to cultivate the second 9-layer star technique. Cultivating heaven and earth river, the demands for the law of earth are quite high, but this poses no hurdles for Li Yuan. This is also why people like Zhang Shan possess the strength of initial rank of pseudo-god. There's no other reason, just fundamentally strong. Brother, you have just recently broken through to demigod not long ago. Wait until the origin power cultivation reaches the peak of demigod, then deploying all things divine body. You would be able to rival many level 52 pseudo-gods in strength, said Gu. If you further stack and deploy other combat 9-layer star techniques. By then, in terms of pure strength level, you're probably close to the peak level of pseudo-god. Li Yuan nodded involuntarily. The Divine Fire Hall was incomparably vast, with over 9,000 at semi-divine level and more than 100 each at flying heaven level as reserve members, broadly divided into 2 camps, yet it did not feel crowded. The gathering place for flying heaven level members, compared with 5 years ago, had significantly decreased in number, with only about 120 remaining. Many people have broken through. Even Qi Sha and Pang Ting, the 2 Saint heirs, broke through several years ago. Their breakthrough is normal. They have been cultivating in Zhuxing ancient city for over 20 years, it's about time for them to break through. Various flying heaven level members talked among themselves. This had already become a common practice. Firstly, the lifespan of those at semi-divine flying heaven is limited. Cultivating at semi-divine level advances much faster, hence it is not advisable to delay too long at flying heaven level. Secondly, Zhuxing ancient city provides many auxiliary cultivation treasures like chilling Luhuo liquid, available for a maximum of 25 years, and the number of trial tasks that flying heaven level can undertake also has a limit. For many reasons, flying heaven level reserve members usually only cultivate in Zhuxing ancient city for 20 to 30 years before successively becoming semi-divine. 2 Saint Heir positions are now vacant. This is our chance. Yes, the first Saint Heir definitely has no chance, that's destined for Shu Yuan, but the second and third Saint Heirs, we'll have to fight for it. Some of the stronger flying heaven level members all held this desire. The first Saint Heir? They dared not even think about it. But if they could successfully challenge for a Saint Heir position, even just for the second or third, they could still obtain a vast amount of cultivation resources. Do you think Shu Yuan will break through to semi-divine? I don't think so. I saw him half a year ago, he was still at flying heaven. He is just over 30 years old, so young, probably needs another 20 years. Shu Yuan is here. Wait, he has become semi-divine. Shu Yuan actually became semi-divine. Shu Yuan is here. Not just those 100+ flying heaven realms. But also the 9,000 plus semi-divines quickly turned their gaze to the black-robed figure flying into the hall. His aura was robust, clearly having become semi-divine.
Shu Yuan became semi-divine. The Vice Hall Master, Moon Ji True God, also paused upon seeing Li Yuan for the first time. Moon Yi True God knew Li Yuan held a special status, not comparable to ordinary Flying Heaven Saint heirs. But his reaction was also very quick, transmitting directly, Shu Yuan, since you have ascended to semi-divine, wait by Yu Shan's side.
Yes. Li Yuan responded and directly flew towards the front of the semi-divine group.
Shu Yuan. Brother Shu Yuan. Many semi-divines also transmitted to Li Yuan, most of them from Abyss country. After all, Li Yuan had spent most of the past 5 years cultivating alone, rarely making connections with semi-divines from other countries. Zhang Shan. Brother Bai Li, keep fighting. Brother Beihong. Li Yuan nodded in response to each greeting.
Even when Wu Beihong greeted him, Li Yuan didn't show a cold face, since the other party only had issues with Zhang Shan and had not offended Li Yuan directly. In the end, Li Yuan reached the front of the semi-divine group. Looking around, most of the gathered here were geniuses ranked high on the semi-divine list, including those dozen or so Saint heirs, all present here.
Strength determined one's position. Shu Yuan. The burly Yu Shan strode over, his face showing disbelief. How did you manage to break through so quickly? You completely could have waited until after the ranking battle to break through.
I felt I could break through, so I did. Li Yuan smiled. Didn't want to delay too long. It's different. If you had broken through to semi-divine after the battle, you would still enjoy the Saint Heir treatment. Yu Shan couldn't help but say. But now that you are semi-divine, you must meet the Saint Heir requirements in the ranking battle, otherwise you will immediately lose the Saint Heir treatment. I know. Li Yuan smiled. This was the rule of the Divine Fire Hall, hence, the vast majority of Flying Heaven Saint Heirs, after becoming semi-divine, would lose their Saint Heir status, and even ultimately be unable to regain it. After all, the competition for semi-divine Saint Heirs is much more intense than that for Flying Heaven Saint Heirs. You know and still did this, Yu Shan said helplessly. If you had cultivated for another 5 years and then fought, your chances would definitely have been much greater. At least your origin power cultivation could have reached level 47 or higher. The rewards for your first participation in the semi-divine ranking battle are the most astonishing. Yu Shan felt somewhat regretful. In Yu Shan's view, even though Li Yuan had exceptional talent, it was impossible to catch up with the efforts of other semi-divine Saint heirs over hundreds of years so quickly. Not to mention other aspects, just the origin power cultivation alone would be much lower. After all, even with 8-star veins, one typically only reaches level 44 upon initial breakthrough. What about the semi-divine reserve members present? Almost half had already awakened 7-star veins. Brother Yu Shan, don't worry, my ranking shouldn't be too bad. Li Yuan smiled. He knew Yu Shan cared about him. Not too bad, even if you managed to break into the top 300. The difference from a semi-divine Saint Heir's treatment would still be vast, not to mention you just broke through. How tough it is to break into the top 300. Li Yuan couldn't help frowning, as he seemingly had not offended the other party. Brother Shu Yuan, don't take his words too seriously. He is an inner sect disciple of the Guanming True God, and also one of the leaders in the Divine Fire Hall in the Guanming Divine Country. Yu Shan, the semi-divine, conveyed. He had numerous frictions with the powerhouses of our Abyss country during previous trial missions. Li Yuan immediately understood the reason. Guanming True God is also the king of one of the 18 core divine kingdoms under the Juxing ancient city, and an extremely strong presence amongst true gods. Guanming True God and Zhang Yuan True God have conflicts. This is not a secret in Juxing ancient city. As Li Yuan was newly arrived in Juxing ancient city, he was already aware of the conflicts between the two major divine kingdoms during his first gathering with Yu Shan, Yang Di, and others. Where there are people, there are conflicts of interest, even within the same faction. The conflicts between the two true gods have not reached a life or death situation, but they directly affect the attitudes of many powerhouses under their command.
The lineage of Abyss country, the lineage of Guanming Divine country, have always been in conflict.
Even if Zhang Yuan, true God's power, bursts forth, now comparable to a heavenly divine, it doesn't mean that the powerhouses of Guanming divine country's lineage would bow down before the powerhouses of Abyss country.
Resources are limited, and for the competition at the lower and middle levels, the upper echelons probably adopt a tacit approval attitude. Li Yuan pondered silently. With the temperament of brother Zhang Yuan and his status, he would certainly not bother with these matters. Thinking of this, brother Bai Feng seems to think that I can't make it into the top 100 of the semi-divine list. Li Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "What if I do make it into the top 100?
Wow. With these words, the surrounding hundreds of semi-divines couldn't help but look towards Shu Yuan. Top 100 of the semi-divine list. I haven't heard about that. Shu Yuan just became a semi-divine, and he wants to break into the top 100? Even Jing Kui wasn't this arrogant back in his day. This Shu Yuan is a bit too confident. Even if his talent is extremely high, he's just had his breakthrough, and the cultivation time is short. These powerful semi-divines couldn't help but convey messages to each other. Which semi-divine present doesn't want to smash into the top 100 of the semi-divine list? Right. Shu Yuan's name as a peerless genius has long been spread far and wide, and not many would doubt it. But to make these powerful semi-divines believe that Li Yuan had the strength to be in the top 100 of the semi-divine list right after his breakthrough? Barely anyone believes that. Brother Shu Yuan, be cautious with your words, Yu Shan. The semi-divine's face also changed, continually transmitting the message. The top 100 of the semi-divine list isn't so easy to enter. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the golden-armored youngster Bai Feng couldn't help but laugh, smiling at Shu Yuan. Shu Yuan brother, confidence is good, but too much arrogance is not. You have extremely high talent, but of those ranked in the top 100 of the semi-divine list, which one of them is weak in talent? It was just 6 months ago you were still at flying heaven. Your origin power cultivation probably only reached level 44. The golden-armored youngster shook his head. Entering the top 1,000 would be tough. Li Yuan's aura was extremely restrained, making it very difficult for the present semi-divines to determine his life level. Brother Shu Yuan, I advise you to keep a low profile in this ranking battle, the golden-armored youngster said casually. His words seem yet objective, but in reality, he was suggesting that Li Yuan lacks self-awareness. Oh, brother Bai Feng, then let's make a bet, Li Yuan smiled. 10,000 Fangshan crystals. Betting on whether I can make it into the top 100 of the semi-divine list or not. How about that? Boom. This remark not only drew the attention of the surrounding hundreds of semi-divines but attracted even more semi-divines to look over. 10,000 Fangshan crystals? All of my total wealth is not even 20,000 Fangshan crystals. Truly a saint heir, so generous. Haha. Bring on the fight. I wonder if Bai Feng dares to take the bet. Many semi-divines were happy to watch the excitement. 10,000 Fangshan crystals. Not to mention that the majority of the semi-divine level members only have the strength of initial rank of pseudo-god. Even a semi-divine genius like Yang Di cannot ignore such a sum of wealth. The expression on Bai Feng, the semi-divine, also changed slightly. He wasn't concerned about the 10,000 Fangshan crystals. For him, being a saint heir, it wasn't hard to produce. However, the key was Li Yuan's attitude, which he couldn't fathom. For a moment, Bai Feng, the semi-divine, did not respond. Brother Bai Feng, you just said that me breaking into the top 1,000 of the semi-divine list would even be difficult. Li Yuan smiled. Could it be that you, a grand semi-divine saint heir, do not even have that much courage? Not even 10,000 Fangshan crystals to offer? A sharp gleam flashed through the eyes of Bai Feng, the semi-divine. If he didn't agree, even if Li Yuan ultimately didn't make it into the top 100 of the semi-divine list, it would be him losing face. Moreover, deep down he simply did not believe Li Yuan could break into the top 100 of the semi-divine list so swiftly. Since brother Shu Yuan shows such courage, I'll take up the bet with brother Shu Yuan. Bai Feng. The semi-divine spoke coldly. If Shu Yuan brother can break into the top 100 of the semi-divine list, creating yet another miracle in the divine fire hall, I shall celebrate it with 10,000 Fangshan crystals. But what if Shu Yuan brother doesn't make it into the top 100? Bai Feng, the semi-divine stared at Li Yuan. I shall bring out 10,000 Fangshan crystals and apologize to Brother Bai Feng, Li Yuan smiled. All right, it's a deal, Bai Feng, the semi-divine spoke gravely. No law oath was taken between the two. Under the watchful eyes of all, with their statuses and identities, neither side could possibly renege on 10,000 Fangshan crystals. Throughout, the heavenly winged true God present on the high platform did not intervene. To the higher-ups, as long as the competition among the talents of the divine fire hall didn't involve a life or death situation, the fiercer the better. Competition brings greater effort. The news of this bet quickly spread throughout the divine fire hall, known to all reserve members. They really made the bet? 10,000 Fangshan crystals. A Saint Heir indeed has money. Shu Yuan, are you really confident in making it into the top 100 of the semi-divine list? Initiating a bet, are you that confident? Who knows? Even after another 10 years, bringing his origin power cultivation to the limit, and strengthening his law comprehension, with Shu Yuan's talent, there is a chance to break into the top 100 of the semi-divine list, but he's only been cultivating for so short a time? I don't think there's much hope. Nearly 10,000 reserve members communicated discreetly with each other. The vast majority of reserve members did not have a good opinion about Li Yuan. Li Yuan, Yu Shan, and Yang Di had gathered together, exchanging messages with each other. Shu Yuan, are you really confident? Yu Shan semi-divine communicated through a message. He knew that losing 10,000 Fangshan crystals wasn't much for Li Yuan, but the key was the embarrassment of losing. No confidence. Li Yuan replied with a smile. This, Yang Di semi-divine was a bit anxious, feeling that Li Yuan was being impulsive. But having been stepped on, I cannot bow my head, Li Yuan said, smiling through a message. Breaking into the top 100 of the semi-divine list, I'm not sure, but it's not entirely hopeless. Yu Shan's semi-divine's eyes lit up. When the ranking battle is over, we will naturally know the result, Li Yuan said with a smile. All right. Then we shall wait and see, Yu Shan semi-divine said laughing, as he didn't interact much with Li Yuan. But in his opinion, since Li Yuan said so, he presumably had some confidence. Top 100 of the semi-divine list? Li Yuan also pondered in his heart. Speaking of material attack only, he did not have absolute confidence to break into the top 100, but adding soul attack, the situation would definitely be different. However, he wasn't sure how effective the soul attack would be on these powerful semi-divines. When the battle begins, I will naturally find out, Li Yuan felt calm in his heart. Just do my best. As for the wager, even if he lost, Li Yuan wouldn't truly care. After experiencing the 6 realms of illusion, time after time, his inner will grew stronger and stronger, clarity of mind and nature. Joy and anger are all from within, only the surface reflects his emotions. As time passed, the last few flying heavens semi-divine arrived. Who? A figure in a black robe suddenly flew into the temple entrance, immediately quieting the hall considerably, with at least 1,000 semi-divines turning their gaze towards that black-robed figure. His aura seemed ordinary and his expression indifferent. At first glance, he appeared very ordinary, yet he emitted a mysteriously captivating aura. The black-robed young man directly flew to the very front of the lines. Jing Kui. Jing Kui has returned. Last time I saw him was 5 years ago, always rushing back for a ranking battle. He might be the first again. Last time he was very close to overcoming the 6th level. If he can break through this time, it means he might be at the peak of pseudo-gods. Various discussions arose. Like the second-ranked He Feng semi-divine, third-ranked Dong Pan semi-divine, and others like Yu Shan, Bai Feng. Previously, these exceptional semi-divines who held the title of Saint Heir, each were very arrogant, seemingly not acknowledging each other. But when Jing Kui entered the hall, they all quieted down, just silently watching. Jing Kui. Li Yuan also looked towards that not unfamiliar black-robed figure. For some reason, Li Yuan felt the other's aura was somewhat different from the last time they met. The first semi-divine of Juxing ancient city in this generation. In this world, he is also one of the most exceptional semi-divines of the generation. According to the information obtained by Li Yuan over the last 5 years, Ever since Jing Kui defeated Dong Pan Semi-Divine 30 years ago to become number 1 on the Semi-Divine list, no one has been able to shake his position in the Divine Fire Hall. By age, Jing Kui is actually among the younger ones in the Semi-Divines of the Divine Fire Hall. This is also the reason why his position is so high. Before Li Yuan, Jing Kui was the only 7th rank Semi-Divine. Like Yifeng Semi-Divine, Dong Pan Semi-Divine, who have practiced for over 400 years. Jing Kui directly descended, standing at the very front of the lineup, and over that, no one disputed. The first person should be like this. Xu Yuan. Suddenly Jing Kui turned his head towards Li Yuan, showing a hint of a smile. Long time no see. Long time no see, Li Yuan replied with a smile. This scene also surprised many semi-divines. Jing Kui and Xu Yuan knew each other.
Suddenly, a voice rang out in Li Yuan's mind. It's been 5 years since we last met at Nine Sounds Divine Mountain. Congratulations on becoming a semi-divine. Your soul will seems to have grown much stronger. I feel it's not inferior to mine from the ethereal sense. You've grown stronger too, Li Yuan said, smiling through the message.
Jing Kui didn't say much, but as time passed, he also became aware of the wager between Li Yuan and Bai Feng.
10,000 Fangshan crystals. Interesting, a slight smile appeared on Jing Kui's lips. He was also a bit curious. Xu Yuan, really able to break into the top 100 of the semi-divine list. Suddenly, an invisible oppressive force enveloped all directions, instantly silencing the entire hall as nearly 10,000 flying heaven semi-divines instantly went silent.
High above on the platform, the originally empty space began rippling, followed by a fierce figure in red armor appearing, radiating an incredibly destructive aura, like a scorched mini-sun. Kai Yang True God, followed by several strong figures appeared, standing together with Moonwing True God, specifically the other Vice Hall Masters. The ranking battle is a day to inspect the achievements of Divine Fire Hall members, thus these high-level leaders naturally took it seriously.
After all, the ancestral realm battle happening in 6 years is a big test, and as time approached, these true gods also hoped to see more impressive semi-divines emerging.
Not many, most arrived on time. The voice of Kai Yang True God, indifferent, thunderously resounded. Since many are attending the ranking battle for the first time, let me repeat the rules once more. Flying Heaven Ranking Battle, a series of reincarnation duels. Each victory adds 1 point, no points deducted for loss. The final points standing will be the final ranking, deciding the amount of resources for the next 5 years. Semi-Divine Ranking Battle, due to the large number of participants, it's divided into 2 major stages. The first stage, Breakthrough Divine Fire Building. Defeat Divine Fire Warriors. The more you defeat, the higher the points. Rankings for those after the first 1,000 are determined by the points. The top 1,000 in the final ranking will enter the second phase, subsequently bifurcated into the top 300, the top 100, the Saint Air spot, and the first position. Kai Yang True God's voice thundered. Is everyone clear on this? Understood. Nearly 10,000 people in the Divine Fire Hall, under this intangible oppression, unanimously responded. Even those with a strong soul will like Li Yuan and Jing Kui. The gap between a demigod and the peak of a true god is indeed astonishingly wide, almost insurmountable. Very well. Let us begin with the demigod ranking battles. Kai Yang True God spoke solemnly. In order, batches of 1,000 will enter, the first batch being ranks 1,000, prepared to enter. Whoosh! Kai Yang True God waved his hand, thunderous roar. In the void above the temple, a space vortex over a kilometer in diameter quickly appeared, flowing faintly with vast flame currents, unfathomably deep, leading to an unknown realm. Is this the entrance to the Divine Fire Tower? Li Yuan looked curiously. He knew about the rules of the ranking battles but had not seen actual combat images. At that moment, whoosh, 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 Jing Kui, Yifeng, Dong Pan, Yu Shan and many other demigods soared into the space vortex.
In the blink of an eye, 1,000 demigods vanished within the flame currents.
Rustle, in the vast space vortex on the other side of the void, a huge screen reappeared, now directly showing over 9,000 names, including Li Yuan's. For newer demigods like Li Yuan, Qi Sha, who hadn't participated in ranking battles before, their treatment was as per the flying heaven level, but their ranks were based on breakthrough times. Li Yuan, naturally, was at the very end of the list, ranked 9,373. The challenge has started. Points have appeared. Everyone has started their challenge in the Divine Fire Tower. Look, Jing Kui's points are soaring rapidly. Everyone looked up at the names on the huge screen. The points numbers behind the foremost 1,000 names were flashing continuously. Following the changes in points, their names were also continuously changing. 1314 points, 1460 points, 1588 points, ferocious. Jing Kui is too ferocious, gaining over 100 points per second. Could it be that he slaughters over 100 divine fire warriors per second? Thousands of demigods in the hall were stunned. To know, like Yu Shan, Dong Pan, Bai Feng, other demigod Saint Heirs, their points had just surpassed 800, whereas Jing Kui's points had already soared close to 2,000. This clearly indicates that Jing Kui's strength seemed to have created a massive gap from other Saint Heirs. It's over 3,000 now, 3,023 points. Jing Kui has already broken into the 4th floor of the Divine Fire Tower. This speed is too fast. Many demigods trembled with awe. Jing Kui's strength was well recognized. In the last ranking battle, he broke into the 6th floor of the Divine Fire Tower, ultimately accumulating over 5800 points. But his speed today was far beyond prior. However, the images from the Divine Fire Tower were not leaked, thus, no one knew what methods Jing Kui used. Li Yuan kept his gaze fixed on the fluctuating points on the screen. Based on the intelligence I gathered, passing the 1st floor represents having the strength of a level 50 pseudo-god. Li Yuan thought to himself. Passing the 2nd floor represents having level 51 strength. And so on. If one can completely pass through the 6 floors, that represents having the strength of level 55 pseudo-god, marking the baseline of the peak of pseudo-god. Li Yuan held his breath. Jing Kui, how far can you go? For a demigod, it is extremely difficult to unleash the strength of the peak of pseudo-god, as it requires astounding law comprehension. Time passes. On that giant screen, after surpassing 5,000 points, Jing Kui's points update gradually slowed down, signaling that his killing speed was also sharply reducing, clearly indicating the increasing difficulty of the 6th floor, yet this killing speed was still far ahead of other demigod geniuses. Until this point, the 2nd-ranked Dong Pan Semi-Divine had just broken through 4,000 points. 5800 points, 5850 points, 5900 points, just a little more. Just need to defeat the last 100 Divine Fire Warriors. 5932 points, 5966 points. At this moment, not only the demigods in the hall, even the Kai Yang True God, Moonwing True God and others on the high platform felt a bit of nervousness, harboring a bit of anticipation in their hearts. But, can it be achieved? The points are stuck at 5,988 points. Could Jing Kui be about to fail? All the flying heaven demigods could only stare at the points on the screen. Only the 7 true gods on the high platform, having sufficient authority, were able to sense the battle scenario inside the Divine Fire Tower. Only 12 Divine Fire Warriors remain. They will converge into unity, representing the ultimate test of the 6th floor of the Divine Fire Tower. One must defeat the strongest Divine Fire Warrior to enter the 7th floor. The 6 true gods watched intently. If Jing Kui could break into the 7th floor, that would be a whole new realm, an absolutely joyous event. He's being suppressed. Is he going to lose? No, wait. He's erupted. Jing Kui has erupted. His swordsmanship. Impressive swordsmanship, the integration of thunder law and space law. The might could actually soar to such extents? All 6 true gods were astonished. They never expected. After displaying formidable strength earlier, Jing Kui still had hidden lethal moves. Deserving of being a young genius that even Tai Yu Heavenly God values highly. In the Divine Fire Tower, Jing Kui, wielding the divine sword, was shrouded in endless thunder. Each thrust of his sword was like thunder descending from the heavens, exceedingly fast, and the might of the swordsmanship was also refined to the extreme, resembling the incarnation of thunder. Roar! Roar! The 100-meter-tall divine fire warrior was roaring angrily, his strength extremely formidable, each of his stomps powerful enough to shake the void. Every punch he threw could smash countless thunders. Break strength with power, however, even the strongest divine fire warrior, no matter how ferocious his attack, could hardly touch Jing Kui's body. His swordsmanship was like thunder and lightning. His movement technique was as swift as lightning, flickering in the shaking void, making it impossible for anyone to predict his trajectory. TS's sword lights whistled through the air, precisely striking the body of the divine fire warrior, with every thrust inflicting injury. As the sword strikes accumulated, the divine fire warrior's injuries worsened. It's time to end this. Jing Kui's gaze was ice cold. He suddenly lunged forward with another thrust, like a bolt of lightning following a freshly torn wound, instantly striking the divine fire warrior's body, where the dreadful might fully erupted. Like the final straw breaking the camel's back, boom! This thrust directly struck the core of the divine fire warrior's body, causing his massive figure to disperse and vanish. 1. The seventh layer. Jing Kui, full of high-spirited elegance, took a brief rest before breaking into the seventh layer. The difficulty of the seventh layer soared once again. After slaying over 100 divine fire warriors, Jing Kui was besieged by an overwhelming number of divine fire warriors, and the layer of flame light on the surface of his body continuously faded. The moment it completely disappeared, he vanished from the seventh layer. Defeated. In the divine fire hall, as Jing Kui's points froze, his name dimmed slightly. Phew! Jing Kui fell from the massive space vortex, landing directly on the ground and immediately closed his eyes to recuperate. The fierce battle had also greatly depleted him. The hall fell into a strange silence, with nearly everyone involuntarily glancing at Jing Kui. Although these semi-divine geniuses had not witnessed Jing Kui's combat, his points told them all about his formidable prowess. 6,134 points. Peak of pseudo-god strength, right? Li Yuan sighed inwardly. Even the Dongfang Alliance leader wouldn't dare to claim he's stronger than him. Of course, this was judging from Dongfang Ji's strength when he started. Time passed. One by one, the semi-divines from the top 1,000 rankings began to fall, with most struggling to break 3,000 points. Eventually, when all 1,000 had been defeated, fewer than 400 had surpassed 3,000 points, and the points ranking of the top 1,000 had not differed much from the final rankings of the battle 5 years ago. Made it past the 6th layer. Jing Kui has reached the strength of the peak of pseudo-god? This? Is the gap between us and Jing Kui really this big? Yu Shan, Dong Pan, Bai Feng, and other semi-divine saint heirs saw Jing Kui's score, and their expressions couldn't help but change. As everyone's means differ, the points ranking may not entirely reflect strength. Ranked second, for example, was Dong Pan semi-divine, ending with 5,564 points. Yu Shan managed to climb to the 4th place. There were a total of 22 individuals with over 5,000 points, and 94 with over 4,000 points. However, a vast difference in points often meant a gap in strength that was hard to overcome. Without a doubt, Jing Kui, through his actions, proved his status as the number 1 person on the semi-divine list. Semi-divine ranks 1001 to 2000. Enter the divine fire tower, ordered Kai Yang True God directly. Time passed. Batches of semi-divines entered the divine fire tower, but as the order progressed, the average strength weakened, and after rank 5,000, even reaching 3,000 points became a rare occurrence. Clearly, for the vast majority of semi-divines, it was very tough to undergo a qualitative change in strength in 5 years. Just half an hour later, it was the turn of ranks 8,001 to 9,000, the semi-divine reserve members, to enter the divine fire tower. This batch of reserve members, since many were freshly inducted into Juxing Ancient City, quite a few stood out, breaking past 2,000 points directly. Some even approached 3,000 points, directly shooting into the top 1,000 ranks. This was quite a spectacle. Zhang Shan scored over 2,700 points, While not the most dazzling, it was remarkable given his age. This score indicated that his strength was enormously close to the intermediate rank of pseudo-god. Rank over 2,300. Haha. Made it. Zhang Shan was incredibly excited. Achieving his target was no small feat. He felt that his hopes of becoming a true god intersect disciple were rising. Thinking this, Zhang Shan couldn't help but turn his head to look at Li Yuan not too far away, thinking to himself, I wonder how many points Xu Yuan could score, 3,000, 4,000. Time passed. As this batch of semi-divines was all in, the first stage of the semi-divine ranking battle was drawing to a close, with only the last 300 or so semi-divines left. Throughout the hall, nearly every flying heaven and semi-divine could not help but look towards Li Yuan. In the last batch of semi-divines, the most dazzling, without a doubt, was Li Yuan. Moreover, with Li Yuan's bet with Baifeng semi-divine, the attention was even greater. What do you think? How far can Xu Yuan break through? He just broke through to semi-divine, even with 8-star veins, but his origin power cultivation might not be enough. It will be tough to even score 2,000 points. If he dares to bet, he should at least be able to score 3,000 points, right? Many semi-divines and flying heavens whispered and discussed among themselves. Most people still believed Li Yuan should be able to break through 3,000 points, a benchmark. But reaching the higher 4,000 points? Even those with the most confidence in Li Yuan like Yu Shan, Yang Di, Zhang Shan, and others didn't dare say for certain that he could achieve it. After all, so far only 94 people had surpassed 4,000 points. Finally, in a moment of silence, Kai Yang True God said solemnly, the remaining semi-divine reserve members enter the divine fire tower. Whoosh! Whoosh! Li Yuan, Qi Sha, Ji Yan, Wu Beihong, and other newly inducted semi-divines, freshly advanced semi-divines, all transformed into streaks of light rushing into the space vortex in the void. For an instant, the vast majority of all semi-divines and flying heavens turned to look at the last name on the giant light screen on the other side, Li Yuan. Lian Jinghui was no exception. Xu Yuan. Let's see which floor he can break through. Kai Yang True God, Moonwing True God, and others started directly observing Xu Yuan's actual combat situation. In the first level of the Divine Fire Tower, within a vast hall spanning nearly 100 kilometers. No external objects are allowed to be used. No hiding in the grotto heaven treasure is allowed. Violators will be disqualified. Once the protective power on the body surface is exhausted, you're disqualified. Kill all Divine Fire Warriors within a quarter of an hour to be deemed as passing, and you may proceed to the next level. For each Divine Fire Warrior killed, 1 point is scored. Li Yuan appeared out of nowhere in the hall, feeling the series of detailed rules echoing in his mind. Whoosh! Li Yuan's peripheral vision swept over the numerous Divine Fire Warriors in the massive hall. Target life level 50.0, Li Yuan used the Divine Palace exploration and got the results he wanted. All of the Divine Fire Warriors, in human form with robust auras, each 10 meters tall, their surfaces like cast rock, diffusing a bit of flame light, holding various weapons. They don't seem like puppets. It seems like they are warriors formed by the condensation of formations. The so-called Divine Fire Tower must be a very vast formation. Many thoughts flashed through Li Yuan's mind. Before he could think any further, in the massive hall, a full 1,000 Divine Fire Warriors suddenly moved. Their eyes simultaneously fixed on the shadow in the black robe at the center of the hall, Li Yuan. Boom! 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 1,000 Divine Fire Warriors turned into terrifying streams of flame, like flashes of lightning, lunging towards Li Yuan. Their flying speed instantly soared to more than 30 kilometers per second. Boom! Li Yuan stepped forward and instantly grew to a height of 10 meters, his aura powerful and domineering. Following that, 9 dazzling yellow dragons erupted, enshrouded by extremely concentrated earthy yellow chi streams howling out, surging mightily in all directions. 9 layers star technique, all things divine body. 9 layers star technique, heaven and earth river, 9 dragons Zon armor. 3 techniques burst forth at the same moment, The vast domain, like a small world, instantly encompassed the hall with a diameter of less than 100 kilometers. And it completely submerged the 1,000 divine fire warriors. These divine fire warriors don't have any resistance? Li Yuan's pupils shrank. These divine fire warriors, which showed life levels of pseudo-god, were much weaker than he had imagined. I understand now. It's law comprehension. These divine fire warriors, each with very weak law realms, have pure strength but nothing else. Li Yuan had come to understand everything. A pseudo-god, aside from powerful origin power, can also manipulate the mysteries of the origin law, making it possible to manifest 10 to even 100 times the strength of one unit. Without the ability to invoke law fluctuation, a newly risen pseudo-god could easily crush these 1,000 divine fire warriors, let alone Li Yuan. My life level is now at 47.1. With the 2-star techniques unleashed, I can easily crush this level, Li Yuan thought to himself. The surging, tumultuous earthy yellow qi flows, like a river, furiously struck upon the bodies of the divine fire warriors. Especially the 9 yellow dragons. Now Li Yuan, having almost fully grasped the origin of the 9 dragons' Zon armor, and with sufficient origin power, allowed the might of the 9 great yellow dragons to be fully revealed. Under the support of the heaven and earth river domain, each yellow dragon could match the initial rank of pseudo-god. Rumble. Boom. Under the double pressure from the 9 great yellow dragons and the heaven and earth river domain, in an extremely short time, all 1,000 divine fire warriors were slaughtered. Second level. Li Yuan thought, and the 9 yellow dragons flew back into his body, and he leapt into the second floor. Soon after, Li Yuan directly broke into the 3rd floor. In the divine fire hall, Shu Yuan has broken through 2,000 points. So quickly? It's normal to break through the 1st level, but he managed to break through the 2nd floor so quickly? In terms of slaughter efficiency for the first 2 floors, besides Jing Kui, even Yu Shan and Dong Pan don't seem to be faster than Li Yuan, right? The nearly 10,000 flying heaven demigods were in shock. Li Yuan's slaughter efficiency was astonishing, at this moment. In the hearts of the thousands of flying heaven demigods, there was only one thought: Shu Yuan, a prodigal talent recognized by countless true gods as comparable to Jing Kui. In his first challenge of the Divine Fire Tower, how far could he advance? Li Yuan's burst of power indeed shocked all the flying heaven semi-divines. Even Jing Kui and Yu Shan, who had been optimistic from the start, had not anticipated his slaughter efficiency to be so astonishing. How can Shu Yuan be so strong? Even if we are only talking about the time it took to pass through the 2nd level, I am merely slightly faster than him, said Yu Shan semi-divine, unable to conceal his shock. Could it be that Li Yuan's strength is comparable to yours, Yu Shan? Yang Di couldn't help but say, but hasn't he just made a breakthrough to become a semi-divine? His origin power cultivation should be far weaker than ours, and his law comprehension was only at the initial rank of pseudo-god 5 years ago. Could it be that his law comprehension has reached the pseudo-god peak level so quickly? Just thinking about it made Yang Di semi-divine feel it was impossible. A bottleneck that many pseudo-gods struggled to break through for thousands of years, Shu Yuan surpassed it in just 5 years? Does such a monstrous genius exist in this world? Hard to say. Let's watch, Yu Shan semi-divine said, staring at the light screen in the void. It shouldn't be. How can Shu Yuan be so strong? This is illogical. Bai Feng semi-divine frowned, his heart in disarray. Since he dared to wager, he naturally was prepared for the possibility of losing. But even if he highly esteemed Li Yuan, he only thought Li Yuan had a slim chance to break into the top 100 of the semi-divine list.
Now what? Even compared to these group of semi-divine Saint heirs, Li Yuan's efficiency in slaughter was not the least bit inferior.
But how long have these semi-divine Saint heirs cultivated, and how long has Li Yuan cultivated? Interesting. If his slaughter efficiency is so fast, either his strength is extraordinary, or he possesses a powerful group attack method. Jing Kui stood relaxed at the front of the team, expectation flickering in his eyes. But no matter what, Shu Yuan, you have proven that you are much stronger than you were 5 years ago. Such rapid growth. Could it be that I will have yet another opponent in the battle of the ancestral realm in 6 years? Jing Kui smiled faintly. His experiences from a young age made him fear no additional opponents. Every strong adversary is seen as a scenery on his path to growth. On the high platform of the temple, the 7 true gods could observe the detailed combat scenes of Li Yuan. Domain. Shu Yuan actually has such a powerful domain ability, and it seems he has also activated a strong divine artifact, said Yu Yi True God softly. Their combination makes his group attack method extremely astonishing. I suspect it's the 9-layer domain star technique, and it has been cultivated to the 4th rank's pinnacle, said a purple garment True God. Such a level of domain is beyond the reach of many pseudo-gods. Shu Yuan's law comprehension may not be high, but if we are only talking about the might of the domain, looking at the countless geniuses of the Divine Fire Hall, he is enough to compete for the top 3, said the purple garment True God seriously. Clearly, the star technique is very powerful. Apart from Li Yuan, within the members of the Divine Fire Hall who have awakened to 8-star veins, there are only 3. The rest are 7-star veins semi-divines. Therefore, the number of Divine Fire Hall semi-divines who can cultivate 2 9-layer star techniques for combat is scarce. Among them, none have cultivated the 9-layer domain star technique. Like Jing Kui, he has awakened 4 9-layer star veins, and the 2 combat 9-layer star techniques he cultivates are Body Refining Star Technique and Illusion Body Star Technique. A 9-layer star technique cultivated to the 4th rank's pinnacle is a level 36 star technique. Whereas a 7th layer star technique, when a semi-divine cultivates it to the 4th rank's pinnacle, is only level 28, and a pseudo-god cultivates it to the 5th rank's pinnacle is only level 35. The higher the rank of the star technique, the more massive the difference in might later on.
Li Yuan, even if his law comprehension is much weaker than those semi-divine Saint heirs, but as their origin power cultivation is nearing each other, relying on the cultivated to level 35 inches heaven and earth river, combined with the 9 dragons Zon armor, makes his domain slaughter exceedingly strong. Looking at the Divine Fire Hall's semi-divines, he is indeed at the top echelon.
His origin power cultivation should have also reached level 47, much stronger than we previously anticipated. Another Black Armor Vice Hall Master also spoke. Before Li Yuan's burst, these true gods couldn't see clearly. But once Li Yuan made a move, with the discernment of the true gods, they naturally could quickly analyze many of Li Yuan's methods and details. Your conjectures are almost all correct, Kai Yang True God said softly. Let's see how far Shu Yuan can go in the Divine Fire Tower. The 3rd level of the Divine Fire Tower. Boom. 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 1,000 Divine Fire Warriors roared into action. The power they possessed was no different from the 1st and 2nd levels. What changed was their law comprehension realm, which had all been elevated to the semi-divine standard. This naturally increased their strength significantly. These Divine Fire Warriors, also extraordinarily intelligent, grouped in tens, and surged down upon Li Yuan like a storm. Annihilate. Go. With just a thought from Li Yuan, he deployed his domain technique again, with 9 yellow dragons at its core, and those strands of earthy yellow flow surged out like blades, ferociously striking and slicing through the bodies of these Divine Fire Warriors. However, the difficulty was skyrocketing. On the 2nd level, 1 yellow dragon could slay a Divine Fire Warrior, but now it could only leave scars. Relying solely on domain is not enough. There was a flash of sharpness in Li Yuan's eyes, and a wave of fluctuation spread out immediately afterward. Soul Attack. It penetrated instantly into the bodies of those Divine Fire Warriors. Yet, these Divine Fire Warriors were not affected in the slightest, still roaring and charging towards Li Yuan. I was mistaken. If they were puppets, the spirit of the puppet would have consciousness and could be influenced by the illusionary realm, affecting their strength. But these Divine Fire Warriors are energy warriors condensed by formations, possessing only the instinct to fight, hence immune to soul attacks. Li Yuan immediately realized the soul attack was ineffective. He must rely on material attack to break out of the encirclement. Kill. Li Yuan's figure moved, his speed much faster than 5 years ago, unpredictable, and in an instant he flashed numerous phantom bodies within the vast heaven and earth river. 9-layer star technique. Myriad shadows void. Although it's only the ultimate 3rd rank, its might is no less than the 7th layer star techniques deployed by the demigods. For a moment, the divine fire warriors, already severely slowed down by the domain suppression, immediately dispersed to pursue and slay each phantom body. Exterminate. The true body of Li Yuan was hidden among them, and only 20 divine fire warriors charged over. Whoosh! Li Yuan already had the Dark Star divine spear in hand, as his long spear instantly swept across the vast sky, followed by a surge of power, piercing through the bodies of 3 divine fire warriors in an instant. Bodies tore apart. Slain in battle, Li Yuan, going all out and bolstered by his domain, saw his spear techniques might reach the standard of level 52 water. Roar. Slay. Even though Li Yuan's other phantom bodies possessed a certain offensive strength, the remaining divine fire warriors still managed to discern the location of Li Yuan's true body and pounced towards him like lightning. "These divine fire warriors cannot stop me," said Li Yuan casually, as he flickered and interchanged places with his numerous phantom bodies, instantly evading the pursuit of the divine fire warriors. Whether it's 9 Shadows clone, or Myriad Shadows void, the core lies in the words, shadow, and illusion. Essentially, it is a highly advanced combat technique of phantom bodies. The strength of Myriad Shadows void, over 9 Shadows clone, is that it greatly enhances the resonance between Li Yuan and spatial fluctuations, allowing Li Yuan, with the same law comprehension, to form more true illusion bodies. Phantom bodies come in many levels. The weak ones can be distinguished with a sweep of divine thought, while the powerful ones can even contain a certain attack strength. The legendary strongest phantom body is exactly like the true body, almost like another self, which is truly terrifying. Currently, Li Yuan could easily form hundreds of phantom bodies with a single thought. However, to prevent these divine fire warriors from distinguishing which are real, he could at most maintain 36 phantom bodies. The more phantom bodies maintained, the greater the consumption of origin power and the heavier the burden on Li Yuan's soul. Moreover, under the cover of the Heaven and Earth River domain, Li Yuan's phantom bodies became even harder to detect. Whoosh! Whoosh! Li Yuan's true body interchanges with his phantom bodies, the domain enveloping all sides, continuously slaughtering the divine fire warriors. In the end, after a significant expenditure of effort, Li Yuan slaughtered all the divine fire warriors on this floor. The 4th layer. Li Yuan rested for a moment, then transformed into a streak of light and entered the 4th floor of the divine fire tower. At this moment, on the ranking screen in the divine fire hall, Li Yuan's score ranking had soared to 412th place. He's entered the 4th layer. He's made the top 1,000 and has the qualifications to participate in the 2nd round of competition. Shu Yuan's speed through the 3rd layer was much slower than the other Saint Heirs, and his efficiency in slaying has noticeably decreased. It looks like Shu Yuan's true strength can't keep up with the demigod Saint Heirs, discussed the demigods, with the likes of Yu Shan, Dong Pan, Bai Feng, also finally breathing a sigh of relief. If Shu Yuan truly broke through to demigod and caught up with them in strength, that would be too terrifying. However, as they looked up at the score ranking that was still climbing rapidly on the screen, they couldn't help but feel a bit wistful and sighed. 312th place now. 291st place. Even though the pace of Li Yuan's score increase had slowed down sharply, it still couldn't hide his brilliance. After all, he had been cultivating for just over 30 years. "It looks like Shu Yuan can't make it through the 4th layer," said demigod Yu Shan in a low voice. "My estimate is that he'll reach around rank 200 at best, that's the limit." "It's already quite terrifying." Yin Di shook his head and sighed, "This is just his first attempt. But, just breaking through the top 200 of the Divine Fire Tower, it's going to be extremely difficult to make it into the top 100 in the 2nd round of competition," demigod Yu Shan said with a sigh. "Isn't that going to mean losing the bet?" Yang Di was stunned for a moment, and looked over at Bai Feng in the distance. Bai Feng's face showed no joy. On the high platform of the Great Hall, the 7 true gods had been closely following Li Yuan's progress. Shu Yuan will have a hard time getting past the 4th layer. His comprehension of the laws has greatly improved compared to 5 years ago, which is already ridiculously exaggerated for his age. But he still lags far behind the likes of Dong Pan and Yu Shan, said Yu Wing True God with a sharp eye. His mastery of spear techniques has just entered the pseudo-god middle rank. Those demigod Saint heirs, each of their moves are of pseudo-god peak rank, with Dong Pan and Jing Kui even reaching the pseudo-god limit rank. Yu Wing True God's gaze was critical. Shu Yuan's strength is roughly at level 52, but his domain is extremely strong. Give Shu Yuan a few more decades, and he will be very scary, but currently, his law comprehension is still inadequate. He cleared the first and second layers so quickly because his domain was strong enough. A domain is an effective weapon against the weak. But the stronger the enemy, the weaker the effect of the domain. Purple Garment True God also spoke. With his domain, he can push to about ranking 200, but when it comes to the actual combat, his final ranking will probably plummet to around 400 or so. Yeah, if it comes to a life and death battle with other demigods, Shu Yuan might rank around 300 on the semi-divine list, the true gods communicated amongst themselves. Breaking through the divine fire tower is not entirely fair. Soul attacks, for instance, are unusable here, mainly because demigods generally do not specifically study the soul and the tests are exceedingly complex. The Zhuxing ancient city hasn't set them up specifically. In a sense, the upper echelons of Zhuxing ancient city do not encourage demigods to delve into the path of the soul. After all, for demigods, the most important tasks are enhancing their comprehension of the laws and awakening their life stars. After ascending to God, there will be plenty of time to ponder the path of the soul. Moreover, those proficient in domain and area of effect techniques will also have a greater advantage in the first 5 floors of the Divine Fire Tower. Only the 6th floor of the Divine Fire Tower will spawn the strongest Divine Fire Warriors, and only those with absolutely formidable power can make it through. On the 4th floor of Divine Fire Tower, Li Yuan was fighting with all his might. Kill! 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 Li Yuan's battle intention soared to the sky, yet deep inside he maintained absolute calmness. The 7 emotions and 6 desires flowed through his heart, but his inner self remained absolutely still. This is the pursuit of the 6 realms of illusion in tempering the spiritual will. Shoo! 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 36 phantom bodies flickered in and out of existence, helping to conceal Li Yuan's real body among them, avoiding the attacks of the Divine Fire Warriors. The spear technique was sharp and aggressive. His movement technique was akin to a ghost. Booming, the endless Divine Fire Warriors conducted a frenzied attack. Each one possessed magnificent and vigorous energy, capable of invoking the mysteries of the law with their weapons unleashing tremendous might. At this moment, every single Divine Fire Warrior's strength had far exceeded a semi-divine limit expert and was approaching that of a pseudo-god. In the vast onslaught of attacks, with each influencing the other, the might in Li Yuan's heaven and earth river domain was rapidly dwindling, forcing him to continuously contract his domain to suppress the Divine Fire Warriors that were closing in. 9 yellow dragons? They had been scattered by the combined strikes of the Divine Fire Warriors several times. But most importantly, the entire hall had a maximum diameter of just 100 kilometers, leaving Li Yuan with very limited space to maneuver. If my origin power cultivation reached the 49.9 level, I could significantly boost my capabilities across all areas and likely pass the 4th floor, Li Yuan thought to himself. Now, I fear I might fail. The difficulty of each floor in the Divine Fire Tower continuously skyrocketed. Boom! Boom! Hundreds of Divine Fire Warriors kept on attacking, and even Li Yuan's movement technique couldn't avoid being hit. One mistake could lead to successive hits, causing the energy contained within Li Yuan's protective spirit light to rapidly decrease. Whoosh! Unable to dodge in time, another ruthless strike grazed past Li Yuan's true body, followed by the complete dispersal of his protective spirit light, and in an instant, Li Yuan vanished from this hall. Li Yuan's final score was 3,488 points, ranked 214th in points. Phew! Li Yuan felt a blur before his eyes, and he gently landed on the ground from the space vortex filled with streams of fire. Li Yuan immediately sensed the gazes of envy, jealousy, and admiration in the grand hall. Truly formidable. No wonder he could compete with Jing Kui. Just barely becoming semi-divine and yet he's able to surge to rank 214. Indeed staggering. His strength has improved too fast. I really wonder how he's been cultivating. Many semi-divine flying heaven were discussing through voice transmission. Although Li Yuan's rank of 214 was still a fair distance from the top 100 bet with Bai Feng, initially, no one believed Li Yuan could win. The rank of 214 was enough to shock everyone. Li Yuan had returned to the ranks of powerhouses such as Yu Shan and Yang Di from Abyss Country. They naturally gathered together. Shu Yuan, brother, well done. Yu Shan revealed a smile. I was worried before, but it turns out you truly have the strength to surge to rank 214 on your first try. In the ranking battles 5 years from now, you're sure to break into the top 100. Although you didn't win the bet this time, nobody will dare underestimate you now, Yang Di also said with a smile. Look, even Bai Feng has nothing to say.
In their opinion, if Li Yuan hadn't broken into the top 1,000, it would have been very embarrassing to lose the bet.
But rank 214? Losing the bet could still be accepted. Yu Shan, brother, Yang Di, brother. Li Yuan said with a smile. The second stage hasn't started yet, have you already decided that I would lose? Yu Shan and Yang Di were both surprised. From Li Yuan's words, did he still have confidence in breaking into the top 100? Without waiting for them to ask, the first stage of the semi-divine ranking battle has come to an end. A deep voice already came from the high platform, echoing throughout the grand hall, instantly silencing it. Kai Yang True God glanced over the crowd and said slowly, those who have scored in the top 1,000 will enter the second round. The battle rules are simple, randomly divided into 10 groups based on points rank, each group consisting of 100 people. Within each group, 100 people will battle in sequence. Victory earns 1 point, no points for a loss, and the top 30 in each group will become the top 300 on the semi-divine list. The top 10 in each group will be among the semi-divine list's top 100. The first and second place in each group will enter the top 20 to decide the final top 10, Kai Yang True God said deeply. All those who had made it into the top 1,000 tensed up. Round battles are the most brutal, yet extremely fair. Want to break into the top 100 or even the top 10? Then defeat the majority of semi-divines in your group. Whoosh, with a wave of Kai Yang True God's hand, the massive space vortex in the void dissipated, replaced by densely packed void arenas, a total of 100. Enough for 2 groups of semi-divine powerhouses to battle simultaneously. Phew. With another wave of Kai Yang True God's hand, the giant screen in the void flashed, quickly dividing into 10 groups, each group with exactly 100 names. Every name had its score reset to 0. Jing Kui is in the first group. Dong Pan is in the second group. Bai Feng's rank is around 10 plus, also in the second group. The top 10 scorers from Divine Fire Tower each entered one of the 10 groups. Those ranked 11 to 20 were also scattered across the 10 groups. Many semi-divine flying heaven couldn't help but look up. The grouping by point rankings ensured that each group's strength was very balanced and fair. On average, each group had 1 to 2 Saint Heirs. I am ranked 214, placed in the second group. Li Yuan's gaze swept over the giant screen. Within Group 2, my ranking by points is 22. If I wish to advance into the top 2 of my group to compete for the final top 10, I'll have to strive for an undefeated battle. Only an unbroken string of victories could ensure success. However, in Li Yuan's Group 2, with Dong Pan and Bai Feng both being Saint Heirs, the difficulty of remaining undefeated was self-evident. Bai Feng. Li Yuan thoughtfully turned his head and coincidentally locked eyes with Bai Feng. The gazes of the two collided, both fully aware of the other's thoughts. First group, second group, the 200 demigod reserve members, do not resist, prepare to enter the void arena. Kai Yang True God spoke in a deep voice. The rules are the same as when storming the Divine Fire Tower. I emphasize once again, the use of law treasures and other external objects is not permitted. Anyone found doing so will be immediately disqualified. Whoosh! In an instant, an invisible force enveloped the 200 demigods, and they were immediately transformed into streaks of light, cast into one void arena after another. Swiftly, everyone quickly discerned the combatants for the 100 void arenas, and one arena immediately attracted the vast majority of attention. It's Xu Yuan and Bai Feng. Haha. Both are from the second group, and they encountered each other in the first round. Interesting indeed. Li Yuan just had a stellar performance in the Divine Fire Tower, and now, in the blink of an eye, he's faced with tragedy. He's ranked 214th, definitely going to lose. Let's see if Bai Feng will trample over Xu Yuan. Numerous spectating Flying Heaven demigods discussed among themselves. Compared to this battle, even Jing Kui's fight wasn't receiving much attention. And all the onlookers unanimously believed that Xu Yuan stood no chance against Bai Feng, the disparity in their strength being evident from the points ranking. Xu Yuan, relying on his domain, should be able to hold out for a while. Although Bai Feng is arrogant, his strength is indeed formidable. Defeating the current Xu Yuan should not be difficult. Even the 7 true gods present, including Kai Yang True God, thought so. Upon that void arena, Xu Yuan, Bai Feng, clad in golden armor, couldn't help but be taken aback upon seeing Li Yuan. Li Yuan was also astonished. Encountering each other in the first round? Both had a suspicion. Could it be Kai Yang True God's doing? Brother Xu Yuan, your strength is very strong. I take back my words. I admit I underestimated you, said Bai Feng, the demigod slowly. However, you're not my match right now. Even if confident in his victory, Bai Feng no longer held his arrogance, nor did he scoff at Li Yuan. Is that so, brother Bai Feng? Li Yuan revealed a slight smile. Actually, I don't know if I can defeat you, but you should take the first move, or you might not get the chance at all. No chance to take the first move? Bai Feng was first taken aback, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes. Xu Yuan, I've been very respectful towards you already. Respect? Brother Bai Feng, I didn't intend to say such things. Li Yuan shook his head. I'm speaking from the heart. Li Yuan indeed meant his sincere words. The extent of the power of a soul attack was something even Li Yuan himself was not sure of. Fine, brother Li Yuan. Then I invite you to take the first move. Let me see what "no chance to take the first move" means. Bai Feng's face turned sullen, a rage taking hold of his heart. Even Jing Kui would not dare to speak to him with such a tone. Are you sure? Li Yuan said with a smile. Sure. Bai Feng's gaze turned icy. Show me all the moves you've got. All right. Li Yuan nodded, his thoughts causing a thunderous roar, as the vast expanse of the heaven and earth river domain erupted, and in an instant enveloped the entire void arena.
Domain. Such a strong domain. No wonder you were able to advance so quickly on the first and second levels of the Divine Fire Tower. A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Feng's eyes, but then his expression turned cold. But believing you can defeat me with just this domain tactic. Not good. It's a soul attack. Bai Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion, as he felt his consciousness plummet into endless darkness.